Chapter 45 We are so pitiful. Lu Yi painstakingly cultivated inside the cave without stopping. His days passed by in a loop. He consumed spirit-restoring pill after spirit-restoring pill and filled up his spiritual points, then broke through the barrier of his next spiritual point. In the meantime he also slept when he was tired and ate when he was hungry. The days passed by in a calm and boring manner, but he could feel the spiritual power accumulating inside his body as the days passed. Thus, he knew that this was a process for him to become stronger. Before he entered the Spirit Creek realm, he basically maintained a rate of unlocking one spiritual point every 3 days. It took him about 6 spirit-restoring pills to do so. Now that he was in the Spirit Creek realm, he continued to maintain a rate of unlocking one spiritual point every 3 days. It was just that his consumption of spirit-restoring pills had increased slightly. He now needed approximately 8 or 9 spirit-restoring pills to unlock a single spiritual point. The reason he could maintain this speed was that his cultivation had increased, which in turn increased his efficiency and speed of refining the spirit pills. In the past, it had taken him half a day to finish refining a single spirit-restoring pill. Therefore he could only refine 2 spirit pills a day. In contrast, he was currently capable of refining 3 spirit pills to completion in a day if he concentrated hard enough. In that way he managed to maintain his rate of unlocking his spiritual points even though his consumption had increased. Half a month passed by in a flash, and he consumed the last of his spirit-restoring pills. Inspecting his cultivation he found that he was still in the First Order Spirit Creek realm. However, he had unlocked the 15th spiritual point. He had yet to fill his 15th spiritual point with spiritual power. He was only 3 spiritual points away from breaking through to the Second Order Spirit Creek realm. If he could enter the Second Order Spirit Creek realm, he would surely experience a great boost in power. Unfortunately, it was not something he could achieve yet. The spiritual power reserves in his body might have increased by a lot, but his newly unlocked spiritual points were not joined in a system. Therefore they would not be of much help to him in a fight. There were still some mineral ores in his possession that he could exchange for spirit stones. Therefore he prepared to leave the mountain to visit the Divine Trade Association once more with his previous experience in mind. He leisurely walked out of the cave. The sun outside was shining brightly, but the forest canopy was so dense that only sporadic rays of light filtered through the dense foliage to form pools of light on the ground. Squinting slightly in the sun, he waited a while until his eyes adjusted to the light before he finally strode forward. He didn't get very far when he suddenly heard a strange commotion coming from not far away. Frowning slightly, he quietly headed in the direction of the voices. A short while later, he hid behind a large tree and peered forward. There were 3 cultivators standing in that direction, looking as though they were facing a great enemy. Every one of them had sorrowful and anxious expressions on their faces. One of them was a female cultivator who looked like she was on the verge of tears. Not far from those 3 was a well-built and sturdy snow-white tiger that was pacing back and forth. Its amber tiger eyes glanced at the 3 cultivators from time to time, giving them an extremely oppressive feeling. Its mouth moved as it walked. Unlock your storage bags and toss them on the ground. Then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I don't mind eating you up. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched at the sound of that voice. He had heard that majestic and ancient-sounding voice once before, but it eventually turned out to be a trick that Yi played on him. Those 3 cultivators were clearly frightened. One of them tremblingly untied the storage bag around his waist, unlocked the restraining lock and tossed it to the ground. Staring at the tiger in horror and trepidation, he beggingly said, "Please forgive us. We didn't mean to offend you. Everything is right there. Please let us go." The tiger glanced at the storage bag on the ground and roared, "Get lost." That person hurriedly turned around and fled without even looking back. With his lead, the other 2 cultivators hurriedly dropped their storage bags to the ground and ran for their lives. After making sure that the 3 cultivators were gone, the tiger slowly stepped forward. However, somebody rushed out and snagged the 3 storage bags before the tiger could get any closer. Shocked, the tiger violently jumped back in fright. On the other hand, a small figure came out of its head and stared at Lu Yi flabbergasted. "That's ours." Lu Yi held the storage bags in his hands and quickly checked through them, furrowing his eyebrows in response. The contents of these storage bags were extremely pitiful. Each of them only had a few spirit-restoring pills and some herbs, as well as some miscellaneous daily necessities. There were no spirit stones at all. He secretly cursed them for being poor bastards, then took out the spirit-restoring pills and divided them into 2 portions. He kept one portion for himself and tossed the other portion to Yi. Witnesses get a share. Yi was shocked by his actions. Baring her teeth at him, she leaped at him. Return them to me. Asterisk clank. Asterisk his long sword slid out of its sheath. He smiled at her without uttering a single word as she threw herself at him. Her figure froze in front of the long sword. She was so livid that she was gnashing her teeth furiously and cursing wildly. Her language was so colorful that it was like her mouth had been smeared with honey. Should I call those three back? She instantly shrank back from him and grudgingly retreated, knowing that she was not going to get the spirit pills back from him. She could sense that he was much stronger than he had been 1 month ago, and the tiger was by no means capable of being his opponent if it really came down to a fight. Even so, having her loot stolen from her made her feel extremely wronged. Thus, she muttered words such as shameless and contemptible under her breath. I want to ask you a question, he said. I refuse to answer any questions you may have, she snarled through gritted teeth. If you answer me well, I will return these to you. He lifted the stolen goods in his hand and gave it a little shake. There were only a few spirit-restoring pills, so he didn't care too much for them. Ha! She gave a laugh of contempt, acting as though she looked down on money as though it was dung. Sitting cross-legged on top of the tiger's head, she straightened up and lifted her head. Ask away. I met many demon cultivators in the city at the foot of the mountain. They don't seem all that great, so why are people so afraid of you? This was something that had been puzzling him greatly. Those demon cultivators were definitely stronger than the tiger. Logically speaking, a cultivator who was accustomed to seeing demon cultivators had no reason to fear a spirit beast that had not transformed. So why were they scared witless with just a few words? You don't understand. She became proud. There are differences between demon cultivators who transform and demon cultivators who don't. After listening to Yi's explanation, Lu Yi finally understood. Not every spirit beast would choose to undergo transformation. It might have been a spiritual intelligence issue, their own choice, or even their bloodline's inheritance. In short, a considerable amount of spirit beasts maintained their original appearances. This kind of spirit beast did not have the ability to speak when their cultivation was low. However, they would gain the ability of speech when their cultivation reached a certain level. In other words, a spirit beast that could speak was synonymous with a powerful person. As for how powerful they were, at the very least, they were not something the low-leveled cultivators in this area could afford to upset. The combined performance between Yi and the tiger was extremely terrifying, and many cultivators who trespassed into this area had suffered from that as a result. I see. He felt as though he had learned a little more about the common sense of the cultivation world. Lifting his hand, he tossed the stolen goods to Yi and turned around to go down the mountain. She checked the items and confirmed that there was no problem with them. Then she shouted at his departing back. Are you leaving? It's none of your business. Lu Ye's voice came from afar. Damn it, he muttered. Turning around, she hugged the tiger's head and lamented sorrowfully, Amber, we are so pitiful. Woo. Chapter 46 The Differences Between the Maps. Lu Yi was unmistakably much calmer when he left the mountain again. He came to Green Cloud City located at the foot of the mountain and arrived at the Divine Trade Association with practiced ease. Without waiting for the maid at the door to ask, he spat out the words, to sell. He sat inside the compartment and drank the spirit tea provided by the Divine Trade Association as usual. It was a pity that he only managed to finish one pot of tea before somebody walked in. You waited a long time, fellow cultivator. Following that voice, a middle-aged man walked into the compartment and bowed at Lu Yi. This lowly one is Lu Quan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Quan took a seat and got straight to the point. What do you want to sell? Lu Yi took out the few mineral ores he had prepared in advance. Needless to say, the yuan metal ore was the most expensive. Most of the spirit stones he earned from selling those mineral ores previously came from the value of the yuan metal ore. This time around, the yuan metal ore that he brought out was slightly bigger than the one before. Hence, the price might be more expensive as a result. Lu Quan checked the mineral ores one by one, then he gave a quotation for each piece of mineral ore. During this period, Lu Yi said nothing and simply drank his tea quietly. Finally, Lu Quan placed the yuan metal ore down and said, This item is rarely found in the outer circle. I can give you a price of 38 spirit stones. The total price comes to 51 spirit stones. If you are happy with the price, We can complete the transaction immediately. Can't you increase the price a little more? Lu Yi looked at Lu Quan. Lu Quan shook his head with a troubled smile. I can't increase the price any further. After purchasing these raw materials, they will need to be refined and extracted by professionals before they can be made into something useful. There will be no profit margin for the trade association if I increase the price any further. This guy is harder to deal with than Lu Ruyin. Lu Yi criticized Lu Quan in his heart. The last time he had tried to bargain with Lu Ruyin, she had immediately increased the purchase price by 4 spirit stones. She was much more easygoing than Lu Quan even though she was a woman. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyin had only been willing to raise the price for him because of an unwritten rule. Besides, she also wanted to do another business with him. That was why she had agreed so readily. Unfortunately, he was completely oblivious of the unwritten rule and had not bothered to give her a reward for her efforts. It had left her feeling quite upset as a result. On the other hand, Li Quan was a man. He was not hoping to do any other business with Lu Yi, so it was only natural that he adopted a business-like attitude. Lu Yi fell silent for a moment. He couldn't be bothered to waste his time on nonsense. Taking out 4 storage bags, he asked, "Do you have a way to unlock these?" Those were the storage bags that Yi had offered to him in the past. She once told him that there were people in Green Cloud City who had the ability to unlock the restraining lock on the storage bags. Unfortunately, he had forgotten all about them during his last trip here. Lu Quan calmly took the storage bags from Lu Yi. It was clear that he was well versed with such things. He checked the storage bags briefly and said, "We do offer such service if you wish for us to help you unlock these storage bags. But there is a fee involved." "How much?" He responded with a number. Lu Ye's expression turned gloomy. The price was a little too high. Lu Quan smiled. "Of course, you can also sell these items to the trade association. Every storage bag will be priced at this amount." He indicated a number with his hands. Lu Yi laughed. "This number is lower than the quotation you gave me just now." In other words, the amount of spirit stones required as payment for the trade association to unlock these storage bags was higher than directly selling these storage bags to the trade association. It seemed a little unreasonable. Lu Quan replied with a smile, "I understand what you are thinking, but I'm afraid this really is the price. You must understand, the storage bags belonging to cultivators in the outer circle are not worth much. It might even turn out to be just an empty bag with absolutely nothing inside. The trade association will be taking some risks in this transaction, so the price will not be high. Of course, if you wish to take a gamble to see if there are any valuable treasures in these storage bags, you only need to pay a small fee to unlock them. It's entirely up to your choice." Lu Yi thought back on the 3 cultivators Yi and the tiger had robbed just now. Their storage bags had not contained anything of value at all. Thus, he immediately made up his mind and started bargaining with Lu Quan again. In the end, he sold the 4 storage bags to the trade association for a total of 20 spirit stones. Combined with what he had already sold just now, the total amount came up to 71 spirit stones. Lu Quan clearly looked a little happy once their transaction was completed. He asked, "Fellow cultivator, how would you like your payment? Will you take your payment in spirit stones or spirit pills?" Lu Yi said, "Do you have a map of the Spirit Creek battlefield?" The reason he asked this question was that he recalled hearing from the local wealthy man he met when he first entered the city not long ago that there were maps for sale in the trade association. If he wanted to head toward Crimson Blood Sect's base, he first had to pinpoint the exact location where Crimson Blood Sect was situated. Thus, it would be more convenient if he had a map on hand. Lu Quan immediately became enthusiastic. "Of course we do. Which kind of map would you like? How many types do you have?" "There's a 3-point map, a 7-point map, and a 10-point map. 3 kinds in total." "What are the differences?" Lu Yi couldn't help frowning. "They're just selling a map. Why make it so complicated?" "It's like this," Lu Quan began to explain. After listening to Lu Quan's explanation, Lu Yi slowly began to understand the differences between the 3 kinds of maps. There were countless bases located across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Every sect in Jianghu had their own base in the battlefield after all. These forces were constantly at odds with each other and the bases would change hands frequently. Therefore, drawing a map was an extremely troublesome affair. Even so, the Divine Trade Association had the ability to do so. Due to the trade association's countless branches located across the entire battlefield, They could easily draw up a map of the entire battlefield just by compiling the information from the various areas. None of the other forces could have done this. A complete map would feature the situation of all the bases in the Spirit Creek battlefield. It included a description of which faction these sects belonged and which tier the sects were on. That wasn't all. The various terrains and topography of the battlefield were also clearly indicated on the map. That was the 10-point map. Meanwhile, the 7-point map was a simplified version of the 10-point map which only included the general situation of 70% of the forces on the battlefield. The 3-point map provided even less information. It only provided 30% of all the information regarding the bases. There was no information whatsoever on the topography and landforms found on the battlefield. In Lu Ye's case, it was clear that he had to buy a 10-point map if he decided to buy a map. The Crimson Blood sect was a 9th-tier sect, so it might not be written in the 7-point map and or the 3-point map. It would be a huge waste of money if he bought the map only to discover that the Crimson Blood sect was not indicated on the map. Furthermore, there was another advantage to buying the 10-point map. He could simply go to any Divine Trade Association branches in the future to update the map. Due to the constant wars across the Spirit Creek battlefield, the sects changed hands frequently. A base might belong to the Grand Sky Coalition today, but it might belong to the Thousand Demon Ridge the very next day. If a person failed to pay attention to these changes and plunged right into the situation, it would surely lead to a disastrous ending. Hence, having a map that could be updated in real time would inadvertently help with avoiding many unnecessary risks. Unfortunately, he immediately gave up on the idea when he heard the prices involved. A 10-point map was priced at 600 spirit stones. Moreover, this was already after a discount. On the other hand, even the 3-point map that Lu Quan had recommended was priced at several dozen spirit stones. But what would he do with a 3-point map? In the end, he could only end the transaction there. Out of 71 spirit stones, only 1 remained. The rest of the 70 spirit stones were used to buy 7 bottles containing 63 spirit restoring pills. With so many spirit restoring pills, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Second Order Spirit Creek realm. Chapter 47, Second Order Spirit Creek Realm. Inside the Divine Trade Association, Lu Quan politely saw Lu Yi off. Apart from the disciples that came from the major sects, most cultivators in the outer circle were poor. Therefore, it wasn't easy to come across a transaction of several dozen spirit stones. Moreover, Lu Yi appeared to be a straightforward person, which was why Lu Quan was willing to befriend him so that there would be more business deals between them in the future. After Lu Yi was gone, Lu Quan turned around and caught a whiff of a pleasant scent, only to see a woman standing in front of him. "You freaked me out." He shot her a glare. "What were you doing behind me instead of welcoming more guests?" The woman uttered softly, "I missed you." Lu Quan looked around in a furtive manner, and upon making sure that no one was paying attention to them, he said in a hushed voice, "I'll look for you after work in the evening." "All right," the woman replied with a smile. As though nothing had happened, Lu Quan shuffled towards the hall and greeted other guests. On the other hand, the woman dispassionately looked in the direction Lu Yi had left and fell into her thoughts. At night, the man and the woman became one. After the Congress they had a small chat. The woman attempted to make Lu Quan talk about the transaction in the morning. An exhausted Lu Quan replied to her in an intermittent manner, then he nodded off. The woman snuggled up to him, but she found it difficult to fall asleep. If she wasn't mistaken, she had served the customer that she saw in the morning half a month ago. At that time he sold many ores and bought some spirit pills. However, she hadn't expected that half a month later, he would return to sell even more ores. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be an amateur cultivator. Without any support, how was he able to amass several dozen spirit stones? That was what caught her attention. She worked in the Divine Trade Association. Including her additional income, she could get 12 to 13 spirit stones at most. Recalling her time as an amateur cultivator, she couldn't help feeling bitter that she was significantly worse off than that customer. After having some wild thoughts for a long time, she finally felt sleepy, but she couldn't sleep soundly throughout the night. At the same time, Lu Yi was cultivating inside the cave in Green Cloud Mountain. After the transaction in the Divine Trade Association in the morning, he traded his remaining spirit stones for some food before rushing back to this place, eventually managing to return to this cave before the night descended. With enough spirit pills now, he could start swallowing them and cultivating. After consuming many pills, the spiritual power in his 15th spiritual point finally became full as it attempted to break through to the 16th spiritual point. 12 days later, Lu Yi sat down with his legs crossed inside the cave as he adjusted his breathing. This was an important day for him. If everything went well, he would ascend to the second-order Spirit Creek realm on this day. Since he returned to this place 12 days ago, he had consumed more than 30 pills and broken through to the 18th spiritual point, in which the spiritual power was also full. Recalling the cultivation routes of Golden Liberation Technique, Lu Yi activated his spiritual power. Starting from the 10th spiritual point, his spiritual power streamed through the 11th point, the 12th point, until the 18th point. He had already done such a thing when he broke through to the first-order Spirit Creek realm, so he was familiar with it, and he didn't come across any difficulties. His spiritual power streamed through the 9 major spiritual points like a creek. As he progressed, the speed at which the spiritual power moved through the 9 major points became increasingly rapid, and he repeated the same cycle again and again. When he reached a certain limit, he felt energized all of a sudden as his spiritual power started running from the 10th to the 18th point on its own. He had reached the second-order Spirit Creek realm. With a similar experience in the past, he didn't feel overjoyed or anything as it was bound to happen anyway. Now, he was no longer the weak cultivator with only 3 unlocked spiritual points who was roaming around the Spirit Creek battlefield. Reaching the first-order Spirit Creek realm had earned him the right to survive in the outer circle of the battlefield, while attaining the second order had earned him the right to move around freely. Certainly, there was still some gap between the stronger cultivators and him, but he was already satisfied with his achievements. It took him a shorter time to ascend to the second order than when he reached the first order. He had spent about 40 days going from the 3rd point to the Spirit Creek realm. On the other hand, it took him less than a month to go from the first order to the second order. The main reason was that he had enough resources for cultivation. With that said, the speed at which he improved was indeed inconceivable. In the initial stage of cultivation, it would take a cultivator about 10 days to unlock one spiritual point. That was because they mainly cultivated by breathing in the spiritual qi in the atmosphere. With a weak cultivation, doing so was inefficient, which would slow down a person's cultivation speed. Things would only improve after the cultivator reached the 4th order Spirit Creek realm. In other words, in the initial stage of cultivation, it would take a cultivator 3 months to reach a new realm. However, Lu Yi managed to do so every month. That was the joy of cultivating with the help of pills. When he was in the first order realm, he only had a microcosmic orbit that went from the source spiritual point to the 9th point in his body. However, after he reached the second order realm, the circulation started from the 10th point to the 18th point. Now, there were 2 circulation systems for his spiritual power in his body. That way he could activate more spiritual power in a short period of time, which enabled his spiritual power to be more destructive. When he reached the 3rd order realm, there would be 3 such microcosmic orbits in his body and so on. When he reached the 9th order, there would be 9 microcosmic orbits. There were 30 pills left. Even though he wanted to continue cultivating, he knew that he shouldn't rush things. After eating some food, he left the cave and took a bath in a nearby mountain spring. Then he changed into clean clothes, and as he listened to the sounds of the flowing water, he started reading Golden Liberation Technique. He was trying to reach the 3rd order Spirit Creek realm, so he had to find out the locations of the spiritual points after the 18th one in order to cultivate smoothly. It was serene on the mountain as only the chirping of birds and buzzing of insects were heard. The sunlight filtered through the leaves and cast its glow on the young man's face, which made the sight look like a scene in a painting. "Why are you hiding there?" Lu Yi uttered without raising his head. Just then, a petite head stuck out from a tree branch on the side. Anyone would be shocked by her disheveled appearance. Yi took a look at the manual in Lu Ye's hands, and upon making out that it was an entry-level technique, she pressed her lips together with a dismissive look. Suppressing his urge to give her a punch, Lu Yi tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong? When are you leaving?" Yi questioned. It had been a long time since Lu Yi hunted anything on the mountain, but this was the tiger and her territory after all, so they wouldn't allow him to stay here forever. If it weren't because they were wary of the talisman papers he possessed, they would have chased him away. Nevertheless, she had suffered a setback before, so she wouldn't dare to flare up now. Moreover, she could see that he had grown stronger than he was 2 months ago. After closing his book, Lu Yi got to his feet and stretched his back. "I'm sleepy now. See you?" "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Yi bellowed. Getting no reply from him, she clenched her teeth. "What a thug. I'm so angry. Bark." She forcefully scratched the tree beside her, causing tree chips to scatter everywhere. Chapter 48, Ambush. After one day of rest, Lu Yi no longer felt exhausted from cultivating for days. It was time to attempt breaking through to the Third Order Spirit Creek realm. He didn't rush to take any pills. Instead, he activated his spiritual power to locate the 19th spiritual point. He was in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm now, and his spiritual power was more ample than it was 2 months ago, so he found it easier to locate the next spiritual point. In just 1 hour he found the 19th point. It wasn't until this moment that he fished out a pill and swallowed it to refine the pill power, then he led his spiritual power to strike the 19th point's barrier. 3 days later he had consumed 11 pills, and his 19th point had become full. This outcome was within his expectation. Before reaching the Spirit Creek realm, it would take him 3 days to unlock one spiritual point, and he would need 6 pills. After reaching the First Order Spirit Creek realm, the speed at which he unlocked the points was the same, but he needed 8 to 9 pills to unlock 1 point. Now that he was in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm, the number of pills he had to consume had increased to 11 pills. It still took him the same time to unlock a new point, mainly because his cultivation had improved, so he had become more efficient at refining pill power. In that case, it seemed that the higher his cultivation was, the more pills he needed to unlock new points. Now he was only left with 20 pills, which should allow him to unlock 2 more points. Lu Yi made some calculations and realized that if he was able to consistently unlock 1 point every 3 days, it would take him 1,080 days to reach the 360th point. The revelation shocked him. He wasn't sure how other people cultivated, but he reckoned that his cultivation speed was pretty quick. Despite that, it would still take him nearly 3 years to reach the Ninth Order Spirit Creek realm. For the next few days he stayed inside the cave. It wasn't until he consumed the last pill that he left the cave. Just like what he had expected, he managed to break through to the 21st point, but it still wasn't full. If he wanted to reach the 27th point, it would require 70 spirit-restoring pills at the very least. Now he was only left with yuan metal ores. The other miscellaneous ores had been sold to the Divine Trade Association in the last 2 transactions. He reckoned that he would need 2 yuan metal ores to trade for 70 pills. Half a day later, he stepped into the Divine Trade Association, and when he left, he already had 81 pills and a few spirit stones in his storage bag. A curvy woman was standing beside the window on the 2nd floor of Divine Trade Association. Watching him leave, she appeared to be hesitating for a moment before she heaved a sigh and pointed her finger at the back of her hand, which revealed a mark. Unlike the blue battlefield imprint on Lu Ye's hand, her mark was yellow. Then she parted her lips and murmured at the mark, then it disappeared. 15 minutes later, she left the association. Faced with people who greeted her, she would respond to them with a smile. At this moment, Lu Yi was heading to the cave in Green Cloud Mountain. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion or something, but after leaving Green Cloud City, he started having a strange feeling. However, he couldn't really tell what was amiss. After circling around the forest for a while, he finally realized there was a figure who had been following him, but before he could make out who the person was, the figure had disappeared. Is someone stalking me? He became vigilant. He was very careful every time he visited the city, especially when he returned to his place. Nothing had happened the past 2 times, but now he was being stalked by a cultivator, which puzzled him. Earlier, Lu Yi realized that he was no match for the man, which was why he immediately used a defensive talisman paper on himself. Golden body talisman paper? The eyes of the fair-skinned man turned bloodshot. It wasn't that he was jealous of Lu Yi for having this talisman paper. It was just that the talisman paper was supposed to belong to him, but it was wasted by Lu Yi in such a way, which was why he was heartbroken. However, now he was certain that the information he had gathered was right. This amateur cultivator in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm was indeed rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't have possessed any talisman papers to use. Any talisman paper was worth 10 to 20 spirit stones. Low-level cultivators would rarely use any talisman papers during a fight. That was because most of them didn't have enough money to buy it. They would only prepare 1 to 2 talisman papers for emergencies. Gazing at the golden light around Lu Yi, the fair-skinned man flew backwards for several meters as he held his blade with one hand and performed a hand seal with his other hand. Following a sneer on his face, his spiritual power could visibly be seen gathering on the tips of his fingers. Chapter 49 Have Mercy, Tiger King. In the blink of an eye, an icicle appeared in front of the fair-skinned man. Under the mottled sunlight, the icicle radiated with a 7-colored light. At that instant, Lu Yi realized that he was in trouble. When he gathered his spiritual power to his eyes just now, he had managed to see the aura around the body of the person who sneaked up on him. He judged that the other party was a cultivator in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm or above but less than the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. The opponent's cultivation was higher than his own. Judging by the way the opponent's attack had come out of nowhere just now, the opponent's combat experience was also above his own. It had not been long since he started cultivating. He had not gone through any rigorous training before. He did not have any master to guide him either. Therefore, he did not have any other moves or skills to speak of aside from the basic motions of hacking, stabbing, and slashing with the longsword in his hand. My cultivation is lower and my skills are inferior. The opponent also knows how to cast spells. The situation is beyond terrible. Just as the icicle in the opponent's hand was taking shape, he kicked off the ground and borrowed the power of the impact to propel himself forward. Lu Ye's reaction stunned the fair-skinned cultivator. He had assumed that the other party would run away immediately. Who could have known that his opponent would choose to attack instead? His figure fluttered backward once more. At the same time, the icicle flew out of his hand at great speed. That icicle struck Lu Yi but was blocked by the golden light on the surface of his body. Although it had not harmed him, the force of the impact made his chest tighten in pain. The momentum of his forward charge also slowed considerably and the golden light surrounding his body faded significantly as a result. After shooting out that icicle, aura gathered on the fair-skinned man's hand once more. It was clear that he planned to create a second icicle. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched at the sight. In a battle between low-leveled cultivators, those who could cast spells obviously held a huge advantage over the other. How many can you block? The fair-skinned man kept a safe distance from Lu Yi while trying to provoke Lu Yi. Between the two of them, one chased while the other retreated. Lu Yi was hit by 3 consecutive icicles in a short period of time and the golden light around his body became so dim that it was about to be extinguished at any time. In contrast, he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes during this time. This kind of battle made him feel very suffocated. He was very tempted to take out a fiery snake talisman paper and teach the other party a lesson on how to behave. Nevertheless, he suppressed the impulse. He was not certain if a fiery snake talisman paper was enough to kill the other party. This was a cultivator, not the wolves he had killed when he first entered the battlefield. He did not have the geographical advantage that he had when fighting the tiger either. Although he had a vague plan in his mind, he was not sure if he could pull it off smoothly. It would depend on his luck. 15 minutes later, the golden light surrounding his body vanished completely when he was hit by another icicle. He had sustained internal injuries after being hit by all those icicles. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. A chill shrouded him and he couldn't help shuddering from the cold. He glared at the fair-skinned man fiercely. With a look of resentment on his face, he spoke his first words since the start of the battle. "What bad blood do we have between us?" The fair-skinned man chuckled. "We have no bad blood between us." Lu Yi said nothing, waiting quietly for the other party to continue. "Sure enough," the fair-skinned man said, "but if you tell me where you found so many mineral ores, I can spare your life." A sharp light flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. He finally determined the root of the problem. This confrontation did not happen by chance. The other party had come looking for him on purpose. And the reason was the mineral ores that he sold. Frankly, he had always been very careful. He had always dealt with different people during the 3 times he had gone to the Divine Trade Association. Moreover, he only sold a small portion of mineral ores each time. He did not dare to sell too many, lest he caught the attention of ill-intentioned people. Even during his return journey, he would make many detours to ensure that there was nobody following behind him. Unfortunately, reality proved that some people still sought to harm him anyway. It didn't matter how careful he was. There was no stopping this unless he stopped selling stuff to the Divine Trade Association. Nonetheless, he needed the spirit pills to cultivate. Where would he go if he did not go to the Divine Trade Association? The only thing he could confirm was that this was not masterminded by the trade association. An extensive trade association that prided itself on its sincerity and fairness had no reason to target a weak cultivator like him. Therefore, it was most likely caused by the private actions of somebody within the trade association. He thought back to the 3 cultivators in the trade association that he traded with previously but could not figure out who among them was targeting him. All 3 transactions had been very ordinary. If there was anything that was out of the ordinary, then it could only be the subtle hints of the woman called Lu Ruyin during his first time there. But even that did not explain the issue. Judging from the words of the fair-skinned man, he suspected that Lu Yi had found a vein containing various ores and wanted to find out the location of the mine. He was completely unaware that Lu Yi had not found any mines whatsoever. All his mineral ores came from Evil Moon Valley. His expression darkened slightly when he saw that Lu Yi was not speaking. I gave you the easy way, but you just had to choose the hard way. He immediately made up his mind to beat Lu Yi half to death before forcing Lu Yi to cough up the location of the mine. While speaking, he slashed his knife at Lu Yi. He did not activate the icicle technique again. The main reason was that the consumption was too great. Having broken through Lu Ye's golden body talisman paper, he was confident that he could easily bend Lu Yi to his will. Contrary to expectations, Lu Yi, who had been acting tough until now, suddenly turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. The fair-skinned man was so furious that he laughed. He looked at Lu Ye's back and said leisurely, "Can you escape?" Afterward he took his time chasing Lu Yi. At the same time he took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and held it in his hand to slowly recover from his fatigue. He could tell that Lu Yi was terrified. Running away desperately like this would only increase the consumption of his spiritual power. Once a low-leveled cultivator lost his spiritual power, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Manager Yang, who was murdered by Lu Yi, was a prime example of that fact. Therefore, it was enough as long as he did not lose sight of Lu Yi. During their chase, they passed through a rocky forest, crossed a small river, and arrived at an open space. In the end, the fair-skinned man found Lu Yi standing in the middle of the open space, pale-faced and motionless while gasping for breath. Did he run out of spiritual power so quickly? The fair-skinned man let out a sneer and walked forward slowly. He made a few slashes in the air with the knife in his hand. "Why did you stop running?" He was standing 30 meters away from Lu Yi with a contemptuous look on his face. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. That was because Lu Yi looked extremely frightened. Not to mention he was staring in a certain direction and his hand that was holding his sword shook violently. There was a musty stench on the wind. A low growl sounded. Then, a sturdy snow-white tiger slowly walked out from behind a large tree at a leisurely pace. The amber pupils of the tiger glanced in the direction of the fair-skinned man. A chill went through his heart and he suddenly recalled the rumor he heard in the market 2 days ago. "I can't be that unlucky, right?" he wailed in his heart. However, the thing that made him despair occurred. That tiger opened its mouth and spoke in the human language. "How dare you disturb my dreams? It looks like you no longer wish to live." The fair-skinned man's forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. He finally understood why Lu Yi was so frightened. The source of that fear was not him but that tiger. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard Lu Yi saying, "Please have mercy, Tiger King. We did not know that this was your territory. We will take our leave immediately." When the fair-skinned man heard those words, he nodded so vigorously that he looked like a chicken pecking at rice. The tiger roared in fury. "Coming as you please and leaving as you please? Just where do you think this place is?" Chapter 50 Chase. The tiger crouched low in the forest with a majestic and imposing air. In comparison, the two figures standing in front of the tiger could not be any stiffer. Just as the fair-skinned man was at a loss for what to do, he heard Lu Yi saying, "Tiger King, please calm down. I know the rules. Please don't hurt me if I follow your rules." While saying so, Lu Yi unfastened the storage bag around his waist, pretended to activate his spiritual power, and tossed the storage bag to the ground. Not only that, but he also tossed the long sword in his hand to the ground. The tiger glanced at him and snorted lightly. "Since you're so obedient, I guess I can spare your life." "Thank you, great king." Then, the tiger turned to look at the fair-skinned man. "What about you, brat? Do you choose to die? Or to live?" "I choose to live," the fair-skinned man blurted out with a pained expression. Imitating Lu Ye's actions, he unfastened the storage bag around his waist, unlocked the restraining lock, and tossed it to the ground in front of him. He had heard some rumors floating around in the city. The rumors claimed that a spirit beast that could speak the human language was living in Green Cloud Mountain. Many cultivators had encountered the spirit beast, but it generally did not harm anybody. It was only interested in spirit pills and spirit stones. As long as a cultivator was willing to pay a price, they would safely escape the jaws of death. "I can't believe I encountered the spirit beast while chasing Lu Yi into the mountains. How unfortunate." The tiger seemed quite satisfied with the performance of the two humans. After that, it spoke again. You better not play any tricks on me. If I learn that you did not unlock the restraining lock. The threat in those words was self-evident. It's open. Both Lu Yi and the fair-skinned man said in unison. That wasn't all. Lu Yi even stretched out a hand to point at the fair-skinned man. Great King, he did not get rid of the weapon in his hand. I'm afraid he wants to harm you. The fair-skinned man was stunned by those words. At the same time, he rained curses down on Lu Yi in his heart. Likewise, the tiger was obviously taken aback. Nevertheless, it soon turned to look at the fair-skinned man. A low threatening growl came out of its throat. Clang. The fair-skinned man swiftly and decisively threw the knife in his hand down. He was so heartbroken that his heart was practically bleeding. The long knife in his hand was a spirit artifact. Even if it was a low-ranked item, it was still a spirit artifact. A low-level cultivator with a spirit artifact and a low-level cultivator without a spirit artifact were completely different concepts altogether. It could be said that a spirit artifact would increase the cultivator's strength by 10%. Be that as it may, survival was more important. He would not get away unscathed if he offended the spirit beast. Compared to his life, he could give up everything else aside from his body. Great King, we will take our leave now if there is nothing else, Lu Yi said. Get lost. The tiger roared carelessly. Both Lu Yi and the fair-skinned man slowly withdrew without turning their backs to the tiger. That was the normal response. Anybody would react warily when faced with a danger after all. After they retreated by several meters, the fair-skinned man was stunned to see Lu Yi rush forward without warning, grab the long sword that had been thrown to the ground, and charge at him like lightning. He turned pale in shock. He never imagined that Lu Yi would do something so outrageous at a time like this. Shouldn't it be more important to prioritize our survival in front of the tiger? How can he be so daring? In any case, there was no time for him to consider anything else. He lunged forward almost at the same time that Lu Yi made his move and arrived in front of his weapon in a few steps. Grabbing his weapon, he poured his spiritual power into the long knife and light flowed through the knife. Just then a strong wind blew in his face. He didn't even have the time to think as he raised the long knife in his hand to counter. Following a loud clanging sound, his body that had yet to fully straighten into a standing position was overwhelmed in an instant and he fell to his knees on the ground. One was premeditated while the other had responded in desperation. This time Lu Yi had the upper hand in the fight. The fair-skinned man raised his head abruptly and saw the calm and indifferent look in Lu Yi's eyes. At that moment he vaguely noticed something. Before his thoughts could go any further, Lu Yi raised his sword and stabbed forward. The fair-skinned man hurriedly activated his spiritual power to protect his body and concurrently slashed at Lu Yi with his knife. To his complete surprise, his defensive spiritual power did not have the slightest effect. The long sword penetrated his heart directly and pierced straight through his back. Afterward, Lu Yi kicked out again and sent the fair-skinned man flying with his kick. A fountain of blood gushed out of the hole in the fair-skinned man's chest that was caused by the long sword. The winner was decided in the blink of an eye. Not knowing whether the other party was dead or not, Lu Yi did not rush forward rashly. Instead, he took out an offensive spirit talisman paper from his storage bag and held it at the ready in case of emergency. If the other party so much as dared to stand up, he would immediately activate the offensive spirit talisman paper. However, the body of the fair-skinned man lying on the ground twitched violently a few times before it stopped moving completely. It would seem that his attack had hit a vital spot. The battles between cultivators were extremely dangerous because life and death was often decided in a matter of moments. The ground was stained red with fresh blood and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lu Yi took a few deep breaths to calm his pounding heart. A small red light suddenly flew out from the fair-skinned man's corpse and sank into the back of his hand. Why? Yi's figure appeared above the tiger's head. She was staring at him in confusion. Lu Yi had suddenly barged into this place and hurriedly said, "Help me with the robbery." The fair-skinned man had come charging into this place immediately after that. Thus, she instantly understood that Lu Yi had encountered some sort of trouble and wanted the tiger's cooperation to put on a show. Seeing as this was something they excelled at anyway, there was no reason not to cooperate if they could also steal something good in the process. But, wasn't it supposed to be a robbery? Why was a person's life involved? Yi slowly came to understand something. She and the tiger were the ones who wanted to carry out the robbery. Lu Yi had planned to murder that person from the start. It was just that he had borrowed their strength to do so. You deceived me. She glared at him furiously. He glanced at her and criticized, your acting is too exaggerated. What? She was confused. Lu Yi was just about to say something when a soft sound came from not too far away. He only hesitated for a second before he rushed out with all his strength. At the same time his voice rang out. Your secret has been exposed. There are still people nearby. Hurry up and follow if you don't want to die. Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt as though she had hopped onto a pirate's boat with no way to get off now. Exchanging a glance with the tiger, she gritted her teeth. Chase. The tiger roared and ran out on all fours. Inside the forest, an enchanting female cultivator fled desperately with a panic-stricken expression on her face. She felt that she had made a big mistake. But, is it my fault? I only wanted to live a better life. I didn't want to have to flatter those disgusting customers again. They are all rogue cultivators anyway. Why should I have to deal with their attitudes all day long? If this had gone smoothly, I would have had a much better life in the future. Unfortunately, she never imagined that the person she recruited would fail at the task. She had followed that person's secret signals from the Divine Trade Association to this point. She initially believed that she could sit down and share the spoils between them, but what greeted her instead was the sight of Lu Yi, that rogue cultivator, killing the person she recruited. In her panic, she had accidentally revealed her whereabouts. She was even being hunted right now. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I still have a great life waiting for me in the future. How can I die in this place? Nevertheless, the pursuit behind her was getting closer and closer. She knew that she was doomed at this rate. Chapter 51 Actions and Consequences. Lu Yi concentrated his spiritual power in his legs and his speed of pursuit became noticeably faster. This was a little trick he had accidentally discovered during the few times he had gone in and out of Green Cloud Mountain. There were many ways to use a cultivator's spiritual power. If he gathered the spiritual power to his eyes, he could see things that he normally could not see. If he gathered the spiritual power to his legs, it would increase his running speed. If he gathered the spiritual power to his sword, it would increase the lethality of his weapon. The terrain of the mountain forest was treacherous. There were large trees everywhere. These trees were wide enough that several people had to join hands just to encircle their trunks. It was only natural that the fleeing figure was not as familiar with the terrain as him, so the distance between them gradually closed. When he got a clear look at that person's back, various questions suddenly became clear. He finally knew who was behind all of this, but the result surprised him. From his point of view, he had no bad blood with this person. In fact, they only interacted with each other on one occasion before. Roar. A snow-white figure suddenly rushed out from the front to block that person's path. It was the tiger. That person was so frightened by the tiger that her soul nearly left her body. She let out a shrill scream and threw out the spirit talisman paper that she had been holding in her hand without even thinking about it. The spirit talisman paper transformed into a crescent-shaped slash in midair and flew straight at the tiger. The tiger hurriedly dodged to the side and the crescent-shaped slash narrowly brushed past its body to slice through the tree trunk of the large tree behind it. That went to show just how powerful the penetrating power of the spirit talisman paper was. Failing to succeed in one go, that person panicked even more and frantically tried to dig something out of her storage bag. At that moment, a small figure quietly and stealthily clung to her back and let out a piercing scream. Lu Yi saw that person's figure staggering suddenly as though something heavy was pressing down on her. At the same time, the movement of her hands froze. This scene reminded him of the first time he fought Yi and the tiger inside the cave. He had been ambushed by Yi in the same manner at the time. In that short moment of delay, he arrived in front of that person and brought his sword down on her. A cold sword light flashed out, an arm went flying, and blood splattered everywhere. The pain made her scream. Although she was a rogue cultivator, she had been scouted and taken in by the Divine Trade Association not long after she entered the Spirit Creek battlefield due to her outstanding figure and beauty. Therefore, she had never fought anybody before, much less received such a severe injury. It would not be exaggerated to say that she was a flower raised in a greenhouse. That was the case for most people in the trade association. There was no need for them to fight others or experience hardships and dangers with their various sect members on the battlefield. They only needed to excel at doing business. Immediately after that, the tiger pounced and pressed her down to the ground. It let out a ferocious roar, a bloody stench blowing right into her face. She nearly fainted from the fright. What horrified her even more was the sound of footsteps coming from the side. She looked to the side and saw the sword in Lu Ye's hand pointing diagonally to the ground. Blood was still dripping from the blade as he walked toward her. When Lu Yi came closer, he lowered his head to look down at her and lightly said, "Lu Ruyin." This woman was the one who had traded with him during his first trip to the Divine Trade Association. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Lu Ruyin was crying so hard that her makeup had smeared all over her face. She kept begging over and over again. He lowered his eyes. "Who ordered you to do this?" "Nobody. I just got greedy and became blinded by the riches." In her fear, she blurted out everything that she knew. She didn't even wait for him to question her and explained everything in a panic. "Is that so?" He raised the sharp sword high above his head. Sensing his murderous intent, she screamed, "Don't kill me. I will give you anything you want." The long sword came slashing downward. The tiger dodged out of the way just in time. The blade of the sword, blessed with spiritual power, sliced through Lu Ruyin's fair and slender neck. Then, a small yellow light flew out of the back of her snow-white hand and sank into his right hand. The headless corpse twitched incessantly, blood spurting out of the neck area like a fountain. A long while passed before it finally stopped moving. Yi watched from the side, her eyelids twitching at the sight. Everything that had happened today had given her a new insight toward Lu Yi. Only now did she understand that it had been pure luck that the tiger had not died at his hands back then. This man was no good-natured pushover. Meanwhile, Lu Yi bent down and retrieved the storage bag around Lu Ruyin's waist. Then he reached out a hand to inspect her entire body. Naturally, he was not trying to take advantage of her or grope her. He just wanted to see if she was hiding any other storage bags on her body. He himself had several hidden storage bags on him after all. Using himself as the standard, he believed that other people might have them too. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyin did not practice that kind of habit. She was a part of the trade association after all. There was no need for her to fight others or face any risks out in the field, so it was perfectly safe for her to carry her storage bag on her body. Her storage bag was currently in an unlocked state. Thus, he rifled through the contents and found some useful stuff inside. After that, he ordered, "Dispose of the body." "Huh?" Yi stared at Lu Yi incredulously as if asking him, "Are you joking?" Lu Yi took out a bottle from Lu Ruyin's storage bag and tossed it up and down in his hand. "Sure," Yi replied without hesitation. She shot a look at the tiger and they hurriedly got to work. Returning to the fair-skinned man he had killed previously, he retrieved the other party's storage bag and did not forget to bring the other party's weapon with him too. About half an hour later, Lu Yi sat topless and cross-legged inside the cave he was sitting in. He was using some healing pills to treat his wounds. There were precious few healing pills left in his possession. After using 2 this time, he only had 4 left. Looking back on the battle today, he did not become complacent just because he had managed to kill a third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. He reflected on himself instead. Most of the battles between low-level cultivators revolved around close-quarter combat. It could be said that most low-level cultivators walked the path of the combat cultivation faction. As their cultivation was not high enough and their cultivation period was not long, they did not have the time nor the energy to study spells and the sort. Only when they became much stronger would they gradually figure out their future path. The battle with the fair-skinned man this time had revealed a very serious problem. He had no combat skills to speak of. That was not something that could be helped. Less than 3 months had passed since the day he started cultivating and he had been busy improving his cultivation during this period. Where would he find the extra energy to improve his skills in battle? Although he managed to kill the fair-skinned man in the end, he only succeeded by taking advantage of the tiger's prestige to catch his opponent by surprise. Unfortunately, he did not know how to improve on something like skills. With no suitable teacher to guide him, it was impossible for him to figure this out on his own. Then there was the issue regarding his weapon. He had not noticed this issue in the past. The longsword in his possession was the same one that Manager Yang had left behind after his death. He had used this sword in the past to kill Zhou Qing, but the battle with Zhou Qing had been a fleeting one. It wasn't until the deadly battle with the fair-skinned man today that he noticed something crucial. His affinity was seriously incompatible with this longsword. The longsword simply felt wrong in his hands. He could not wield it freely no matter what he did. A sword was all about lightness and speed. In addition, sword techniques were extremely important. Seeing as he could only use the longsword to hack and slash, he was completely incapable of bringing out the strengths of a sword. While mulling over this issue, he changed into a new set of clothes and picked up the longsword by his feet to study it carefully. The blade was full of nicks and chips caused by all of his chopping and hacking actions. In particular, there was a chip on the blade located 3/4 along the length of the blade. It was practically the size of a grain. A chip like this was a huge problem for a longsword. It was no longer usable. He picked up the fair-skinned man's long knife again. Standing up, he swung it about several times and lifted his eyebrows in surprise. This feels surprisingly easy to use. Chapter 52 Changes in Contribution. This knife was not a standard machete. It was longer than most swords, but the blade was very narrow. It was similar to the legendary embroidered spring blade. Lu Yi waved the knife around a few times and discovered that it felt very natural in his hands. This is a pretty good result. I can no longer use that sword, but I immediately received a new weapon through an exchange of hands. It saves me the trouble of going out to buy another weapon. Then he tried pouring spiritual power into the knife. A faint glow immediately appeared on the knife blade. The glow did not give off a sharp feeling but a feeling of solidness. What surprised him even more was that he could feel that there was something hidden in the blade. Closing his eyes, he sensed through the flow of his spiritual power and gradually figured out the secret inside the blade. There was a spiritual pattern inside the blade of this knife. Is this a spirit artifact? An astonished expression appeared on his face. He had gone in and out of the city many times, so the knowledge he now had was no longer comparable to when he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield back then. He had heard of spirit artifacts. It was a special weapon for cultivators. A good spirit artifact would oftentimes be of great help to its owner. The sword he had been using before was just an ordinary weapon. It had been made sharper than most, but there was nothing special about it. On the contrary, spirit artifacts were different. Each spirit artifact had its own unique strengths depending on the type of spiritual pattern carved into them. For example, this knife contained a spiritual pattern inside its blade. Pouring his spiritual power into the spiritual pattern, he easily stimulated the power of the spiritual pattern so that the knife was endowed with the unique characteristics of the spiritual pattern. After several experiments, he confirmed that the spiritual pattern had the effect of reinforcing the knife blade. Thanks to that, this spirit artifact would not break easily during a battle against an enemy. He suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder I couldn't slice this knife in two even though I blessed my longsword with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern. This was a pleasant and unexpected surprise. Although strengthening the knife blade did not sound very useful, it was still an extremely practical spiritual pattern. What's more, since he himself had mastered the sharp-edged spiritual pattern, he could bless this spirit artifact with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern to greatly improve the sharpness of his weapon at any time. With a spirit artifact like this in his possession, his strength would be enhanced by 10% or 20% at the very least. Furthermore, he could hack and slash to his heart's content without worrying about the damage to his weapon the next time he encountered another enemy. Nevertheless, a spirit artifact with only one spiritual pattern was probably the lowest-ranked spirit artifact out there. Come in. Lu Yi sheathed his knife and returned to a cross-legged sitting position. A small figure slowly drifted in from the entrance of the cave. Stopping in front of Lu Yi, he gave him a flattering smile and obediently reported, "The other person's corpse has also been disposed of." Lu Yi casually tossed the storage bag over to her. It was the one that had belonged to Lu Ruyin. She caught it, rifled through the contents and exclaimed in surprise, "This much?" There was more than one bottle of spirit pills in there, not to mention several spirit stones. "I split everything evenly between us. Thank you so much for your help this time." He gave her a grateful nod. Although he had enough spirit talisman papers to kill that fair-skinned man on his own, he would not have been able to open the other party's storage bag if he did that. Furthermore, there would have been some risks involved. When he came looking for Yi and the tiger, he had fully intended to borrow their power. Fortunately, Yi was smart enough to understand what she was supposed to do with just one sentence from him. It had been an easy and pleasant cooperation effort between them. The fair-skinned man did not have much in his storage bag. The only valuable thing he had was that weapon of his. On the other hand, Lu Ruyin was richer, though not by much. More importantly, the spirit talisman paper in Lu Ruyin's hand had been activated at the last moment. If the tiger had not taken the brunt for him, he would have needed to face the power of the spirit talisman paper on his own. That would have added a bigger element of danger for him. Everything else was divided evenly, but he took the spirit artifact for himself. Therefore, it could be said that he profited the most from this entire incident. He never expected him to be so generous. Hence, she looked at him with a complicated expression before she finally thanked him. Wait, Lu Yi stopped her. She looked back at him. You probably heard everything the woman I killed earlier said. Yes. This matter began from her personal actions, so she deserved to die. Be that as it may, she is still a member of the Divine Trade Association. I don't know how the Trade Association will react to her death, but it would be best if you move to a different location. This place is too close to the city. If the Trade Association investigates the cause of her death, their investigation will easily lead them to you. What about you? She asked. I will be leaving this place soon. This incident had taught him a lesson. All the spirit pills he currently used for cultivating had come from selling the yuan metal ores, and his only channel for selling them was the Divine Trade Association. He had only gone there on 3 separate occasions, but it was enough for Lu Ruyin to target him. Who could say if another Lu Ruyin was hiding in the Trade Association? He could not remain in this place any longer. If being in the First Order Spirit Creek realm gave him the qualifications to survive in the Spirit Creek battlefield, then being in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm gave him the capital to travel around. He could not control what decisions EE and the Tiger would make. The Spirit Creek battlefield was too vast. There might not be a chance for them to meet again in the future. It was only out of morality that he kindly gave them a word of advice. After EE left, Lu Yi did an inventory of the supplies in his possession. There were 93 spirit-restoring pills, of which 81 were purchased from the Divine Trade Association while the other 12 were obtained from the spoils of war he shared with EE, for spirit stones, all of which were obtained from the spoils of war since he had used all of his spirit stones to buy food, and 7 healing pills, of which 4 were his own while the other 3 were taken from the fair-skinned man's storage bag. Lu Ruyin's storage bag did not contain any healing pills. She probably never imagined that there would come a time when she would need to use a healing pill. There were also less than 30 spirit talisman papers in total, a total of 26 yuan metal ores of various shapes and sizes, a spirit artifact of the lowest rank, and the golden liberation technique. His strength would be increased once he advanced into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, and the current amount of spirit pills was enough for him to reach it. While it was not enough for him to go wild in the outer circle of the battlefield, it would at least increase his chances of survival. He could not shake the vague feeling that he had forgotten something important. After ruminating over it for some time, he finally remembered and immediately poured his spiritual power into the back of his right hand. The spiritual power rippled and transformed into a blue spiritual pattern, which then wriggled and transformed into several lines of words that appeared in his field of vision. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, Disciple of Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation, 21 spiritual points. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution, 8. The information regarding his name, identity, and location remained the same as the first time he checked the battlefield imprint. However, his cultivation had changed from 3 spiritual points to 21 spiritual points. That was the result of his hard work over the past 2 months, so it was nothing to be surprised about. Rather, what interested him was the contribution column. He had been very curious about what the contribution represented and how to obtain it since he first saw the contribution column. It wasn't until this moment that he had a faint realization. He could only accumulate contribution by killing people. He recalled that a small red speck of light had emerged from the back of the fair-skinned man's hand at the time of death and flew into the back of his hand. The same thing had happened with Lu Ruyin. It was just that the light that came from her was yellow. Do the different colors represent different factions? In that case, the fair-skinned man I just killed probably belonged to the Thousand Demon Rich. Is the Divine Trade Association a neutral party? That's probably why it can do business with both sides. As for the contribution, he currently had no idea what it was used for, so he could only figure it out slowly in the future. Chapter 53 Bearing. Now that Lu Yi had decided to leave this place, it was essential for him to have an accurate map. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to visit Green Cloud City one more time. Thus, his figure appeared in front of the Divine Trade Association early the next morning. According to what Lu Ruyin said before her death, she accidentally saw Lu Yi when he went to the Trade Association to trade for the second time. It so happened that she was quite close to the man called Lu Quan. Thus, she managed to learn about the contents of the transaction through Lu Quan. At that time, she began to suspect that Lu Yi was monopolizing a rich mineral vein and started having dishonest intentions. Unable to hold back her greed in the end, she contacted the fair-skinned man and told him to be ready at all times. She then kept an eye out for Lu Yi every single day. It wasn't until Lu Yi came to the trade association for the third time and made an even larger transaction that she made up her mind and asked the fair-skinned man to hunt Lu Yi down. Afraid that the fair-skinned man might pocket all the benefits for himself, she hurriedly took leave from work a short while after Lu Ye's departure to chase after them. How could she have known that she would witness the scene of Lu Yi killing the fair-skinned man and lose her life in the end? Considering Lu Ruyin's mental state before her death, it was impossible for her to lie. Hence, nobody would learn about her death anytime soon. For the time being, Lu Yi was safe. That was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to leave the city. He previously only sold the yuan metal or in small quantities because he was afraid of attracting attention to himself. That was also why the profits of his sale generally was only enough to meet his short-term cultivation needs. Now that he had decided to leave this place, there was no need for such considerations anymore. His top priority was to obtain a map to determine the location of the Crimson Blood Sect's base. 1 hour later, Lu Yi drank so much tea inside a private room that he was just barely hanging in there. A middle-aged man was politely handing him a palm-sized white jade disc along with 2 bottles that contained 18 spirit-restoring pills, 3 bottles that contained 15 healing pills, and more than 10 spirit stones. This time around he had sold more than 12 yuan metal ores in one go. He received more than 600 spiritual stones in this transaction. This was undeniably a huge transaction in the outer circle of the battlefield, so much so that the middle-aged man gave him the best treatment available. The facts had proven that, if not for some unfortunate circumstances, it was very safe to do business with the Divine Trade Association. Lu Yi had visited the trade association 4 times so far and would trade with a different person each time he came. It was quite difficult for him to be targeted, unless he brought out a substantial amount of goods like in this transaction. Needless to say, part of the reason he was targeted was his low strength. Lu Ruyin would not have dared to plot against him if he were a cultivator in the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. Upon handing over the money and the goods, the middle-aged man saw Lu Yi off at the door and even handed a name card to Lu Yi. He bluntly asked Lu Yi to contact him directly if there was anything else to sell and promised to give Lu Yi a good price for the goods. This was treatment that Lu Yi never received during his first 3 times here. Therefore he eagerly accepted. After leaving the Divine Trade Association, Lu Yi exchanged all the spirit stones for food and some daily necessities as usual. Spirit stones were not very useful for him. Since he might be traveling very far on this journey, some camping gear for outdoor living were indispensable and various daily necessities were essential. Fortunately, he had enough storage bags so there was no worry about failing to store them all. After this transaction, the number of spirit-restoring pills in his possession increased to a total of 111 pills. The number of healing pills also increased to a total of 22 pills, but only 14 yuan metal ores remained. He originally thought that the yuan metal ores in his possession would be enough to last him a long time. Maybe even until he advanced into the 9th Order Spirit Creek realm. However, it would now seem that the yuan metal ores were completely insufficient for his use. He had to rush back to the Crimson Blood Sect's bases as soon as possible. Only once he returned to his sect's base could he be considered safe. A short while later, Lu Yi returned to the cave where he lived and took out the white jade disc. This was the 10-point map of the Spirit Creek battlefield. It included information on the distribution of all the bases belonging to the major forces on the entire battlefield, the terrain and landforms of the battlefield itself, and also some dangerous areas. Nevertheless, he felt as though his heart was bleeding in distress whenever he recalled that this thing was worth 600 spiritual stones. All his expenses accumulated since the day he started cultivating did not even amount to 600 spiritual stones. Unfortunately, this was the price that he had to pay in order for him to return to his sect's base. The only thing that comforted him was that he could go to any of the Divine Trade Association's branch offices to update the information of this map at any time. Therefore, the information would never go out of date. Holding the white jade disc with both hands, he poured his spiritual power into the disc. A soft light immediately flowed out of the disc to form a halo of light on the surface. That light twisted and distorted, transforming into a map in the blink of an eye. What surprised him was that this was not a 2D map, but a 3D map. He could even see the many undulating mountains on the map, each with a different height. There was a spot of light on the map that flickered constantly. He shifted his gaze to that spot on the map. The spot of light remained unchanged. Conversely, the image zoomed in on the area when he focused his spiritual power on that spot of light. The map was continuously enlarged in response to the influx of spiritual power, but the disk was only so big. Therefore, as the map zoomed in on one area, the other areas of the map that could be covered gradually became smaller. In the end, the map was enlarged to the maximum. He saw that the spot of light was located on an undulating mountain range, and the mountain range was labeled as Green Cloud Mountain. Looking around, he saw a place that seemed to be marked as Green Cloud City Number 3. The realization struck him immediately. That spot of light was where he was currently located. And Green Cloud City No. 3 was the city where he often visited. Aside from this city, there were places in the vicinity of Green Cloud Mountain marked as Green Cloud City Number 1 until Number 6. In other words, there were a total of 6 cities in the vicinity of Green Cloud City. After playing around for a while, he gradually figured out how to use this 10-point map. Thus, he began searching for the location of the Crimson Blood sect. At the same time, he secretly prayed that he was not too far away from the sect's base. He did not know how long it would take for him to get back to the base if he was too far away. The Crimson Blood sect was a 9th-tier sect. Naturally, it would be located at the periphery of the battlefield, which made it slightly easier to search. He searched the map little by little, his gaze passing over name after name. At one point he thought that he had finally found the name Crimson Blood sect, but it turned out to be Crimson Heart sect. Upon further inspection, he nearly lost his temper right then and there. Half a circle later, he still had not found the Crimson Blood sect. On the contrary, his tense nerves that had been stretched to the limit relaxed instead. That was because it meant that the situation could not get any worse than it already was. More time passed, but he still could not find it. His mood became increasingly cheerful in response. At this rate, it could only mean that he was not too far away from the Crimson Blood sect. Finally, his gaze landed on a certain spot on the map. There were 3 words written there. It was the Crimson Blood sect that he had been searching for so desperately. I found it. After calming down somewhat, he zoomed out the map to compare his current location to the position of the Crimson Blood sect. He was currently located slightly west to the south of the map, while the Crimson Blood sect was located slightly north to the west of the map. In other words, he would have to head west if he wanted to reach the Crimson Blood sect's base. He had to travel across a quarter of the entire battlefield's periphery. The situation was neither good nor bad. It was within an acceptable range. Chapter 54, Taking the Blame for No Reason. In the process of searching for the Crimson Blood sect, Lu Yi had noticed something. The font colors on the map could be divided into 4: red, yellow, blue and white. Green Cloud City Number 3 was marked in yellow font while Crimson Blood sect was marked in blue font. Looking at it in this way, the places written in blue font probably belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition faction, the red font belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge, and the yellow font belonged to the neutral areas. As for the white areas, he guessed that those were the lands without owners since most of the mountains and rivers were marked in white font. According to the 10-point map, the labels in red and blue font were intertwined and intricately interspersed with each other. If the map was compared to a game of chess, then the red and blue bases represented the pieces of chess belonging to both factions. Years of conflict and dispute had turned the chess pieces on the board into big dragons that slaughtered each other. At this point, he had yet to actually integrate himself into this battlefield. Even so, he could sense the danger and ferocity of the battle between the two factions just by looking at the movement of the chess pieces of both factions on the map. It was just that the general situation in the world had nothing to do with him. He was only a second-order Spirit Creek Realm Master after all. All he wanted to do was arrive at the Crimson Blood sect's base as soon as possible. Staring at the 10-point map of the battlefield, he carefully plotted out a route and slowly formulated a plan. The light coming from the entrance of the cave darkened suddenly. Lu Yi lifted his head to look and saw the tiger walking in. Yi emerged from the tiger's head and said happily, "You're still here?" She came over once in the morning but did not see him anywhere, so she assumed that he had already left. "I'm about to leave. Do you need something?" He put the 10-point map away carefully. This was something that would affect his ability to return to the Crimson Blood sect smoothly. It was also the most valuable item in his possession. It was only natural for him to take good care of it. "I want to discuss something with you." She floated over and sat upright in front of him with a tense expression on her small face. He couldn't not understand what she was trying to do by acting as though they were having a negotiation. Frowning, he asked, "Discuss what?" She asked, "Where are you heading after you leave this place?" "That's none of your business." "Okay." She knew that what she was asking was nonsense. They were neither friends nor family. The last few encounters between them had not been very pleasant either. The only time they cooperated was when they killed the fair-skinned man and Lu Ru'in. Therefore, she was in no position to ask about his plans. Looking at her hesitant expression, he said impatiently, "What do you want?" Her expression became more and more conflicted. The tiger walked over and nudged its head against her back. Thus, she gritted her teeth and looked at him. "Can you take us with you?" "What?" He suspected that he had heard her wrongly. "Take us with you," she repeated. "The reason?" She explained, "You said it yourself. The Divine Trade Association might come after us for killing that woman, so this place is no longer safe. We need to leave this place, but we have no idea where to go. The battlefield is vast. You can go anywhere you want." Her proposal surprised him. He had never even considered this idea before, much less expected that Yi would approach him to discuss this matter. "But, you were the one who killed them. We didn't want to kill anybody." Yi looked extremely aggrieved. After returning yesterday, she suddenly realized something. She and the tiger had been resting in their territory when Lu Yi lured a cultivator over to them and asked them for their help in a robbery. In the end, he had swiftly and decisively killed those people. Not to mention that one of them had been a member of the Divine Trade Association. From the start until the end, they had failed to understand what was going on. It was a case where they were forced to take the blame for something they did not do. "Didn't I share the loot with you?" He looked at her with an incomprehensible expression. Since they killed those people together and shared the loot between them, then it was only natural for them to take the risks together. She opened her mouth wide, feeling somewhat speechless at those words. In the end, she could only force out one sentence: "Why can't you bring us with you? You're too small." Huh. She stared at him blankly for a while. It took her a long time to react to his words. Crossing her arms in front of her chest and hugging herself defensively, she blushed furiously. "You scumbag." Only the heavens knew how a ghost like her managed to blush so hard. Lu Yi stood up and dusted off his behind. "Do you have anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave. We probably won't meet each other again after this parting, so I hope that everything goes well for you." Yi could not understand why the size of her bosom had anything to do with his refusal to bring them along with him. However, she became anxious when she saw that he was serious about leaving. She was not a little girl who did not understand anything. She had been a cultivator when she was still alive. It was only after her death that the tiger transformed her into a ghost by chance. Although she had lost most of her memories, she still remembered the cruelty of the cultivation world. She and the tiger might look like they were dominating their territory, but the truth was that they were walking on thin ice. Nobody could tell when disaster would befall them. Both her strength and the tiger's strength were not enough to protect themselves. She once considered taking refuge in the shadow of another cultivator. Unfortunately, the cultivators in the outer circle were too weak. How could she be interested in any of them? Besides, the tiger might end up being sold off if she chose to serve under somebody. In this aspect, Lu Yi was different. He was probably a disciple from one of the major sects. Otherwise, he could not have so many spirit talisman papers in his possession. Furthermore, she had watched him grow stronger over the past 2 months. His growth rate was terrifying. Therefore, she believed that following him was a good choice. He might seem a little hateful, but he had his own principles that he abided by. Take the loot from yesterday's battle for example. There was nothing she or the tiger could do to him if he had chosen to monopolize everything. Even so, he had split it evenly between them. Various factors combined had caused her to make up her mind. Staying in this place was equivalent to slowly waiting for death to come to them. The only way out of their predicament was to travel and experience the world with him. That was why she came and said all these to him. When they passed each other by, Lu Yi suddenly felt something pulling on his clothes. He turned and saw Yi looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Tears were swimming in her eyes. He was indifferent to her tears. Crying is useless. Nevertheless, she continued to look at him with that expression. They stared at each other, stuck in a stalemate. He finally yielded in exasperation a long while later. "I'll give you 3 chances to convince me." Her eyes brightened somewhat. It seemed as though she had already thought about what to say beforehand. She hurriedly said, "You also know how scared the low-leveled cultivators are of Amber. If you meet an enemy you can't beat in the future, Amber and I can cooperate with you to give them a scare. I'm sure it will make the enemies retreat in the face of difficulties." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded at her words. "That makes some sense when you put it that way." Feeling encouraged, she continued, "Also, you can ride on Amber if you are in a rush. It will save some of your physical strength and conserve your energy for any unexpected emergencies. Moreover, it can run very fast. It can carry you and escape if you are being chased by enemies." "Will it listen to me?" He looked at the tiger. He had witnessed the speed of the tiger for himself yesterday. When he went to chase after Lu Ruyin, the tiger had obviously gotten a late start compared to him. Even so, it managed to block Lu Ruyin's path. If not for the tiger blocking Lu Ruyin's path, it would have taken him more effort to catch up to her. "Of course." She nodded vigorously. Also, she was eager to continue, but her sentence trailed off for a long time. In the end, she patted herself on the chest. "Also, there's me." "You?" He looked down at her. "I can sneak up on people. Just like yesterday." She stood proudly with her head held high. Chapter 55, Something Good. The combination of the tiger and Yi together was certainly very intimidating. Most low-level cultivators with little experience in the world would be frightened senseless by a spirit beast that could speak. Besides, riding on the tiger while traveling was undoubtedly a tempting offer. It was a long journey to the Crimson Blood sect, and Lu Yi had no idea how long it would take for him to arrive at his destination. If he could ride on the tiger, he could preserve his energy and even cultivate during his journey. For him, this was a very good choice. His cultivation was still pretty low at the moment, so his top priority was to improve his strength. If he had to travel on his own, there was no way for him to cultivate during his journey. It would waste a lot of his time. He originally had no intention of bringing these two along with him. Giving EE 3 chances to convince him had been nothing more than a way for him to refuse her. He had planned to refuse no matter what she said. However, he found that her words had tempted him instead. "Well, how about it?" Yi glanced at Lu Yi with earnest eyes, afraid that the word, "no," would come out of his mouth. "It's not like I can't." Before she could cheer, she heard him continuing, "But we need to establish 3 rules." She was confused. "What 3 rules?" He raised a finger. "Firstly, I will have the final say in everything. If we disagree on anything, you will listen to me." She nodded in response. "That's not a problem." Having decided to rely on him, both she and the tiger had already mentally prepared themselves for something like that. "Secondly, there might be times when I ask you to do something. You cannot refuse as long as it is within your abilities. Naturally, you will not be asked to do anything that will endanger your life. If such a situation arises, you can make your own judgment based on the situation." "Okay." "Thirdly, please let me know if you no longer want to stick around with me. Don't leave without saying anything." "That won't happen." She shook her head. "If there are no problems with these, then I hope we get along." Lu Yi stretched his hand out to Yi. Yi tilted her head to the side and looked at him in bewilderment. Nevertheless, she imitated his actions and stretched her hand out toward him. He grabbed her hand and shook it gently. She seemed to understand his intentions and smiled so widely that her eyes became slitted. "Let's get along." The tiger behind her purred. Then she jumped onto its head and looked at Lu Yi. "As a sign of my sincerity, I have something good to tell you." "Something good?" The 3 words that came out of her mouth immediately caught his interest. Under the tiger and Yi's guidance, Lu Yi came to a well-concealed cave located in the area adjacent to the tiger's territory deep within the depths of Green Cloud Mountain. The entrance of the cave was overgrown with weeds. If one was not familiar with the terrain here, it would be very difficult to find the entrance of this cave. "Is this the place?" Lu Yi stuck his head into the cave and looked around. The inside was pitch black and he could not see anything. "Yes." Yi and the tiger were leading the way in front, beckoning for him to keep up. He was carrying a knife around his waist. Pressing his hand against the handle of the knife, he prepared himself to deal with emergencies at any time. According to her, a snake-type spirit beast was living deep inside this cave. She and the tiger had once entered deep into this cave and suffered a great loss at the hands of the snake demon as a result. However, they also managed to discover a secret. That secret was this something good that she mentioned wanting to show him earlier. The cave sloped downward. He felt as though he was so far from the surface that there were more than 10 meters between him and the surface of the ground. Even so, he had yet to reach the end. It could be seen just how deep this cave went. At this point, the surroundings were no longer nice and cool. Rather, a wave of heat was constantly pouring out from the front. The further inward they went, the more intense the heat became. Yi was already starting to gasp for breath. Finally, she stopped and said, "I can't go any further." She was a spirit after all. It was only natural that a scorching environment like this was not very compatible with her. Lu Yi had a sudden realization. "Did you come here the last time you were injured?" She nodded. "That thing can only be found here. Amber will go with you. The snake demon is not that strong. You should be able to take it down with the tiger's cooperation." "Okay. Wait here." He nodded at her words and continued onward with the tiger. He walked for a long time. By this point, he suspected that he was currently several hundreds of meters underground by now. The heat in the air was extremely intense. Despite activating his spiritual power to protect his body, he still found the heat extremely unbearable. On the other hand, the tiger was panting with its tongue lolling out of its mouth. It also had a lethargic expression on its face that made it look like a dog suffering from heatstroke. A short while later, they finally reached the end of the road. It was an underground karst cave that could be considered spacious. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lu Yi noticed a huge snake occupying the depths of the karst cave at a glance. The huge snake was probably as thick as his thighs, and he could not tell how long it was. It was holding its head high, breathing heavily in front of a small tree about half a person's height. The entirety of the small tree was glowing red, like a red-hot branding iron. Moreover, there were 2 fruits approximately the size of a baby's fist hanging from the tree. The entire karst cave was filled with a bizarre fragrance. It was the barrier-penetrating fruit. That was the something good that Yi had mentioned before. With Lu Ye's current wealth, it would not have impressed him if it were just any ordinary thing. However, the barrier-penetrating fruit was different. This item was extremely effective in penetrating the barriers of a cultivator's spiritual points. It could be said that it would remain useful as long as the spiritual points of a person were not fully unlocked. He had consumed the barrier-penetrating fruit once before. It was all thanks to that fruit that he managed to advance into the Spirit Creek realm. Therefore, his interest was immediately piqued when she mentioned it. The barrier-penetrating fruit that she gave him previously was something she had stolen from this place. As a spirit, she was able to come and go without any traces. Even the snake demon that occupied this place was unable to guard against her. It was just that the environment here was extremely harmful to her. If not for the fact that she had no other choice back then, she would not have risked her life by coming here. Although she obtained the fruit in the end, the effort had weakened her so much that it took her many days to recover. Both Yi and the tiger held a grudge against this snake demon, but they had not been strong enough in the past to get their revenge on the snake demon. Now that they had Lu Yi as their backer, combined with the fact that they were leaving soon, it was only natural that she wanted to get her revenge against the snake demon. At the same time, Lu Yi would obtain 2 more barrier-penetrating fruits. Not only would this deepen their mutual affection, but it would also solidify their cooperative relationship. It could be said that she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The snake demon was coiled up around the barrier-penetrating fruit tree. It was using its body as a cover to keep the tree surrounded in the center. Its head was held high as it breathed, a fiery red aura visible to the naked eye flowing into its mouth and nose. It looked like it was cultivating. Unfortunately, it was about to be disturbed by 2 uninvited guests. The snake demon abruptly raised its head when the tiger let out a furious roar, its tongue flicking in and out of its mouth. The tiger had already pounced like a gust of wind. In the next moment, the snake demon shot forward, opened its mouth, and bit down on the tiger's neck. The tiger roared out in pain, but it also bit into the belly of the snake. Nevertheless, their strength was not equal. Although the tiger was bleeding from the snake demon's bite, the snake demon was completely unhurt. There was a fiery red demon power permeating the surface of the snake demon's body to form a layer of protection that prevented the tiger from biting through. The majestic and imposing tiger was at a disadvantage as soon as they confronted each other. Moreover, the several-meter-long snake body wrapped around the tiger tightly and immediately turned the tiger into a dumpling. It was an instant kill. Even though they were both spirit beasts, the difference in strength between them was not small. Fortunately, there was still Lu Yi. When the tiger rushed forward, He had used the tiger's body as a cover to charge forward. This moment where the two creatures were tangled together in a fierce struggle was the best time to make a move. While unsheathing his knife, he drew upon his spiritual power to bless the knife with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern. A cold light instantly flashed out of the blade and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 56. Something stirring? Lu Yi brushed past the two fierce beasts that were struggling against each other. Before he could stand up straight, the reddish tail of the snake lashed out at him like a whip. A gust of wind blew in his face. Unable to dodge aside, he could only hastily call upon his spiritual power to protect himself. Smack. He was sent flying. A soreness spread across his shoulder blades as he rolled across the scorching ground several times. He got to his feet and looked up in surprise. His attack that was enchanted with the sharp edge had failed to slice the snake in two. He only managed to slice through most of the snake's body. Blood gushed out of the wound as the snake demon rolled on the ground in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the tiger took the chance to break free of the snake's restraints, bravely and fearlessly rushed forward, aimed for the wound and took a huge bite. Then it viciously tore off a large chunk of flesh. In response, the snake raised its head up high and opened its mouth. A faint red light brewed in its mouth, aiming directly at where the tiger currently stood. At the same time, the temperature within the karst cave increased considerably. The tiger instinctively sensed that something ominous was coming. Thus, it let out a low roar and sprang to the side with vigorous movements. In the next moment, flames spewed out of the snake's mouth. It was so hot that the very air became distorted from the heat. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched at the sight. He could tell that the snake demon was much stronger than the tiger. It was fortunate that the tiger was currently holding the snake's attention. Otherwise, he would have been forced to use a golden body talisman paper to block the attack if that mouthful of flames had been directed at him. The tiger avoided the attack in the nick of time, so the flames failed to hurt it. On the other hand, Lu Yi took the chance to sneak behind the snake demon and slashed at the snake just below its head. This attack once again only managed to slice through most of the snake's body because the blade was stopped by the snake's bones. Having suffered twice at his hands, the huge snake immediately turned around and took aim at him. A red glow began brewing in its mouth again. He did not retreat in the face of the attack. Instead, he stabbed his knife into the snake's mouth and threw himself backward at the same time. When the flames poured out, the knife pierced through the snake's head and penetrated through the back of the snake's head. At that moment, a snow-white figure rushed out from the side, slammed into the snake's body, and knocked the snake to the side. As a result, the flames that spewed out of the snake's mouth missed its target and burned the air instead. Lu Yi, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got to his feet and took out a spirit talisman paper from his storage bag. Holding the spirit talisman paper in his hand, he glanced to the side and remained alert. However, he soon put the spirit talisman paper away and quietly stood there waiting. His last attack had pierced right through the snake's head. Could be said to be a fatal blow. Although the huge snake was wriggling and twitching on the ground, it was obvious that it could not survive much longer. Moreover, the knife that was stuck in its mouth caused even greater damage with every twitch it made. The ground was stained with splattered snake blood, which was then evaporated by the high temperature in the cave with hissing sounds. In the meantime, the tiger got to its feet and shook its body. Its snow-white fur was a mess. There were large patches of burnt marks here and there, making it look extremely disheveled. The entire process from the time the tiger launched its first attack until now had taken no more than a dozen seconds. The battle was decided during that brief period and the victor emerged alive. Nevertheless, the fight in that few short seconds had been extremely dangerous. What surprised Lu Yi was that his first time cooperating with the tiger had gone so perfectly. In particular, during that last moment when he landed that fatal blow and fell backward in order to avoid the opponent's flaming breath, the tiger's slamming attack had ensured his safety even more. He secretly reflected that it would have been a difficult battle against this snake demon had he come here alone. He might even be forced to use several spirit talisman papers. However, it only took such a short time for him to defeat the opponent with the tiger's help. He suddenly felt that it was a good thing that he agreed to Yi Yi's request back then. Good job. Lu Yi nodded at the tiger, being generous with his praise. The tiger responded with a purring sound. It was not able to speak and its strength was not that great, but he found that it was very intelligent after interacting with it on several occasions. It could understand words, which was an amazing feat. After a while, the huge snake finally stopped moving. He stepped forward and kicked it to confirm that it was completely dead. Glancing at the long knife sticking out of the snake's mouth, he couldn't help feeling a little troubled. The knife was glowing red from the heat of the snake's flames. It would take a layer off his skin if he tried to retrieve it now. Thus, he had no choice but to wait a while. Taking advantage of this time, he walked over to the barrier-penetrating fruit tree, carefully plucked the 2 barrier-penetrating fruits, and placed them into his storage bags. As for the tree, he had no plans to do anything to the tree. Besides, it would not survive even if he brought it with him. Just as he was about to go and retrieve his knife, his mind suddenly became disoriented. Something inside his body stirred restlessly. This feeling inadvertently reminded him of what happened a few months ago. He quickly said, "Amber, go back first. I will join you later." The tiger made a soft growl, raising its paws to tap the dead snake. He immediately understood its meaning. "I know. This is a good thing. How can I leave it behind?" Only then did the tiger walk out in satisfaction. Before it left, it even picked up the chunk of meat that it tore off the huge snake previously. Lu Yi looked back at the barrier-penetrating fruit tree once the tiger's figure was completely out of sight. The same feeling of excitement stirred in him again. He hastily focused his mind. To his surprise, the shadow of the skill tree did not appear in his field of vision. Instead, something strange occurred in his source spiritual point. Closing his eyes quickly, he carefully perceived the changes. He could vaguely see the phantom of a large tree appearing in his source spiritual point. It was the skill tree. The roots of the skill tree grew countless fine roots, just like that time in the mines of the Evil Moon Valley a few months ago. Those fine roots then plunged into something, somewhere. In the next moment, a fiery red power was drawn out along the roots. Following the influx of the fiery red power, he clearly saw one of the leaves on the skill tree burst into flames and burn brightly. It was followed by a second leaf. When it came to the third leaf, that particular leaf only glowed slightly but did not burn. Afterward, the roots slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes again and discovered that he had placed his hand on the barrier-penetrating fruit tree at some point. The tree was completely withered. The originally scorching hot karst cave had also undergone a complete change. It was no longer hot. He became lost in thought, thinking back to the time when the skill tree experienced a change for the first time. At the time, he had been going through Manager Yang's belongings when he found an unknown mineral ore. Then the skill tree had grown roots that plunged into the ore. In the end, the mineral ore cracked open to reveal a ball of orange-yellow flames. After the skill tree absorbed the power of those flames, a leaf engraved with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern had burst into flames. This time around, it was even more incredible. He did not know what kind of power the skill tree had absorbed, but it caused 2 leaves to burn while the third showed obvious changes. It looks like the conjecture I came up with a long time ago is correct. The skill tree needs to absorb the power of flames or some sort of searing heat to show any changes. What happened just now has indisputably proven this fact. This underground karst cave must have contained the energy needed by the skill tree. Once the skill tree absorbed those powers, this place was no longer scorching hot as before. Since the living environment of the barrier-penetrating fruit tree had been destroyed, it was only natural for it to die as well. It could even be said that the tree originally contained some of the power of heat. How could it survive once that energy had been depleted by the skill tree? Chapter 57 On the Road. Inside the karst cave, Lu Yi closed his eyes again and quietly perceived something. The skill tree was indeed located in his source spiritual point. He could see this whenever he focused his mind. This was not the same as before. In the past, the skill tree had always appeared in his field of vision as a phantom whenever he concentrated. Perhaps, the skill tree has always been in my source spiritual point. It might be that I was not enlightened at the time, so all I saw was the phantom reflected in my field of vision. Perhaps I gained the ability to sense the skill tree more intuitively after achieving enlightenment. After entering the Spirit Creek battlefield, he had been busy improving his cultivation. He underwent intense cultivation and stopped paying attention to the state of the skill tree, so it wasn't until the skill tree absorbed another external power that he noticed these changes. This was a good thing. There had always been a question in his heart that remained a mystery until today. It was related to how he could cultivate by consuming spirit pills without experiencing any side effects. He had guessed that it was related to the skill tree, but he did not know the exact relationship between these two factors. Now that he could intuitively sense the existence of the skill tree, he might be able to study it carefully when he had the time. He looked at the 2 burning leaves on the skill tree. Despite knowing that those leaves were very beneficial to him, he couldn't help recalling some unpleasant memories at the sight. Suppressing his desire to investigate the leaves, he walked over to the snake demon corpse, tugged his weapon out of it, and chopped it into 10 parts before storing them into his storage bag. The snake demon was much stronger than the tiger. It also had the ability to spit fire. Therefore, the snake meat was sure to contain rich spiritual power. Eating it would greatly nourish him. After he finished his task, he looked around and confirmed that he had not missed out on anything. Only then did he finally leave the karst cave. More than an hour later, Lu Yi met up with Yi and the tiger who were waiting at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that there was blood on the tiger's shoulder blades, he took out a healing pill and gave it to the tiger. This was the bite injury the tiger received from the snake demon during the previous battle. He himself had also sustained some light injuries around his shoulder blades from the time the snake's tail whipped him, but his injuries were nothing serious. A short while later he rode on the tiger's back and reached out to stroke its soft fur. He recalled the first time he met Yi and the tiger. At the time, he would never have imagined that there would come a day when the majestic and imposing tiger would become his mount. He had to admit that riding on the tiger's back was a nice experience. It gave a second-order Spirit Creek realm master like him an air of kingly arrogance. Besides, the tiger had a sturdy body and a spacious back. It was not uncomfortable to ride. Where to? Yi sat cross-legged on top of the tiger's head and turned around to ask. Following the guidance he got from the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand, he pointed in a direction. That way. Go along the foot of the mountain. Let's go then. She waved her small hand. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. The tiger let out a low roar in response. Then a snow-white figure shot forward like a sharp arrow. On that day, many low-level cultivators preparing to enter Green Cloud Mountain for training saw the figure of a young man leisurely riding past them on a snow-white tiger. Drops of water fell into the sea, causing small ripples. Even so, those ripples would eventually set off large waves. When night fell, they arrived beneath a cliff that protruded and sloped outward. There was a depression at the bottom of the cliff that formed into a natural shelter. Yi, who had gone ahead to check out the situation, stood there beckoning at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, this way. This way. Lu Yi strode over with awe-inspiring majesty under the moonlight, steadily making his way over to her, step by step. Looking at his strange walking posture, she could barely keep a straight face while looking at him. In the end, she could not hold back and burst out laughing. He walked past her and glared at her fiercely. At first, he thought that riding a tiger would be a pleasurable experience. However, the first day of his travels immediately taught him how naive he was. The main reason was that the friction had chafed his thighs so badly that it was unbearable. He was certain that his inner thighs were currently a bloody mess. Furthermore, he could still remember the bumpy feeling of riding on the tiger's back. Forget about cultivating while riding, it was a miracle he didn't fall off during the journey. You'll get used to it, she called out from behind him. Walking into the natural depression, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a great place to rest. There were traces of a bonfire that had burnt out inside the depression. It appeared to have been left by the travelers before them. He rested for a while before he got up to gather some firewood and started a fire. Then he took out a section of the snake's body, peeled the skin, cleaned out the innards, and sliced off a chunk of snake meat that was approximately 10 kilograms. As for the rest, he tossed them to the tiger. The tiger held several kilograms of snake meat between its paws and feasted on the meat, enjoying itself immensely. The fire danced. A fragrance gradually permeated the air. Hot oil splattered on the fire and made crackling sounds. While roasting the snake meat, Lu Yi took out one of the barrier-penetrating fruits from his storage bag and motioned to Yi. Yi looked at him suspiciously. There were 2 fruits. I'm splitting it equally between us, he explained. She shook her head in response. This is only useful for you. Both Amber and I are unable to use it. You can keep it for yourself. He mulled over it for a bit before asking, Does Amber eat spirit pills? She nodded. It also eats spirit stones. He was shocked to hear that. It can also eat spirit stones? She explained, Spirit stones are the condensation of spiritual chi. All spirit beasts can consume them. Only humans can't since they can't refine the spirit stones. He learned a lot from their conversation. No wonder Yi and the tiger began asking for spirit stones when they failed to get spirit pills from him during their attempt to rob him back then. Then, your share of the fruit will be converted into spirit pills? He looked a little embarrassed. But I don't know how much these fruits are worth. She pursed her lips into a smile. Just give whatever you like. Currently, Amber only needs 2 spirit pills a day. That's not much. The snake meat was soon cooked. He sprinkled some salt to taste and began wolfing it down. All of a sudden, he raised his head and glanced at her. She was staring at him wistfully. Thus, he handed the snake meat in his hand to her. Do you want some? She shook her head. I can't eat. Afterward, he continued to eat. The snake meat was truly very nourishing. After wolfing down several kilograms of the snake meat, he felt warmth spreading throughout his body. He was filled with energy. Even the flow of his spiritual power seemed to be faster. While refining his vitality into chi, he took out his knife and walked over to the open space beside them. He took off his shirt, revealing his supple upper body. Then he began making chopping motions in the air with a serious expression. His previous battle with the fair-skinned man had shown him that his combat skills were a mess. He could improve his cultivation by consuming spirit pills, but spirit pills were useless for things like combat skills. Seeing as there was nobody who could teach him, he could only think of a simple idea. And that was to keep slashing and chopping away methodically. He did not know if this method would work, but it was the only idea he could come up with. In the future he would surely meet more and more powerful enemies. If he were to fight them personally, both his cultivation and combat skills would be indispensable. Under the moonlight, the young man earnestly slashed away with sweat dripping down his back. Not far away, a snow-white tiger lay on the ground and slept soundly with a hazy white light lingering around its body. A black-haired girl sat with her arms around her knees, watching the young man quietly. With the full moon hanging high in the sky as the background, it made a beautiful picture. Chapter 58 Protection. After a full 2 hours passed, Lu Yi finally stopped. He walked into the shadows, took out the water bag and quickly cleaned himself up. When he finished putting his clothes back on, he returned to the cliff. The tiger was already sound asleep, snoring loud enough to shake the heavens. On the other hand, Yi was still sitting there as though she had been waiting for him. She felt a little curious when she saw the expression on his face. He seemed to have made a difficult decision at this moment. He had a look on his face that seemed to say he was determined to bravely forge forward regardless of the difficulties in his path. Thus, she couldn't help tilting her head to the side in confusion. Meanwhile, he sat down cross-legged with a distressed expression. Pondering over something for a moment, he gave her a quick warning. Don't be too bothered if I suddenly fall unconscious. Huh. She was utterly bewildered. However, he did not give a further explanation. He closed his eyes and immersed himself into his mind. Then he once again saw the skill tree entrenched in his source spiritual point. There were 3 leaves burning among the leaves of the huge canopy. The 4th leaf was glowing slightly but had not caught on fire yet. The first burning leaf on his skill tree had appeared inside the mines of the Evil Moon Valley. That leaf carried the spiritual pattern known as Sharp Edge. If not for the Sharp Edge spiritual pattern, he could not have killed the seriously injured Zhou Qing so easily, pierced through the fair-skinned man's defensive layer of spiritual power, or even inflicted heavy damage on the snake demon to obtain victory in the end. It could be said that this spiritual pattern had been of great help to him during several critical moments. Now that 2 more leaves on the skill tree had caught fire, he was both feeling anxious and looking forward to what other kind of spiritual pattern he was going to get. As his concentration slowly focused, he looked at one of the burning leaves. Just like the first time, that small leaf quickly enlarged until it completely filled his vision and his mind in the blink of an eye. A large amount of information came pouring uncontrollably into his mind at the same time. He once again experienced the feeling as though somebody was smashing his head with a sledgehammer. He had fainted the last time. This time around he did not lose consciousness even though he felt as though the world was spinning around him and the pain was unbearable. He would rather have fainted. The entire process almost made him wish that he was dead. It was a living hell. It felt like somebody was tearing his brains apart, forcibly stuffing something he did not understand into his brain, and vigorously mixing them up. All of a sudden he jerked his eyes open. A suppressed scream came out of his throat and his eyes became completely bloodshot. Yi, who had been watching him all this while, jumped in fright. Her shock was so great that even the sleeping tiger woke up with a start. The tiger roared and looked around its surroundings vigilantly, mistakenly thinking that they were being attacked. A short while later, Lu Yi gradually calmed down. His vision was bloody and his body was drenched in sweat. Yi and the tiger stood beside him in a panic, at a loss for what to do. His appearance at this moment was extremely ferocious. It was one thing that both his eyes were blood red, but even the veins in his temples were bulging as though he was enduring great torture. He panted heavily for a while before he managed to recover somewhat. Then he directed his words at the nervous duo, "I'm okay now." Afterward he closed his eyes again. The pain and agony were over. It was time to harvest the fruits of his victory. Yi and the tiger exchanged a glance with each other. Both of them were clueless about what was going on, but this matter seemed to be related to Lu Ye's cultivation. It was not her place to ask if he did not want to speak about it, therefore she could only wait by the side with the tiger. At this moment, Lu Yi was investigating the characteristics of the second spiritual pattern. Protection. That was the word written on the second spiritual pattern. Judging from the name alone, it seemed to be a spiritual pattern for defense. In the past, he had made some conjectures that since the first spiritual pattern was offensive-based, the second spiritual pattern might be defensive-based. It would seem that his guess had been correct. He opened his eyes. After a moment of deliberation, a layer of aura that was visible to the naked eye suddenly flashed into existence on the palm of his hand. That aura took on the appearance of a triangular shield. The shield was engraved with complicated and intricate patterns. Is that a spiritual pattern? Yi, who had been observing him in silence, was shocked. Although she had lost many of her memories, she still retained her memories regarding common sense in the cultivation world. In this regard, she knew much more than Lu Yi. Therefore, she found it absolutely absurd that he could actually use his spiritual power to construct a spiritual pattern. It had to be said that low-level cultivators like Lu Yi generally focused only on improving their cultivation. They did not even have the time to study up on spell techniques, much less the complicated spiritual patterns. Naturally, there were some spell techniques that could be regarded as the manifestation of spiritual patterns. It could even be said the spiritual pattern he was currently operating could be regarded as a defensive spell technique. Spell techniques and spiritual patterns were closely related. They often had similarities between them, but they were not exactly the same. It was hard to explain the nuances in just a few words. Nevertheless, it was hard to believe that a low-level cultivator could construct a spiritual pattern. Yi was becoming more and more certain that Lu Yi was most likely a disciple of a top sect. Moreover, his status in the sect was definitely not a lowly one. He might even be the illegitimate son of a sect master or something similar. Due to some unavoidable reasons, he had no choice but to leave his sect and gain experience in the world all on his own. In just a few short seconds, she had already concocted a story full of grievances and revenge in her head. On the other hand, Lu Yi ignored her gaze. He was currently trying to gauge the durability of the protection. Purely from a defensive point of view, the protection's defensive abilities completely surpassed his spiritual power protection. If he were to compare between the two, there would be a difference of several times in terms of defensive abilities alone. That meant that he would have a better means of defense if he had to deal with any more attacks in the future. While the defensive abilities might be extraordinary, the consumption rate was nothing to sniff at either. This palm-sized protection spiritual pattern had already used up one of the spiritual power reserves of his spiritual points. It had an even greater consumption rate than the sharp edge. In other words, he would run out of spiritual power if he activated this spiritual pattern 20 times in a row. Furthermore, the consumption would increase if the range of the protection was expanded. He was only activating a palm-sized protection spiritual pattern, but that did not mean that the protection spiritual pattern was limited to this size. If he wished, he could control it so that it became bigger than this. In any case, this was not a bad spiritual pattern. He might have something like the golden body talisman paper, but there would come a day when he ran out of spirit talisman papers. On the contrary, this protection spiritual pattern was something that belonged to him. Comparing between the two, the protection spiritual pattern could be activated with just a single thought. In contrast, it was much more troublesome to activate a spirit talisman paper. First, a person had to take the spirit talisman paper out of their storage bag and pour their spiritual power into the spirit talisman paper. During a fierce battle, there was often not enough time for him to take any of those steps. If he had a spiritual pattern like this before he met the fair-skinned man, he could have faced the opponent's attack head-on and slaughtered the other man without resorting to tricks. This spiritual pattern might not have increased his cultivation, but it greatly increased his repertoire of combat skills. There was one more to go. Recalling the previous experience, he involuntarily gave a shudder at the thought. He had no plans to investigate the other spiritual pattern yet. At the very least, it would not be within the next 2 days. His mind was currently a mess. If he tried to investigate the spiritual pattern in this condition, he might end up losing his life instead. Hence, there was no other choice but to rest for a few more days at home. Taking out a spirit-restoring pill, he ate it and then prepared to investigate the other question that had puzzled him all this while. Why do I not experience any side effects from cultivating through the use of spirits pills? Does that have anything to do with the skill tree? Thus, he continued to quietly perceive the situation and soon glimpsed the skill tree that was hiding inside his source spiritual point. Chapter 59 The Secret of the Skill Tree. Lu Yi had not noticed anything before he began paying attention to this matter in detail. Now that he was explicitly investigating this matter, he could clearly sense the existence of the skill tree. That mysterious tree had taken root in his source spiritual point. The pill power of the spirit-restoring pill dissolved in his abdomen and turned into spiritual power. While concentrating on guiding the pill power into his spiritual points, he paid close attention to the skill tree. The spiritual power converted from the pill power could not be directly injected into just any random spiritual point. It must first pass through the source spiritual point. Take his 21st spiritual point that was currently only partially filled, for example. The spiritual power he obtained by consuming the spirit pill had to first go through the source spiritual point before it could flow into the 21st spiritual point. If any of the spiritual points were too far away from the source spiritual point, then the spiritual power would need to pass through several other spiritual points along the way. There were no exceptions. The source spiritual point was the entry point for receiving spiritual power. That was the reason why it was dubbed as the source spiritual point. It was also the most important spiritual point for all cultivators. Based on his understanding, the source spiritual point was similar to the dantian that all martial arts masters had. Having said that, the source spiritual point was indeed located right at the dantian. In addition, the spiritual points unlocked by low-grade cultivation techniques were generally located close to the source spiritual point. Therefore, there was no need for transfers between spiritual points. The spiritual power would only need to pass through the source spiritual point. In the past, he had never bothered to examine the process carefully. After intentionally observing the process, he was astonished to learn that the spiritual power converted from the pill power did not seem to be as pure as his own spiritual power. That spiritual power was mixed with a trace of something unknown. That something was most likely harmful to his body. Is that the pill poison? A thought popped up in his mind. The sect master had once mentioned that all medicine was somewhat poisonous, including the spirit pills that cultivators consumed. The lower the quality of the spirit pill, the more the pill poison. That was why cultivators needed to figure out a way to remove the pill poison from their bodies after consuming spirit pills during their cultivation. Otherwise, various hidden dangers would remain in their bodies. That vaguely contaminated spiritual power flowed into his source spiritual point, passed through his source spiritual point, and flowed into his 21st spiritual point. However, something strange happened during that process. Not the slightest trace of pill poison remained in the spiritual power that flowed into his 21st spiritual point. It had become as pure as the spiritual power in the rest of his spiritual points. He became acutely aware of this. From this, he could be certain that the changes in his spiritual power had occurred within his source spiritual point. Hence, he hurriedly focused most of his attention on his source spiritual point. Upon a closer inspection, he soon discovered the hidden mystery. The skill tree that had rooted itself in his source spiritual point had grown roots. It seemed to be absorbing the spiritual power in his source spiritual point, circulating it through the tree trunk and feeding it back out. The vaguely contaminated spiritual power became pure after going through that process. During the entire process, a gray aura similar to ashes was continuously discharged from the tree trunk of the skill tree. Sure enough, the crux of the matter lay in the skill tree. According to what he observed, the skill tree seemed to have the ability to purify spiritual power. All the pill poison had been burned off by the skill tree. Then he remembered something else. Ever since he achieved enlightenment, he would feel slightly uncomfortable after every cultivation session because it felt as if he was covered in a layer of dust. That situation had only become more and more obvious after he entered the Spirit Creek battlefield and consumed a lot of the spirit-restoring pills. On the contrary, this situation had not occurred during the period where he refined his vitality into qi and did not consume the spirit-restoring pills. After combining all of these facts together, he finally came to a realization. The skill tree had the ability to purify spiritual power. Thus, all the pill poison he accumulated from consuming spirit pills while cultivating had been burned off by the skill tree. That was why he had suffered no hidden dangers from consuming so many spirit pills during his cultivation. Since the burned pill poison could not just disappear without reason, it had been excreted from his body. That was what caused him to feel as though he was covered in a layer of dust after every cultivation session. Everything became clear now. All his previous conjectures had been confirmed, but the results were not that surprising. Nevertheless, he would no longer experience any psychological pressure from consuming spirit pills while cultivating in the future after learning the truth. He relaxed his mind and continued to guide the pill power in his abdomen. The spiritual power in his 21st spiritual point gradually increased as a result. At first Yi had monitored him nervously. However, she accidentally fell asleep when she saw that his condition was no longer abnormal. The heavens only knew how a spirit could fall asleep. She was awakened by the sound of something slicing through the air. By the time she opened her eyes again, the sky had already gotten bright and the bonfire next to her had long since died. Not far away, Lu Yi stood topless with his knife in one hand. He was continuously making slashing motions. Each move could not be considered fast, but his expression was meticulous. This guy, is he made of steel? The corner of her eyes twitched at the sight. The truth was that he had slept for 6 hours last night. Although a cultivator's body was stronger than that of an ordinary person, they still needed rest. That was all the more so for a low-level cultivator like him who had yet to completely separate himself from the limits of ordinary men. It was just that he knew how difficult the road ahead was going to be, so he could not afford to waste any time. By the time he finished his morning training, Yi and the tiger had already gathered enough firewood to start a fire. Therefore, he took out a section of the snake's body from his storage bag and tossed it to them to handle. After they ate their fill, they continued on their journey. The journey was not as nice as he had imagined. During the bumpy journey, he swallowed a spirit-restoring pill and tried to cultivate whilst riding on the tiger's back. As long as he could not solve this problem, he would waste a lot of time on this journey. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some low-level cultivators passing by in a haste. It was just that the tiger would avoid them in advance. In any case, as long as none of those cultivators were sick in the head, none of them would dare to challenge the tiger that they saw from afar. Besides, they might not even manage to catch up to the tiger. When night fell, they would find a suitable place to rest as usual. He would then eat some snake meat, practice his swordplay, consume some spirit pills, and cultivate. Today's progress had been fairly good. Although he still felt that riding on the tiger's back was very bumpy, he at least managed to start cultivating. It was just that his efficiency was rather low. At dawn, he took out the 10-point map and compared his current position with his starting position to determine the direction of their travels and their nearest destination. Despite riding on the tiger for 2 days, they had yet to leave the mountain range of Green Cloud Mountain. That just went to show how vast this mountain range was. Another day later, it was evening when Lu Yi gazed at the city not far away and let out a long sigh. They had finally arrived at the nearest destination. This place was labeled as Green Cloud City number 5 on the 10-point map. He attracted a lot of attention when he rode the tiger into the city. Although he had seen many cultivators with spirit beasts accompanying them during his time in Green Cloud City number 3, those spirit beasts had been small and insignificant. None of them was as majestic as the tiger. At the beginning, he had considered asking the tiger to wait for him outside the city. Unfortunately, the tiger's true strength was simply not powerful enough. Not to mention that they were unfamiliar with this place. Things might end badly if the tiger ended up accidentally intruding on another spirit beast's territory. After mulling over it, he decided to bring the tiger along with him. He was planning to rest here for a night. He had to admit that having the tiger by his side was very intimidating for others. Therefore, many of the more cowardly cultivators gave him a wide berth. About half an hour later, Lu Yi came to the Divine Trade Association in this city. He did not have any spirit stones on hand, but the trade association also accepted spirit pills as payment. Hence, he was led to a guest room on the 3rd floor by a person of the trade association after he paid for his stay with a spirit-restoring pill. The room was not that big, but it was very clean. He fed the tiger a spirit-restoring pill. Then the tiger lay on the floor and rested. On the other hand, Yi, who had been staying hidden for a long time, finally came out for a breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding the pill power to penetrate the barrier of his 22nd spiritual point. Chapter 60, Gathering Spirits. Lu Yi had already filled his 21st spiritual point to the brim during the day. Therefore, he only needed to penetrate the barrier of his 22nd spiritual point to be one step closer to the third-order Spirit Creek realm. However, he did not consume the barrier-penetrating fruit even though it had the miraculous effect of penetrating the barriers around the spiritual points. According to his estimation, the barrier-penetrating fruit was likely to be something very precious. He only took the spirit fruit previously because he had been in a hurry to advance into the first-order Spirit Creek realm. Seeing as he had enough spirit-restoring pills at the moment and could achieve the same results with a little more time, he did not wish to waste the barrier-penetrating fruit on something like this. Instead, he wanted to preserve these two spirit fruits and wait until the time was right to consume them so that he could make the most of them. Besides, the spiritual power in his body nowadays was incomparable to how it had been in the beginning. Breaking through the barriers of his spiritual points had become much easier for him. The entire process took less than 2 hours. He successfully broke through the barrier of his 22nd spiritual point and allowed a trickle of spiritual power to flow into it. Afterward, he continued to cultivate for a while. It was not until he completely digested the remaining pill power that he finally stopped cultivating. 3 days had passed since the last time he inspected the spiritual pattern on the leaves of the skill tree. He had planned to investigate the third burning leaf tonight to see what kind of spiritual pattern it carried. Despite mentally preparing himself for what was to come, he still felt a little reluctant when he was about to do this. It was mainly because the experience was simply too unpleasant. Be that as it may, it was something that he needed to experience sooner or later. Dragging it out would only make it worse. Therefore, he resolutely focused his mind and looked at the skill tree in his source spiritual point. The burning leaf was rapidly enlarged. Following that, the complicated and intricate pattern on the leaf filled his vision and his mind in an instant. At the same time, the feeling that somebody was smashing his head in with a sledgehammer came again. His brains were pried open, a large amount of unknown information poured into his head, and then everything was vigorously mixed together. A long while later he finally opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Beside him, the tiger lifted its head to look at him. Similarly, Yi stood beside the bed and looked at him worriedly. It was fortunate that they had already experienced a similar occurrence 3 days ago, so this incident did not shock her as much anymore. Afterward, Lu Yi immersed his mind once more and studied the information that had been added into his brain. Gathering spirits. That was the name of the spiritual pattern carried on the third leaf. The first spiritual pattern is offense-based, the second spiritual pattern is defense-based, and now the third pattern is support-based. The function of this spiritual pattern was easily understood just by looking at the name alone. It was used to gather spiritual qi. Thus, he activated his spiritual power and constructed this spiritual power on the palm of his hand. The moment the complicated and intricate spiritual pattern appeared, all the world spiritual qi in the room gathered toward the palm of his hand. Even the world spiritual qi outside the room was pulled toward him and came pouring into the room. He waited for some time and discovered that the world spiritual qi in the room did not seem to have changed much. It might be that the spiritual pattern he constructed was neither large enough nor lasted long enough. If he could construct a spiritual pattern that could cover the room or even the entire trade association, then the effect of gathering the world spiritual qi would probably be very outstanding. Putting aside whether or not his spiritual power could support such a large spiritual pattern, it was meaningless even if he did do something like that. His body was unable to absorb spiritual qi effectively. It did not matter how dense the spiritual qi around him was, it would still be of little use to him. Trash. He cursed in his heart, feeling disappointed. Both Sharp Edge and Protection could provide great help to him in battle, so he had been looking forward to the third spiritual pattern. Disappointingly, it turned out to be such a useless spiritual pattern. Nevertheless, the consumption of the Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern was very small compared to Sharp Edge and Protection. For a spiritual pattern of the same size, the consumption of Gathering Spirits was only 10% of Protection's. Moreover, it seemed like it could be maintained for a long time. Be it Sharp Edge or Protection, the duration they could be maintained was very short. That was why he had to grasp the perfect timing when using them in battle. It was possible to maintain them for a long time, but the consumption of his spiritual power would increase. In this regard, gathering spirits was different. It would also replenish itself while gathering the world's spiritual qi. In that way it would continue operating forever once it was activated, unless he actively dispersed the spiritual pattern. Thinking about it this way, it was not completely useless after all. If he could construct a large enough gathering spirit's spiritual pattern in the base of a sect, then the world's spiritual qi in that base would become more and more dense over time. Meanwhile, Yi was staring at this scene in shock. She had personally witnessed Lu Yi casually constructing an unknown spiritual pattern that night 3 days ago, and she was seeing it again tonight. More importantly, they were completely different spiritual patterns. Although she was not sure what the spiritual pattern 3 days ago was used for, the spiritual pattern this time obviously had the effect of gathering the world's spiritual qi. Just who on earth is this guy? His cultivation is not high, but his research in spiritual patterns is so thorough. This is something that takes up a lot of time and energy after all. From the looks of it, he really is related to some big shot in a major sect. The more she thought about it, the stranger her thoughts became. Even so, she was smart. There were some things that should never be questioned, so she simply pretended not to know about them. Lu Yi was very grateful for her consideration in this regard. Otherwise, he would have had to reconsider whether to continue their cooperative relationship. On the other hand, Lu Yi had already dispelled the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern. He took off his shirt, picked up his long knife, and began practicing his slashing. The tiger had no choice but to curl up in the corner to avoid being accidentally injured. Stroke after stroke, he slashed away seriously. Soon the night passed and dawn came. Lu Yi exited the 3rd floor and came to the main hall on the 1st floor. He sought out one of the trade association's managers and sold 2 pieces of yuan metal ore to the other party. He currently had another 14 pieces of the yuan metal ore. Each of them was relatively large, and the largest one of them all was the size of a wash basin. Be that as it may, he did not trade too much, lest he met somebody like Lin Ruyin again. In any case, he would come across many more branch offices of the Divine Trade Association during his journey. He planned to slowly sell off the mineral ores in his possession to reduce some of the risks. If not for the fact that he was in a hurry to purchase a 10-point map before he left Green Cloud City No. 3, he would not have taken the risk to sell off more than 10 pieces of yuan metal ore at once. Those kinds of actions would cause him to be targeted very quickly. The 2 pieces of yuan metal ore were exchanged for 103 spirit stones. This time around he did not purchase any spirit-restoring pills but kept the spirit stones instead. He currently had more than enough spirit-restoring pills to last him until he advanced into the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm, so there was no need to keep accumulating them. As for the spirit stones, he needed a large amount of spirit stones for something else. Lu Yi had only just walked out of the trade association when a male cultivator with a pointed mouth and pinched face greeted him with a smile. "Hello, fellow cultivator." He frowned and stared at the man. At the same time, the tiger next to him stepped forward and let out a threatening growl. The smile on the male cultivator's face stiffened and he involuntarily took several steps back. "Please calm down, fellow cultivator. I don't have any malicious intentions. I simply wish to speak to you about business-related matters." Lu Yi glanced at the aura around this person and confirmed that the other party was only in the 2nd Order Spirit Creek realm. Not to mention, the purity of the other party's aura was below average. It was easy to tell that this person was not that strong. The male cultivator felt his scalp going numb with fear when he saw both Lu Yi and the tiger glaring at him, but he forced himself to smile. "I really only want to speak to you about a business-related matter." "Move aside," Lu Yi spoke in a quiet voice. His hand was pressed against the hilt of his knife as he led the tiger forward. That person hurriedly stepped to the side but did not give up. He probably believed that Lu Yi would not do anything to him here. Thus he chased after Lu Yi while saying, "Fellow cultivator, I have a set of auxiliary cultivation techniques that can help boost your cultivation. If you use these cultivation techniques, your cultivation efficiency will be doubled at the very least. It's suitable for people with cultivation like yours. Are you interested in buying?" Chapter 61. Name your price. An auxiliary cultivation technique that doubles a person's cultivation efficiency? That's obviously bullshit. If there really were a cultivation technique like that, then it would be a secret scripture that would never be passed on to others. Even the top major sects would cherish a cultivation technique like that. Why would there be a need to sell something as valuable as that on the streets? Looking at the male cultivator's behavior, Lu Yi could tell that the other party had not been targeting him specifically. Rather, the male cultivator had been waiting outside the trade association and selecting random targets to approach. He just so happened to come across Lu Yi at the right time. I'm not interested. He refused to continue entertaining that male cultivator. To his surprise, that person continued to chase after him, all the while explaining to him about the beauty of the cultivation technique. According to the male cultivator, the cultivation technique was easy to cultivate, highly compatible with various low-grade cultivation techniques, and simple enough that anybody could master it easily. He even went so far as to say with a solemn expression, "If you don't believe me, I can take the heavenly oath to prove to you that everything I've said is the truth. I will never deceive you, fellow cultivator." Lu Yi paused in his tracks and looked at the man, frowning. He had taken the heavenly oath himself before, so he knew that an oath made while asking the heavens to bear witness was not a joke. Thus he couldn't help wondering, is there really such a powerful cultivation technique in the world? One that can even double a person's cultivation efficiency? What kind of concept is that? When the male cultivator saw that Lu Yi was being swayed by his words, he stretched out his hand and said, "There are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Please come this way, fellow cultivator." After a brief consideration, Lu Yi followed the man to a place with few people. Then he bluntly got straight to the point. "Swear on it." The other party swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue and burst into laughter instead. "Sure. But, fellow cultivator, you have to buy this once I take the oath." "I'll buy it if the price is right." The male cultivator nodded at those words and spoke with a stern expression. "Rogue cultivator Chen He respectfully requests the heavens to bear witness that everything I just said is true. If there are any untruths among my words, then I will die a torturous death." There was a vague feeling as an invisible force descended from the sky and sank into the back of his hand. That was clearly where his battlefield imprint was located. On the other hand, Lu Ye's expression became cold. This guy sure is working hard to sell off that cultivation technique. I can't believe he even dared to take such a poisonous oath. "Show me the item." That male cultivator by the name of Chen He shook his head. "You must be joking, fellow cultivator. That cultivation technique is very simple and straightforward. If you were to read it, you would be able to memorize it in an instant. Why would you buy it from me then?" "How much are you selling?" 30 spirit stones. Chen He announced his price. Lu Yi turned to leave after hearing those words. Although he did not know what was so special about that cultivation technique that Chen He would be willing to take a heavenly oath just to sell it, he was certain that there must be some kind of flaw to this cultivation technique. Otherwise, forget 30 spirit stones, it would even sell for 3,000 spirit stones. "Don't go, fellow cultivator. It's business. If the seller asks for a price that is too high, the buyer can make a more reasonable counteroffer." "Why don't you name your price? How can you just turn around and leave? You have to show some sincerity." Chen He quickly stopped Lu Yi and tried to persuade the latter with all his heart. 3 spirit stones. Lu Yi tried to be accommodating and replied with a counteroffer. "Done." Chen He took out a jade slip and slapped it on Lu Ye's palm. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched in response. "Fellow cultivator, I made a heavenly oath. Just now you promised to buy it if the price was right. You set the price of 3 spirit stones yourself. You can't go back on your word, right?" Lu Yi was speechless. There was nothing he could say to refute those words. Thus, he finally forked out the 3 spirit stones and handed it to the other party. Afterward, Chen He took the spirit stones and left happily. On the other hand, Lu Yi held the jade slip in his hand. Before he could check the contents, he saw somebody walking over with a smile. That person teasingly said, "You got ripped off, didn't you?" He looked up and observed the other party. That person simply shrugged in response. "I was tricked too. That cultivation technique is useless." Lu Yi understood immediately. "Were you watching just now?" That person laughed. "It's better to have 2 unlucky people so that I'm not the only unlucky one. Don't you agree? This way I feel much better now." He even winked at Lu Yi while saying that. Lu Yi calmly replied, "If I were you, I would have tried to snatch his business instead. If he can sell that cultivation technique, then why can't you? Instead of just watching other people getting tricked, you might as well do the tricking yourself and obtain some spirit stones while you're at it. Who knows? You might end up making a fortune." That person became lost in thought after listening to what Lu Yi said. After a while, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That makes sense." When he looked up, Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen by then. Lu Yi rode on the tiger's back outside the city, having already taken his leave a long time ago. He could not be bothered to involve himself in the intrigue of those profiteers. It was pretty much confirmed that he had been tricked. Fortunately, he had not spent a lot of spirit stones on the cultivation technique, only 3. Besides, he had just traded with the trade association and obtained more than 100 spirit stones in return. He could be considered a rich man, so he was not too bothered by this expenditure. Still, Qin had taken a heavenly oath. That could only mean that the cultivation technique was really as he said, it was capable of increasing a person's cultivation efficiency. Otherwise, he would have long since suffered the backlash of his oath. Just what is going on? Lu Yi couldn't help feeling suspicious. Hence, he began inspecting the name of the cultivation technique. Gluttonous Feast. That was the name of the cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique that was difficult to judge the value of. That was because the entire training course of this cultivation technique only included a total of 15 spiritual points. It had to be said the golden liberation technique he was currently cultivating was already the lowest grade among the yellow grade cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, even that could unlock 27 spiritual points. On the other hand, the gluttonous feast could only unlock 15 spiritual points. It was even less than that of a yellow grade cultivation technique. However, it was understandable considering that this cultivation technique was not meant for cultivation but for auxiliary purposes. Just as Qin had mentioned before, the training course of the cultivation technique could be understood at a glance. It was extremely simple. That was because the number of spiritual points involved was very low and those spiritual points were scattered around the lower abdomen area. That was also why it was highly compatible with most low-grade cultivation techniques. The compatibility of two cultivation techniques depended on how many of the spiritual points that overlapped between the two cultivation techniques in their training courses. The more they overlapped, the higher the compatibility. The spiritual points unlocked by most of the low-grade cultivation techniques were scattered around the lower abdomen area. That was because the source spiritual point was located in that area. Therefore, many low-grade cultivation techniques would unlock more or less similar spiritual points. It was only the differences in the training courses that influenced the disparity in the characteristics of the cultivation techniques. When 9 identical spiritual points were connected in a different sequence, the speed of the spiritual power flowing through them would be different. That would in turn affect the strength of a cultivator. That was why the sequence that the spiritual points were connected was an extremely important matter. The 15 spiritual points in the training course of the Gluttonous Feast basically overlapped with the 27 spiritual points in the training course of the Golden Liberation Technique. There were only 2 spiritual points that were not included in the Golden Liberation Technique. In other words, once he finished cultivating the Golden Liberation Technique and then unlocked the other 2 spiritual points, he could catch a glimpse of the Gluttonous Feast secrets. In any case, he was in no hurry. He decided to finish cultivating the Golden Liberation Technique first before testing to see if the Gluttonous Feast was truly as miraculous as described and could actually double his cultivation efficiency. Putting the jade slip away, he took out the 10-point map again, compared the distance between Green Cloud City number 3 and Green Cloud City number 5, and calculated the time he had spent traveling. Afterward, he checked the route he had planned to take on his journey to the Crimson Blood Sect. After some calculations, he couldn't help sighing. At his current speed, it would take a very long time for him to return to the Crimson Blood Sect's base even if he did not experience any delays during his journey. If he ran into any delays, then it would take an even longer time to complete his journey. The road ahead was long indeed, but he was fortunate that he was not alone. At the very least, he had Yi and the tiger accompanying him. Chapter 62 Split Sky Gorge. Half a month later, a dusty Lu Yi appeared in front of a canyon. He was undoubtedly much more composed now compared to the miserable state he was in when he first rode on the tiger during the journey. On the first day of riding the tiger, he had barely prevented himself from falling off from the jostling. Moreover, the inner part of his thighs had been rubbed raw by the friction. They were bruised and bloody as a result. At the time, he had been in no state to cultivate at all. However, he had since accomplished his original expectations to cultivate by consuming spirit pills while riding on the tiger during his travels. Although his efficiency was lower than if he cultivated under normal circumstances, it was still better than wasting his time away doing nothing. Over the past half a month, he had unlocked another 3 spiritual points and was now a 25 spiritual point cultivator. That meant that he was only 2 spiritual points away from the 3rd order Spirit Creek realm. At this rate, it would only take another 6 or 7 days before he cultivated the Golden Liberation technique to perfection. On another note, he was not the only one who grew in strength. The tiger had also gotten noticeably stronger. Lu Yi and the tiger had both finished eating all the snake meat in his storage bag. Almost 80% of it had gone into the tiger's stomach. That snake meat had been extremely beneficial to a spirit beast like the tiger. In addition, Lu Yi would also feed it 2 spirit-restoring pills every single day. Therefore, the tiger had experienced a significant increase in size in just half a month. It was becoming more and more majestic. Lu Yi had no way to determine how strong the tiger was now. Based on his estimation, he would not have much of an advantage if he fought against the tiger without the support of various spirit talisman papers and spiritual patterns. On the other hand, Yi was a ghost spirit tied to the tiger. Her strength would increase as the tiger became stronger and stronger. All in all, the average strength of the group consisting of a human, a tiger, and a spirit might not be that great. However, the power they could exert if they worked together was not something that should be underestimated. This ultimately increased Lu Ye's capital to travel across the Spirit Creek battlefield, which reinforced his belief that his decision to bring the tiger and Yi along with him back then was a wise decision indeed. Along their journey, Lu Yi passed through another neutral city. He stayed in the city for a night and sold 2 yuan metal ores in exchange for some spirit stones. At this point he had more than 200 spirit stones in his possession. I'm still a little short, but I should have enough after my visit to the next Divine Trade Association's branch office. Jumping off the tiger's back, he studied the canyon in front of him and took out his 10-point map for reference. This was a place called the Split Sky Gorge. The terrain was steep and treacherous. Moreover, it was surrounded by a cliff wall that soared thousands of meters into the sky on both sides. The map indicated that the base of 9-Star Clan, which was affiliated with the Thousand Demon Ridge, was located to the left of the Split Sky Gorge, while the base of Mystic Sect, which was affiliated with the Grand Sky Coalition, was located to the right of the Split Sky Gorge. The Split Sky Gorge was located between these 2 bases, but it was slightly closer to 9-Star Clan. Both sects were not ranked high. Mystic Sect was in the 9th tier while 9-Star Clan was in the 8th tier. Such tiers were the norm in the outer circle of the battlefield. Since the route Lu Yi charted was curved in an arc, he was practically traveling along the edges of the battlefield. That was why all the sects, whose territories they had passed through during their travels, were only in the 8th tier or the 9th tier. Needless to say, he would not rashly enter the territories of sects in higher tiers. Not even if those sects were affiliated with the Grand Sky Coalition. Since entering the Spirit Creek battlefield, the sect master's final warning continued to echo in his ears. He did not dare to reveal his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect, even though he had no idea what kind of consequences he would face if his identity was exposed. It was getting late. He had no plans to enter the canyon yet. Having traveled the whole day today, it was not too late to enter the canyon tomorrow after getting a good night's rest. He called out, "Yi." "Got it?" Yi's voice sounded. Immediately after that, she floated out of the tiger's head and drifted into the distance. She had gone to check out the surrounding environment. After traveling together for so many days, they had reached some form of tacit understanding whereby Yi would be responsible for investigating their surroundings to avoid any hidden dangers. She was a spirit, so she was capable of coming and going without a trace. It made doing something like this very convenient for her. There had been several occasions where they managed to avoid various hidden dangers in advance because of her. It was just that she was in a symbiotic relationship with the tiger, so she could not stray too far away from the tiger. According to her, it was no problem if it was within a distance of 5 kilometers. However, she would rapidly weaken when separated from the tiger by more than a distance of 5 kilometers. If such a situation were to continue for too long, she would most likely dissipate into nothing as a result. Meanwhile, Lu Yi would search for a suitable shelter nearby. After wandering in the wilds for more than half a month, he had long gotten used to this task. A suitable shelter should have an accessible means of entry and retreat. Secondly, it should be fairly hidden. And lastly, it should shelter them from the elements. After searching for a while, he led the tiger to a spot between a patch of rocks. This location was not the best, but there was no better place nearby. Looking at the weather today, it did not look like it was going to rain. It should be fine for a night. Then he took out the firewood in his storage bag that he prepared beforehand and lit a fire. Next he took out a large piece of beast meat and roasted it over the fire. After that he took out an even larger piece of meat and tossed it to the tiger. The tiger pounced on the meat and began devouring it with relish. Watching the tiger feasting away with a ferocious appearance, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. He originally thought that the spirit-restoring pills he had saved up would be more than enough for his use until he advanced into the third-order Spirit Creek realm. Unfortunately, it would seem that it was just barely enough. The tiger consumed 2 spirit-restoring pills a day. On the other hand, he required around 11 or 12 spirit-restoring pills to unlock each spiritual point. Seeing as he only had slightly more than 30 spirit-restoring pills left on hand, he would probably run out of spirit-restoring pills once he unlocked his 27th spiritual point. Furthermore, he had the vague feeling that the tiger's consumption of spirit-restoring pills would gradually increase as its strength increased. This is so worrying. But this is the price I have to pay for bringing the tiger and Yi along with me on my travels. At the very least, I can now continue cultivating while on the road. That has saved me a lot of time. For a low-level cultivator like him, the early stage of cultivation was very precious. The beast meat roasting by the bonfire dripped oil onto the flames, causing a crackling sound. All of a sudden, the tiger that was happily munching on its meal of raw meat raised its head and turned toward a certain direction. A low growl came out of its throat. Immediately after that, it abruptly jumped to its feet and rushed in that direction. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment before he immediately came back to his senses. Something had happened to Yi. Yi was the ghost spirit transformed by the tiger, so they had a very close connection with each other. For that reason, the tiger would be able to notice if anything had happened to Yi. The tiger's speed was extremely fast. Even if he poured all his spiritual power into his legs, he would still be left behind by the tiger. Thus, he could only shout desperately, "Amber, don't be impulsive." Seeing as he had no idea what had happened to Yi, rushing headlong into the situation without preparations was not a good idea. The tiger was wise enough to slow down slightly after hearing his shout. Once he caught up to the tiger, he swung himself up on the tiger's back and the tiger took off once more. A short while later, a ball of fire came into view behind a huge boulder. There were several cultivators gathered around a bonfire. It looked like they were planning to spend the night here. In front of these cultivators was something that looked like a huge upside-down bell. Aura flowed around the huge bell. Various complicated and intricate lines converged together to form a pattern that slowly revolved around the huge bell. A muffled banging was coming from within the huge bell. Yi was trapped inside. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he immediately understood the current situation. Yi was a spirit, so it was impossible to trap her with normal means. That could only mean that the huge bell was a spirit artifact. Fortunately, the tiger was able to suppress its animalistic instinct after hearing his warning and did not rush out immediately. Gathering his spiritual power to his eyes, he observed the aura surrounding the cultivators. There were a total of 4 cultivators. 1 was in the second-order Spirit Creek realm, 2 were in the third-order Spirit Creek realm, and the last one was in the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm. Chapter 63 Silenced. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4 cultivators. The woman was in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. She was dressed very lightly and her figure was very seductive. She was currently snuggling against and being hugged by a third-order Spirit Creek realm master. They looked to be very intimate. That third-order Spirit Creek realm master had a good-looking appearance. He was dressed very lavishly and looked quite handsome. In addition, he had a sword and a bulging storage bag hanging from his waist. It would seem that he came from an extraordinary background. The other third-order Spirit Creek realm master was a sturdily built man. His shirt hugged his torso tightly and his well-built muscles were faintly visible through his clothes. He was currently standing in front of the couple and seemed to be a guard. Lastly, the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master was a man as thin as a bamboo pole. He was watching their surroundings vigilantly. Lu Yi and the tiger's arrival had not alerted those 4 to their presence. The human and the tiger hid in a spot approximately 35 meters away and watched the group through the gaps in between the rocks. He did not know how Yi was being held by them, but these cultivators had mysterious and unpredictable resources. There would always be many things that he did not understand. Nevertheless, his top priority was to rescue Yi. He had to admit that the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master stressed him out greatly, not to mention that there were 4 opponents in total. "Young master, what is that?" A pleasant voice rang out. That woman was the one who asked that question. Although the mystic spirit bell had been triggered, none of them had noticed how it had been triggered. At this moment, only the owner of the mystic spirit bell knew what had happened. The handsome man holding her cast a secret technique with one hand. After sensing for a brief moment, he raised his eyebrows and said, "How interesting. Is that a spirit?" The mystic spirit bell was his spirit artifact. It was an extremely powerful and hidden spirit artifact for protection. A spirit? The woman shrunk back in fear and deliberately snuggled into the man's embrace. "Young master, I'm scared." The young master laughed heartily and patted the other party's tender waist reassuringly. "Don't be scared. Don't be scared." Then he shot a glance at the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and issued an order. "Senior Brother Jiang, give it a try." Senior Brother Jiang nodded and responded. "Understood." Striding toward the huge upside-down bell on the ground, he suddenly threw a punch when he got closer. There was a loud bang which was immediately followed by Yi's agonized screams coming from within the bell. It was clear that she had been injured by the attack. Roar! A tiger's roar came from the forest. A snow-white figure rushed out of its hiding place and charged toward Senior Brother Jiang. Those actions had agitated the tiger. Lu Yi had previously warned the tiger not to act impulsively and it had listened. Unfortunately, its animalistic instinct won over its reason when it saw that Yi was being hurt. In the first place, its intelligence had always been pitifully poor. Not only were the 4 cultivators both shocked and frightened, but even Lu Yi was caught off guard. He had been in the middle of thinking about how to rescue Yi. When the tiger rushed out, a beastly stench filled the air. The woman let out a terrified scream. This time around she was really frightened. Meanwhile, the burly man instantly changed his position so that he was standing in front of the young master and the woman. On the other hand, the expression of Senior Brother Jiang, who had the highest cultivation of them all, turned grim. He formed a sigil with one hand and lightning began to flicker at the tip of his fingers. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. That was because a humanoid figure appeared behind the tiger's robust body. That figure was none other than Lu Yi. When the tiger lunged forward to attack rashly, he had no time to come up with a countermeasure. He practically rushed out at the same time as the tiger. By borrowing the tiger's body to conceal himself, he managed to quietly buy himself some time. He charged toward the young master. Among these 4, it was obvious that the young master was the most respected individual. As long as he could defeat the young master, then all their problems could be solved easily. That was the only way out since there was no other way at the moment. "Stop him!" Senior Brother Jiang shouted. Lifting his hand, he struck out at the tiger with his palm. A lightning strike visible to the naked eye shot out of his palm and landed squarely on the tiger's body. The tiger roared in pain. The sound of its roar reverberated through the sky and a visible blast of air spread out. The tiger's roar caused Senior Brother Jiang to become dazed for a moment. Thus he thought to himself, "What a fearsome creature. If this fierce beast were to grow and develop, it would surely attain strength that far exceeded its peers." He touched his storage bag lightly and 2 machetes appeared in his hands. Turning the machetes upside down, he rushed forward to attack the tiger. On the other hand, Lu Yi pressed his hand against his knife and poured his spiritual power into his legs. He charged toward the sturdy man like a gust of wind. The other party let out a shout and his spiritual power surged violently. His originally tight-fitting shirt exploded apart as his already well-built figure seemed to swell considerably. After that, he touched his storage bag, took out a 60-centimeter-long hammer and held it horizontally in front of him. Just by standing there, he gave off a sense of impregnability. It was not going to be easy to break through his defense and attack the young master standing behind him. Besides, the young master himself was no ordinary person. He was a 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Furthermore, there was also another woman next to him who was in the 2nd Order Spirit Creek Realm. As the distance between them rapidly closed, Lu Yi pressed his hand against the hilt of his knife as though he was about to draw his knife. Contrarily, there was no glint of a blade when he raised his hand. Instead, a blazing fire snake appeared out of thin air and slithered toward the burly man. "The fiery snake talisman paper," the sturdy man shouted. At the same time he cursed his opponent for being cunning. Sneaky little bastard. He clearly pretended as if he was going to pull out his knife. I can't believe he secretly took out a spirit talisman paper instead. The attack had overwhelmed him. The best solution at this time was to avoid the attack from this spirit talisman paper. The fiery snake talisman paper was quite powerful and the range of the attack was quite large. Even so, he was perfectly capable of dodging out of the way if he wanted to. It was just that he would be forced into a defensive situation after that. Unfortunately, the young master was standing right behind him. How could he dare to dodge aside? Gritting his teeth, he hastily took out a golden body talisman paper and applied it to his body. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power to protect himself. There was a huge explosion of fire and light. The fire snake that came dancing through the air swallowed the figure of the burly man. In the next moment he came out of the flames unscathed and rushed toward Lu Yi, who was also charging straight at him. Raising the large hammer in his hand, he shouted furiously. "Did you think a mere spirit talisman paper could hurt me?" Those arrogant words had just left his mouth when the light of a blade flashed. He couldn't help staggering backward and reaching out to clutch at his throat. He even dropped his weapon to the ground. "Guh." He gasped for breath. However, blood gushed out from between his hands. He could not stop the blood from flowing out no matter what he did. He could not understand what was going on. Why couldn't the spiritual power that I put so much effort into tempering even block a single attack from that man? The protection of the golden body talisman paper he applied on himself had been broken by the fiery snake talisman paper. Even so, he still had the protection of his spiritual power. Moreover, he was a body tempering cultivator. That was part of the reason why he always stood in front of the young master. In the cultivation world, body tempering cultivators were the most durable among all other cultivators. The more powerful body tempering cultivators could even resist various spell techniques of the spell cultivator with their body alone. Although he was a weak body tempering cultivator who was not capable of fully bringing out the strengths of a body tempering cultivator, his defense should not have been penetrated with just a single blow from the other party. Be that as it may, the reality was that his neck had been sliced open by a single move from Lu Yi. If not for the toughness of his body, that attack would have severed his head from his neck. The destructive power of the long knife spirit artifact endowed with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern was beyond his imagination. Similarly, Lu Yi himself was extremely surprised. He never imagined that he would be able to kill his opponent in a single strike. He had instinctively swung the knife, hoping to force his opponent back. Never did he imagine that the result of his attack would be so unexpectedly powerful. Chapter 64, Release the Hostage. Lu Yi guessed that this had something to do with his recent improvements in terms of strength. It would seem that the stronger he became, the more powerful his spiritual patterns would become. In short, his spiritual patterns existed on the basis of his spiritual power. Furthermore, the long knife in his hand was still very much different from the ordinary iron sword he used before, even though it just barely qualified to be considered a spirit artifact. Likewise, the power of the same spiritual pattern endowed upon a spirit artifact and an ordinary iron sword was also different. A fiery snake talisman paper combined with an attack fortified by the sharp edge allowed him to kill a body-tempering cultivator in the Third-Order Spirit Creek realm when he was only in the Second-Order Spirit Creek realm. In the meantime, his body barely paused as he bypassed the body-tempering cultivator and reached the gaudily dressed young master in an instant. The young master was clearly frightened. The main reason was that everything had happened too quickly. He had just been thinking about studying the spirit trapped inside the mystic spirit bell. All of a sudden, a snow-white tiger rushed out after senior brother Jianghu threw a punch at the huge bell. The tiger was closely followed by a vicious cultivator that immediately came for the kill. Before he could understand the situation, the body-tempering cultivator standing in front of him collapsed to the ground while clutching at his own neck. At the juncture of life and death, he instinctively shoved the woman in his embrace in front of him. The woman was completely caught off guard when he pushed her toward Lu Ye's blade. Looking absolutely terrified, the woman could only watch helplessly as the sharp and cold light of a blade flashed in front of her eyes. She only had time to activate her spiritual power to protect herself before her vision began to turn upside down and she quickly lost consciousness. Taking advantage of the short time bought by the woman's sacrifice, the young master hurriedly took out a spirit talisman paper from his storage bag, poured his spiritual power into it, raised his hand and threw it out in front of him. Lu Ye's ferocity had scared him out of his wits. He rarely fought anybody directly. Whenever he killed anybody, his two senior brothers would usually capture the opponent or beat his opponent half to death first before they let him deal the finishing blow. Thus, he had never experienced such a dangerous and adrenaline-fueled scene in the past. He even forgot to retrieve his mystic spirit bell to protect himself. On the other hand, Lu Yi was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. He had a clear goal in front of him. Therefore, he managed to be as imposing as a 9th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master even though he was only in the 2nd Order Spirit Creek Realm. The character of a person was related to their past experiences. In this case, it was only natural for a young master who had been enjoying all sorts of luxuries since he was a child to be inferior to a minor who had struggled just to survive. All of a sudden, a whip-like attack appeared in front of Lu Yi. He was not surprised by this. Even that burly man had a golden body talisman paper to protect himself, so this young master would definitely have one too. The spiritual power in his body surged and erupted. Both his macrocosmic orbit and his microcosmic orbit were operating to their limits. His eyes overflowed with spiritual power, allowing him to clearly see where that attack would land. Then, something triangular that looked like a shield with complicated and intricate patterns flowing across it appeared on his chest. It was the protection spiritual pattern. Almost at the same moment that the spiritual pattern was formed, the attack from the spirit talisman paper arrived. He felt a huge force smashing right into him, causing him to feel a sudden tightness in his chest and a shortness of breath. He did not know how much the attack had impacted him. Nevertheless, he had no time to pay attention to his injuries at the moment. He had already rushed in front of the young master. Under the young master's helpless gaze, he stabbed his knife forward. The protection formed from the spiritual power that the young master had managed to call up in his haste was as flimsy as paper mache. It was penetrated by the long knife in an instant and the sharp blade pierced through his shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A blood-curdling scream rang out. On the other hand, Lu Yi pulled his knife out, turned around, and came to stand behind the young master with his knife pressed horizontally against the young master's neck. The young master's scream stopped abruptly. His entire body froze in place when he felt the cold touch of metal on his neck. Only a total of 5 seconds had passed since the tiger revealed itself until now. During that time, Lu Yi had broken through the defense of the sturdy body-tempering cultivator, cut down that woman in the 2nd Order Spirit Creek realm, and then captured the young master in front of him. In between, he had consecutively activated the sharp-edge spiritual pattern thrice and the protection spiritual pattern once. There was no time for him to think about anything throughout the entire process. He had unsheathed his knife and killed those people all in one go. It had all happened very quickly. Ow! The tiger's low roar came out. Its powerful figure flew backward, slammed against the rock cliff nearby and slid to the ground. It was no match for the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master at all. Therefore, it immediately fell into a disadvantage in just a few short moments. Even so, the winner showed no signs of joy whatsoever at his victory. He turned back to look at the chaotic battlefield behind him with eyes filled with complete disbelief. Junior brother's son was lying on the ground, clutching at his neck. His eyes were staring wide open and his body was twitching endlessly. Although he had yet to die, there was no saving him with that level of injury. Junior sister Yuan's headless corpse was lying by the side, blood spurting out of her neck with a gurgling sound. Her pretty head had rolled to the side with a lingering expression of horror and fear that remained on her face. The young master was bleeding profusely from his shoulder. A long knife was pressed against his neck and a hidden figure stood behind him. Only the eyes of that figure were exposed, staring at senior brother Jiang like a lone wolf. The look in those eyes was ferocious and decisive. What's going on? Senior brother Jiang felt his scalp tingling in fear. I only fought the snow-white tiger for a moment. How did my 3 other companions end up in a situation where 2 were dead while the other was injured and captured in those few moments? And who are these people? The tiger that was sent flying earlier got to its feet and walked over. However, it did not rashly attack senior brother Jiang again. That was because it could sense that it was no match for the other party. Besides, Lu Yi had already managed to capture one of their opponents. There was no need to be so anxious anymore. Release the spirit. Lu Yi shouted, staring at senior brother Jiang. Who are you? Senior brother Jiang asked through gritted teeth. The names of numerous accomplished opponents flashed through his mind, but he could not match Lu Yi's appearance to any of those names. Lu Yi withdrew his long knife and brutally stabbed it into the young master's leg. A piercing scream rang out and the young master practically fell to his knees. It was only because Lu Yi was holding him up that he managed to regain his footing. Pulling out the long knife again, Lu Yi pressed the knife back against the young master's neck once more as blood splattered in the air. He looked at senior brother Jiang and repeated his previous words. Release the spirit. You, senior brother Jiang felt as though his eyes were going to pop out of his eye sockets. He had underestimated Lu Ye's decisiveness and ferocity. Even though all he did was utter something non-relevant, his actions had caused the young master to suffer another wound. Thus, the meaning behind the other party's actions came across loud and clear. If he dared to speak nonsense again, the young master would be stabbed again. He did not know where the knife was going to stab next. With the young master being held hostage, even a fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master like him was completely powerless since he did not dare to rush forward. It really made him feel extremely aggrieved. Ensuring the safety of the young master was his top priority at this moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete his mission and report back to his superiors. Looking gloomy, he said, "The Mystic Spirit Bell is a spirit artifact handed down by one of the seniors of our sect. It is not easy to release the huge bell once it is triggered. It will take some time." Slice. The light of a blade gleamed for a moment and an arm went flying in response. The young master who was being held captive in front of Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then his entire body began trembling violently. He screamed loudly but did not dare to make any strange movements. That was because the weapon pressed against his neck could slice through his neck in a heartbeat at any time. He roared, "Jianghu, are you trying to kill this young master? I will punish your entire family down to the last ancestor." Release the spirit. Lu Ye's voice was low. It was obvious that he was losing his patience. I'll do it. I'll release the spirit." Snot and tears were flowing down the young master's face unchecked. The pain was driving him crazy and the only reason he did not faint was that he was also a third-order Spirit Creek realm master. He lifted his remaining arm with great difficulty and cast a secret technique. Following that, the mystic spirit bell that was upside down on the ground immediately flew upward. The huge bell spun slightly and shrank rapidly before it flew back into the young master's hand. Lu Yi was stunned. Only then did he realize that the spirit artifact had been under the young master's control. Yi, who had been trapped inside the huge bell, was freed from her restraints. She immediately rushed toward the tiger, plunged headlong into the tiger's body, and disappeared out of sight. Although senior brother Jiang had intended to pull some dirty tricks, he did not dare to act rashly. Glancing at Lu Yi, who was hiding behind the young master, he slowly said, "Let the young master go. Today's affairs will end here and we'll leave it at that. I can swear on the heavenly oath." "Okay," Lu Yi responded. He reached out and shoved the young master from behind. The young master staggered forward a few steps. Before he could rejoice at escaping the jaws of death, he felt a fountain of hot liquid gushing out from his neck. "How dare you!" Senior brother Jiang roared wildly. Chapter 65 Combined Attack. This battle started extremely unexpectedly. Lu Yi didn't even know who his opponent was. Even so, the outcome of this battle was fixed the moment he followed the tiger out onto the battlefield. Either his opponent died or he died. There was no written law in the cultivation world. A person's cultivation was the law, so to speak. Therefore, it would not have worked out if a second-order Spirit Creek realm master like him had tried to reason with his opponent. He might even put himself in a difficult position instead. This became a situation that would only end with death the moment he made his move and killed two people in quick succession. Jianghu had been willing to take the heavenly oath, claiming that he was willing to overlook everything that happened today as long as Lu Yi released the young master. However, that oath would only affect him. It had to be said that Lu Yi was currently holding the young master of a sect hostage. How could a person of such standing allow this matter to end peacefully after suffering such humiliation? Even if Lu Yi forced him to take the heavenly oath, he would still have an entire sect behind him. Moreover, the others would not be bound by the heavenly oath. In the end, the most plausible outcome in this situation would be that Lu Yi was hunted down by the whole sect. If he wanted to avoid that outcome, then there was only one thing he could do. He had to wipe out all of his opponents. Of the 4 cultivators, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. At this moment, the young master's neck had been sliced open by that long knife and blood was gushing out of his wound. Even though he was covering his wound with his hands, his efforts were showing little success. At the same time that Jianghu had let out his furious roar, Lu Yi kicked the young master squarely in the back and sent the latter flying forward to fall in Jianghu's direction. "Save me!" The young master clawed at the air and shouted while his body was in mid-air. When Jianghu saw the young master falling headlong in his direction, he also vaguely noticed that Lu Yi was hiding behind the young master and rushing in for the kill. Therefore he panicked for a moment. If I don't catch the young master, he will definitely fall to the ground. That will only aggravate his injuries and he might lose any chance of rescue as a result. That person was very careful in his execution. The young master might still survive despite the injury to his neck if he receives timely treatment. But I won't be able to defend against the opponent's attack if I catch the young master. That momentary hesitation made him realize just how cunning the enemy was. In the end, he did not dare to let the young master fall to the ground. A punishment was inevitable since he had failed his mission as a bodyguard, but he could at least avoid the death penalty if he kept the young master alive. Conversely, there would be no other ending for him than death if the young master died here. Holding his 2 machetes backward in his hands, he took 2 steps forward and raised his hands to catch the young master who came flying at him. At the same time he activated his spiritual power. He had already seen through the opponent's cultivation. That person was only in the 2nd-order Spirit Creek realm. As a 4th-order Spirit Creek realm master, he was much stronger than his opponent. For that reason he was confident that his spiritual power would be able to protect him even if his opponent attacked. Stab! The sound of a long knife stabbing into flesh rang out. The young master, who had just been caught by Jianghu, suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. The intense pain that followed made him scream again. Likewise, Jianghu's pupils contracted to the extreme at this moment. He watched as the knife pierced right through the young master's chest and stabbed straight at him. Thus, he exerted all his strength to call upon his spiritual power to protect himself. If he had seen how Lu Yi previously broke through the body-tempering cultivator's defense, he would not have been so blindly confident in his abilities. Unfortunately, he had been fighting the tiger at the time and failed to see how the body-tempering cultivator died. Blessed with the sharp-edged spiritual pattern, the cold blade gleamed with a ray of light. Even the protection formed by the spiritual power of a 4th-order Spirit Creek realm master could not defend against this sharp blade. The layer of protection around him only managed to hinder the knife's progress for a moment before the long knife punctured through his defense. He felt pain coming from his chest. At the juncture of life and death, he abruptly arched his body to prevent the knife from penetrating further into his body. At the same time, he released the young master whom he had been holding in his arms, crossed his machetes in front of him, and stopped the long knife's progress. The blade sank 8 centimeters deep into his body but could not penetrate any further than that. He let out a sigh of relief in response. Just when he thought that he had successfully blocked the other party's attack, a gust of wind blew from behind him. Shit. He immediately realized what was going on. The other party might be alone, but there was also a snow-white tiger accompanying that man. The one lunging at him from behind was none other than that tiger. He was just about to react when his shoulders sagged as though something heavy was pressing down on him. At the same time he heard an ear-splitting scream next to him. His mind blanked out for a moment when the sound entered his ears. The young master, who was being held in the middle by Lu Ye's long knife, was not dead yet. He was currently facing Jianghu's direction. His mouth fell wide open when he saw a spirit, who was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, pounce on Jianghu's back and scream in Jianghu's ear. Immediately after that, the powerful figure of a tiger lunged forward and slammed its 2 front paws against Jianghu's back. The overwhelming force caused his body that was bent over to straighten in an instant and propelled him several steps forward. Then a stabbing sound rang out. The long knife pierced through his chest and came out the other side of his body. As soon as the attack succeeded, Lu Yi immediately retracted his knife and leaped backward. He wasn't the only one to do so. The tiger that had slammed into Jianghu's back also nimbly retreated by several meters. Almost as soon as the tiger retreated, Jianghu stabbed his 2 machetes at the empty air behind him. Afterward, he staggered backward several steps and lost all the strength in his body. Hurriedly using his machetes to prop himself up, he narrowly avoided the fate of falling to his knees on the ground. Lu Yi looked at the wound on Jianghu's chest and frowned. His attack had been aimed at the other party's heart, but from the results, it would seem that he had failed to achieve his aim. The trajectory of his attack was off, causing him to fail to take his opponent's life in one go. When Lu Yi pulled out his knife and Jianghu staggered backward, the young master who had been held up between them collapsed to the ground. Blood stained the ground below him and his body twitched slightly several times before he completely stopped moving altogether. At this point, Jianghu could no longer spare the time to check on the young master anymore. All he knew was that he was going to die here today. I am a Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. I can't believe I was overwhelmed by the combined attack of a Second Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and a tiger in just 10 seconds or so. If I did not experience this myself, I would never have believed this to be possible. Just what kind of spirit artifact does the other party have that can penetrate my spiritual power defenses in a single blow? From the severity of his injuries, he knew that he was not going to survive for long. Although he was not going to die for the time being, an injury like this would only worsen if it was not treated immediately. Besides, judging by the other party's ruthless behavior, it was clear that he would not be allowed to leave this place alive. Panting slightly, he lifted one hand to press against the back of his other hand. The back of his hand immediately began to glow with a faint red light. Lu Yi watched Jianghu warily. According to his estimation, Jianghu should be severely injured. In that case, there was no need for him to continue fighting with all his strength. He only needed to drag the battle out long enough and he would be able to kill his opponent sooner or later. However, he suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw the red light glowing from the back of Jianghu's hand. Amber. While shouting, he was already lunging forward at Jianghu with his knife. Jianghu quickly got to his feet. He swayed unsteadily and blood gushed out of the wound in his chest like a fountain. Even so, he was laughing maniacally. The 9-Star Clan will never forgive you. You're dead. Lu Yi slashed down with his knife, but Jianghu raised his 2 machetes in front of him and blocked the attack. Be that as it may, Jianghu was unable to defend against the tiger that seized the right timing to pounce from the side. The tiger fiercely bit down on his leg and tore off a huge chunk of flesh. Yi also emerged and clung to his back, screaming endlessly in his ears to make herself as useful as possible. All of a sudden, the tiger that had torn off a chunk of his flesh was sent flying backward with a kick. Yi, who was clinging to his back, was sent flying by the defensive power of his spiritual power. After that, he shifted his 2 machetes. Lu Yi felt his center of gravity shifting. Although he quickly stabilized himself again, the sharp and cold light of a blade entered his vision. Chapter 66, 9-Star Clan and Mystic Sect. Jianghu was in the Fourth Order Spirit Creek realm. Moreover, he clearly had more combat experience than Lu Yi. The 2 machetes in his hands were dancing so swiftly that it was a whirlwind of movements. Lu Yi's opponent's second attack was already stabbing diagonally toward him at a very high speed by the time Lu Yi had brought his knife up horizontally to block his opponent's first attack. At this moment, it was clearly too late for him to retract the knife and defend. Just as Jianghu thought that his attack was about to succeed, a small triangular thing that looked like a miniature shield suddenly appeared on the surface of Lu Yi's body. There was a loud clanging noise as the machete struck the protection spiritual pattern. Thus, the brutal attack was blocked by the protection spiritual pattern. Meanwhile, Lu Yi went along with the shift in his center of gravity and slid sideways. At the same time, he slashed out diagonally with his long knife. The sharp blade opened up a long wound down Jianghu's arm, causing blood and flesh to curl. The tiger also took this opportunity to lunge forward. The tiger's roar reverberated throughout the heavens. On the other hand, Yi's figure floated about erratically like a ghost to distract Jianghu's attention. It was 3 against 1. A short while later, Lu Yi panted heavily. The long knife in his hand had pierced through Jianghu's chest once more. This time around, it stabbed directly into his opponent's heart. Consequently, Jianghu's head drooped, both hands fell to his sides, and his weapons clattered to the ground. He was dead. This arduous battle ended in Lu Yi's victory. Even so, he had paid quite a high price for his win. Leaving aside the fact that he had exhausted most of his spiritual power, he even had 4 wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bone. Blood practically dyed his entire shirt red and a thick stench of blood permeated his surroundings. The protection spiritual pattern was indeed capable of defending against the opponent's attacks. Unfortunately, there were quite a few occasions where he didn't even have the time to activate the protection spiritual pattern at all. The other party's attacks were too fast for him. That was the gap brought about by the difference in their cultivation and combat experience. Fortunately, None of his injuries landed on his vital spots. He had fought a 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master with the strength of a 2nd Order Spirit Creek Master under highly advantageous circumstances where he managed to severely injure the other party in addition to seizing the initiative in battle. Even so, he had paid such a high price just to take his enemy down. It made him deeply realize his own shortcomings. He was not the only one with serious injuries. Both the tiger and Yi were wounded too. Half of the tiger's body was covered in blood while Yi's figure had dimmed considerably. He hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and grabbed the storage bags of those people, not forgetting to take the young master's mystic spirit bell as well. Then he swung himself up on the tiger's back and shouted, "Go!" The tiger's figure leaped forward, charging straight for the split sky gorge. Halfway through the journey, Lu Ye's vision began to blur. His body was on the verge of collapse. Knowing that he could not hold on any longer, he only managed to utter one sentence to Yi and the tiger. "If you encounter a fork in the road, don't arbitrarily wander around on your own. Find a place to hide instead. We can talk about the rest when I wake up." Yi didn't even have time to react to those words when his body slumped to the side and he nearly fell off the tiger's back. Thus, she hurriedly leaned forward to support his body. Approximately half an hour after the tiger left with Lu Yi on its back, a figure suddenly appeared on that battlefield. Looking around at the traces of battle that were left behind, he raised his head and shouted, "Found it!" A short while later, 2 other figures came over from not far away. The 3 of them looked at the chaotic battlefield and knew that the situation was very bad. "What do we do?" "Notify senior brother Chao Yi," one of them said with a sigh. He activated his battlefield imprint and sent out a message. Another short while passed. A burly figure landed on the battlefield. The aura around his body was very dense. Looking at the aura around him, it was stronger than what Lu Yi had once seen on a 5th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. "Senior brother Chao." The 3 of them greeted the man. Chao Yi stepped forward to investigate the 4 corpses of his sect members. Judging from what was left on the battlefield, junior brother Sun had gotten his neck slit and bled to death quickly, junior sister Yuan had been beheaded, and the young master had sustained injuries on his thigh, shoulder blade, and neck. He even lost an arm. However, he died from the fatal wound in his chest. Jianghu, on the other hand, was covered in injuries. It was obvious that he had experienced a huge battle. Similarly, he died from a stab to the heart. Trash. Gritting his teeth, he cursed angrily. He simply could not understand how the young master who was protected by the mystic spirit bell could end up dead. It had to be said that although the mystic spirit bell was only a low-grade spirit artifact, its defensive properties were fairly strong. As long as the mystic spirit bell was activated for protection in the case of danger, it could even withstand the attacks of a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master for a short while. There was no way anybody below the 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm could even hope to penetrate the defenses of the mystic spirit bell in a short period of time. In the outer circle of the battlefield, forget a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Even a 6th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master would be hard to find. A 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and a 6th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master were existences akin to the overlords of this land. Cultivators with that level of cultivation would generally oversee the bases of their sects and rarely leave the place. He would not have come out here if he had not received a message from Jianghu. The young master had the protection of the mystic spirit bell, as well as a 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like Jianghu escorting him. That was why both Chao Yi and Dong Shu Yi had felt at ease to let him wander around outside. What's more, this place was still within the territory of the 9-Star clan. Nevertheless, he was killed within the territory of his own sect. How am I supposed to explain this situation to the sect master? It could be said that the entire 9-Star clan had been completely humiliated in this incident. Chao Yi could almost imagine how furious the elders of the sect would be when the news was reported back to the sect. Send a message back to the base. Seal off the area within 50 kilometers of this place and search for a young man accompanied by a white tiger. He is probably in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm or the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm and uses a knife-type spirit artifact. Regardless of the factions, we will reward those who provide any leads on this man with 30 spirit stones, those who manage to kill him with 500 spirit stones, and those who capture him alive with 1,000 spirit stones. His low voice rang out. The 3 other cultivators looked grim and hurriedly went to carry out the orders. Jianghu had only managed to send a simple message that contained just one sentence before he died. Young man with white tiger. Second order Spirit Creek realm. Even so, Qiao Yi had gained a lot of information from his investigation. Jianghu had fought with the killer before being killed. Therefore, Qiao Yi deduced that the other party was stronger than a second order Spirit Creek realm. It was most likely that the perpetrator was a third order Spirit Creek realm master or a fourth order Spirit Creek realm master instead. Otherwise, that person could not have managed to kill Jianghu. As for the part where the other party used a knife, that was very simple. Both the young master and Jianghu carried injuries that clearly indicated they were caused by a knife. In addition, the opponent most likely had quite a good spirit artifact. How could he have killed Jianghu otherwise? It was impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. While lost in thought, Qiao Yi suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as Qiao Yi's voice rang out, a handsome man with a charming attitude dressed in green clothes walked out from the shadows. That man wore a long sword at his waist. His hand was pressed against the hilt of his knife as he glided over with light steps, acting as though he was a king patrolling his own territory. The moment Qiao Yi saw this man, he reacted as though he was facing a great enemy. Quickly activating his spiritual power, he shouted through gritted teeth, "Wang Yang." It was no wonder that he was so nervous. Although he was in the 6th order Spirit Creek realm, the other party was in the 7th order Spirit Creek realm. Even with only one realm difference between them, there was a dividing line on the 4th order Spirit Creek realm and the 7th order Spirit Creek realm. Therefore, a cultivator would experience a huge difference in strength after crossing this dividing line. Having suffered great humiliation at the hands of this man during their past battles, he immediately felt troubled as soon as he saw this person appearing in this place. He had the confidence that he could escape, seeing as he was a body-tempering cultivator. Besides, he had a tough hide. Even if he could not win against Wang Yang, it was still possible for him to escape alive. Unfortunately, the 3 other companions behind him did not have the ability to do so. Why didn't this damn dog stay quietly inside the mystic sect's base? Why did he come here? He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he knew that the commotion had been so huge that it had attracted the mystic sect's attention. Chapter 67 The Hunt is starting. The bases of the 9-Star Clan and the Mystic Sect were located next to each other. Seeing as they belonged to different factions, it was only natural that friction would exist between them. It could be said that they fought so ferociously over the years that nobody could think straight anymore. The blood feud between them was so deep that it could never be resolved. The 9-Star Clan was an 8th-tier sect. Although it was one whole tier higher than Mystic Sect, the Mystic Sect held an advantage within the Spirit Creek battlefield. That was why the 8th-tier 9-Star Clan had suffered greatly in the hands of the 9th-tier Mystic Sect over the years. In particular, this man called Wang Yang was one of the most extreme types of people in the combat cultivation faction. His combat power was unquestionable. In the entire 9-Star Clan, only Dong Shuyi, who had remained behind to guard the base, could fight against him. Even Qiao Yi had to admit that he was not this person's opponent. Behind Wang Yang was a young girl with her hair in twin buns. She had a delicate figure. Her appearance was pure and lovely. She walked one step behind Wang Yang, which made her seem as though she was his maid. The truth was that this was indeed the case. Wang Yang came from a large and prominent family, and that young girl was a servant who grew up with him. When he joined Mystic Sect, he had brought his maid along. Unexpectedly, both of them turned out to have extraordinary talent and aptitude for cultivation. At the moment, they were both disciples of Mystic Sect. Although they were brother and sister in name, they actually had a master-servant relationship between them. The master and servant walked to the edge of the battlefield as though they did not see Qiao Yi and the others standing there. Wang Yang looked around, raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Who killed your young master?" I was wondering why the 9-Star Clan was in such an uproar tonight. It turns out that something big has happened to them. He only came here to check out the situation after receiving the news. Otherwise, a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like him would not be allowed to leave the sect's base at will. Qiao Yi stared at Wang Yang intently, not letting any expression on the latter's face go unnoticed. However, he did not see anything unusual. I've always told Dong Shuyi to keep a tight leash on that piece of trash, but he refused to listen. Now look what happened. He was murdered. Wang Yang had a gloating expression on his face that indicated he was enjoying this tragedy. He turned to look at Qiao Yi. "Do you know who did this?" Qiao Yi did not wish to answer but had no other choice but to answer. A young man accompanied by a white tiger. Wang Yang rubbed his chin. I've never heard of this person before. Is he a rogue cultivator? Or a disciple from one of the major sects who came out for training? After mulling over it for a bit, he shook his head. Whatever. It's none of my business anyway. Run! Qiao Yi shouted abruptly. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet shattered and his figure rushed off into the distance. Haha! Wang Yang chuckled. The long sword in his hand slid out of its sheath and a whip-like sword light slashed straight at Qiao Yi. At the same time, spiritual power surged around the young girl who was following behind him. Despite her harmless appearance, she raised her hand and pointed a slender jade-like finger at the 3 other 9-star clan disciples with a completed spell technique at her fingertips. A short while later, Wang Yang returned from chasing Qiao Yi. His expression was as calm and indifferent as ever. Young master, one got away. Xiao Zhu, his maid, walked over to report the results of her battle to him. In front of him, she was an obedient and lovely maid. However, she was a power cultivator in the 6th Order Spirit Creek realm to those 9-star clan disciples. On average, those 3 9-star clan disciples were in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm or the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. How could they be a match for her? It was just that they had been quite smart. They chose to split up in different directions when they escaped. Therefore she only managed to kill 2. The last one among them was already nowhere to be seen by the time she started chasing that one down. Oh well. Let them go. Wang Yang responded nonchalantly. Qiao Yi had also managed to escape. Thus he couldn't help sighing in amazement. Body-tempering cultivators really do have a high endurance for beatings. Also, call me senior brother. He raised a hand and tapped his fist against her head. She immediately clutched at her head with both hands and pouted. How many people can we send out? He asked another question. Less than 300, she replied. But, if we include the rogue cultivators, then we have around 500 or so. What about those in the 5th Order Spirit Creek realm? Only 6. Tisk. He curled his lips in annoyance. A bunch of useless dogs. They've all gone out to reap the benefits and left me to guard the empty sect all alone. It's too much. Needless to say, Mystic Sect had more than 300 disciples in the Spirit Creek realm. Unfortunately, it was impossible for these people to stay in the vicinity. Doing that would not benefit anybody. Hence, the cultivators would spread out to explore and travel around. That was all the more so for cultivators in the 5th Order Spirit Creek realm and above. They rarely remained in the outer circle simply because the benefits in the outer circle were far too few. That was why most of them would generally choose to enter the places closer to the inner circles once they advance into the 5th Order Spirit Creek realm or above. Accordingly, the low-level cultivation disciples of the middle and large sects would also come to Mystic Sect's territory to train. Nevertheless, they had to accept being mobilized to a certain degree while receiving Mystic Sect's protection in this place. It wasn't just the case for Mystic Sect. All the sects in the outer circle operated in the same manner. Sects of various sizes had close relationships with each other in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Similarly, their disciples would interact with each other frequently. Unfortunately, it was also precisely because of this reason that Mystic Sect only had 6 5th Order Spirit Creek realm masters that could be deployed. Of these 6, 2 had only just advanced into the 5th Order Spirit Creek realm recently. As such, they had not had time to leave yet. On the other hand, the remaining 4 were in their 40s or older. There was not much room for improvement in terms of their cultivation. There was a wide age range among those in the Spirit Creek realm. Some, like Lu Yi, had only just started practicing for some time. Then there were also those old-timers who had been cultivating for decades. There were no exceptions. The people in the second group lacked both talent and aptitude for cultivation. Hence, their cultivation was the result of grinding for a lifetime. Young master, are you thinking? Xiao Zhu glanced at Wang Yang. Wang Yang grinned. Send out a message. The hunt has started. Ask all the little guys to get their blood pumping. Also, pay extra attention to a young man with a white tiger. If there's any news about him, report it to me immediately. Okay. Inside the base of the 9-star clan, Dong Shuyi frowned as he studied Qiao Yi, who was covered in wounds. What happened to you? The corners of Qiao Yi's mouth twitched slightly. I ran into that lunatic Wang Yang. Upon hearing the name Wang Yang, Dong Shuyi could not stop his facial muscles from spasming slightly. He fell silent for a moment before he asked, "In other words, news of this has spread?" Chao Yi sighed. "We caused such a huge commotion. There was no way we could have concealed this matter." "Do you think Mystic Sect has anything to do with the young master's death?" He thought back to Wang Yang's expression at the time and shook his head. "I don't think so. Wang Yang only came to investigate the situation after receiving word about the commotion we were making. Also, he seemed surprised to see the young master's corpse. More importantly, with his arrogance, he would not have denied having a hand in the young master's death if Mystic Sect had been involved. Rather, he would have been boasting about it." Dong Shuyi nodded slightly. "That's true. The blood feud between these two sects could not be resolved. If the other party had truly taken the young master's life, it was impossible for them to keep quiet about it. I've already sent a message to seal off the surrounding 50 kilometers. The cultivation of the young master's killer is not that high, so he should not be able to leave this place so quickly. As long as his whereabouts are exposed, he will not be able to escape easily. I just fear that Mystic Sect will get in the way." He scowled. "It's a given that Mystic Sect will make a move. But we still need to give the elders of the sect an explanation for the young master's death. Otherwise, both you and I will be in deep trouble." He sighed. "I am unable to leave my post in the base, so I will leave the external affairs to you." "Senior brother, please rest assured." Chao Yi nodded. Although he had been injured by Wang Yang, his injuries were nothing more than flesh wounds. With the toughness of his body, he would more or less recover completely after a night's rest. By the way, the young master's corpse, Dong Shuyi recalled another relevant matter. Chao Yi bit the bullet and said, "I will go and bring the young master's corpse back tomorrow." He desperately prayed in his heart. Wang Yang, that bastard, had better not have taken the young master's corpse away. But based on that guy's temperament, he probably will not do something so tasteless. Chapter 68 Plight. In the darkness, Lu Yi slowly regained his senses and immediately felt the pain coming from his wounds. There was the sound of heavy breathing next to him. It was Amber. Then he slowly opened his eyes to look around the environment he was in right now. It was a deep and dark tunnel. The sound of wind whistling through his ears clearly indicated that this was not a sealed tunnel. Rather, it was open at both ends. Upon realizing this point, he immediately understood that he was probably still within the Split Sky Gorge. He did not know how long he had been unconscious, but it should not be too long. Seeing as Amber had not brought him out of the Split Sky Gorge, something unexpected probably occurred. It was marked on the 10-point map that the Split Sky Gorge had extremely complicated terrain. Upon entering the Split Sky Gorge, it would seem like just any ordinary canyon at first. The terrain on both ends might be a little steep. However, further inward, the canyon would become separated by a solitary mountain peak and one road would split into two. Beyond that, 2 would turn into 4 and 4 would turn into 8. At the end, there would be as many as more than 10 roads within the Split Sky Gorge. Furthermore, these roads might not be completely independent. The bottom of the mountain peaks that separated these roads were full of tunnels that were opened at both ends. Therefore, it was possible to travel between these paths by using these tunnels. The constantly splitting roads and the countless tunnels that connected these roads together made the depths of the Split Sky Gorge into an extremely huge natural labyrinth. That was also the reason why Lu Yi had chosen to pass through the Split Sky Gorge. With such a complex terrain, it would be difficult for anybody to figure out their direction. The only exception being the cultivators who lived here for a long time. On the other hand, he had a highly valuable 10-point map in his possession. With the map in hand, there was no need for him to worry about getting lost. He would only need to follow the directions written on the map to safely cross the Split Sky Gorge. It was just that he never expected to encounter trouble outside the Split Sky Gorge, which resulted in the slightly troublesome situation at the moment. The tunnel he was in right now was probably a tunnel in one of the random mountain peaks. In other words, he was currently inside the Split Sky Gorge. He was slightly surprised to see that his outer shirt had been taken off when he sat up. Somebody had torn it into strips to bandage his wounds. Judging from the clumsy technique, it was probably Yi's doing. It was obvious that Amber lacked that ability. "Lu Yi, are you awake?" Yi floated over from the side, looking overjoyed. Amber also lifted its head and glanced at him. Lu Yi responded with a grunt, checking the injuries on his body. He had taken 2 healing pills before fainting. At the moment, his wounds were clearly showing signs of improvement. Nevertheless, it would take a few more days for him to recover completely. Although Jianghu had severely injured him, the most dangerous injury on his body was the slash wound that he received from the young master with the use of a spirit talisman paper. At the time, Lu Yi had managed to activate the protection spiritual pattern in the nick of time. Even so, the results indicated that the slashing attack had penetrated the defense of the protection spiritual pattern. There was a wound about 3 centimeters deep right above his heart. It had to be said that even Jianghu had failed to break through the defense of the protection spiritual pattern, but that spirit talisman paper had succeeded in doing so. It only went to show just how powerful the spirit talisman paper that the young master had activated in his desperation was. If not for the protection spiritual pattern, that attack would have taken Lu Ye's life. After Lu Yi confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his body except a slight feeling of weakness, he took out a set of clothes from his storage bag and got dressed. Then he took out a water bag and some food. He tossed a portion to the tiger and began eating his own share. "How long have I been asleep?" he asked while eating. "A day and a night." Yi sat cross-legged in front of him and answered his question in a soft voice. "What happened?" "There are many people around. They are probably searching for us. We nearly exposed our whereabouts on several occasions and then we got lost." He nodded. That was within his expectations. In the beginning, Lu Yi had no intention of struggling desperately against Jianghu after using the young master to inflict heavy damage on the latter. With that injury, Jianghu would only become weaker and weaker as the battle went on. Killing him once he completely exhausted himself was undoubtedly a better strategy. Unfortunately, Lu Yi knew that his original plan would not work the moment he saw the back of Jianghu's hand glowing with a faint red light. The battlefield imprint on the back of a cultivator's hand not only recorded certain information but could also be used for communication. It was obvious that Jianghu was calling for backup at the time, so Lu Yi had no choice but to end things as quickly as possible. Lu Yi had wanted to cross the Split Sky Gorge as soon as possible after killing Jianghu. As long as they crossed the Split Sky Gorge, that would mean leaving the territory that the Nine-Star Clan controlled so that there was nothing the Nine-Star Clan could do against him. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that the Nine-Star Clan had responded faster than he expected. A large number of cultivators had already made their way into the Split Sky Gorge and were searching for his whereabouts. The young master of the sect had been killed after all. It was reasonable for the Nine-Star Clan to react a little more strongly than he expected. He was still relatively safe at the moment, but the current situation was certainly not promising. Going up against an entire sect alone, even if that sect was only in the 8th tier, was more than what he could bear. When it came down to it, he was only a weak cultivator in the Second-Order Spirit Creek realm. It had only been 3 months since the day he entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. He got lost in his thoughts while eating. It was impossible for him to face this crisis with his strength alone. Mystic Sect was located next to Nine-Star Clan. Even though these two sects were affiliated with different factions, they were located so close to each other. It was almost a given that there would be grievances between them. Therefore, Mystic Sect would probably not turn a blind eye to the commotion in Nine-Star Clan. If his guess was correct, then Mystic Sect would probably take action as well. In that case, Mystic Sect might be able to relieve him of some of these burdens. However, he could not take the initiative to seek out Mystic Sect for cooperation. There were 2 reasons for that. The first reason was that he could not expose his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. The second reason was that a Second-Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like him had no qualification to ask for their cooperation. Naturally, that was the most ideal situation. He could not be certain whether Mystic Sect would interfere in this matter. "I'm sorry." Yi suddenly apologized. She could sense that Lu Yi seemed to be a little angry. Lu Yi lifted his head to look at her. The words that came out of his mouth were vague and unclear. "Did you do something wrong?" She replied, "I will be more careful in the future. I won't expose our whereabouts so easily." When she had been trapped inside the mystic spirit bell, she had felt as though she was shrouded in an endless darkness. There was no light at all. It wasn't until she faintly heard Lu Ye's voice that she calmed down. If she had to be honest, the fact that he had gone to rescue her had surprised her greatly. There had been 4 cultivators in that place and basically all of them had greater cultivation than him. Under those circumstances, she would not have blamed him if he had chosen to abandon her. When it came down to it, they only had a cooperative relationship between them. Moreover, it had not been long since they started cooperating. They had yet to establish a deep friendship between them, so there was no reason for him to risk his safety just to rescue her. Even so, he had gone to save her anyway. In truth, this incident could not be blamed on her. She had been investigating their surroundings when she discovered the 4 cultivators of 9-Star Clan. She only wanted to sneak up on them to check out the situation. Who could have known that they had set up the Mystic Spirit Bell in advance? It had resulted in her immediate capture. Ultimately, this incident only occurred because she had not been careful enough. If she had not gotten so close, the Mystic Spirit Bell would not have been triggered by her presence. In the end, she blamed herself even more when he lost consciousness due to the severity of his wounds. Swallowing the food in his mouth, he looked at her and said, "I was the one who asked you to scout out our surroundings. Getting trapped was not your fault. Saving you was only to be expected, and getting beaten up was simply because my cultivation was not good enough. You don't need to feel bad about that." She looked at him emotionally, thinking that the person in front of her was the nicest man in the world. Then he changed the subject. "But if you don't discipline Amber well, then I think it's better for us to part ways." "Amber? What's wrong with Amber?" She was completely bewildered. Chapter 69, Third Order Spirit Creek Realm. Amber was eating by the side when it suddenly cowered slightly at those words. Even its eating movements became much more subdued than before. He immediately knew from the tiger's reaction that it must have done something wrong. Pursing her lips, she asked Lu Yi, "What did Amber do wrong?" Lu Yi turned and glared at Amber. Then he briefly explained about how Amber had rashly rushed into the enemy camp when they went to rescue her previously. He added, "Do you still remember the first of the 3 rules that we agreed upon?" Yi obediently sat in front of him with her back straight and answered immediately, "You make the final decisions in everything. If there are any disagreements, we will defer to you." Good memory. Following that, she turned her head to the side and shouted, "Amber!" Amber whined softly. Its sturdy body slowly crept over to her. When it arrived in front of her, it lifted its gaze and looked at her pitifully. However, she simply raised her hand and slapped the tiger on its head. "Lu Yi told you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen? You should not have been so impulsive at that kind of time. You should have followed the plan." Every sentence was followed by a slap. Yi was aware that the tiger's impulsive actions had created more trouble for them. The incident eventually ended with Lu Yi killing those 4 cultivators and rescuing her from that predicament. However, if Amber had endured a little more, the situation might have ended with better results. Who could say? Perhaps Lu Yi would not have lost consciousness because of his injuries. The only reason she could escape back then was all thanks to Lu Ye's decisiveness. If he had hesitated even slightly back when Amber had rushed out, he would have missed the opportunity and lost his advantage. Therefore she felt indebted to him in her heart. It was also to teach Amber a lesson that she did not hold back her strength and hit the tiger's head so hard that loud thuds rang out. "That's enough." Lu Yi interrupted and gave her a stern look. "I don't want to see this kind of thing happening again." They had only just started cooperating recently, so they were still getting used to each other. Although there was a transition period where everybody had to learn how to get along, experiencing something like that once was enough. He could not guarantee that he could come out of the situation unscathed if it happened again. Besides, he did not wish to be killed by his comrade's carelessness one day. "Got it?" Yi nodded before turning to look at Amber. "Do you understand?" Amber let out a soft whimper that was taken as its response. After that, she turned back to Lu Yi again and earnestly thanked him. "Thank you." This thank you of hers was both for Amber and herself. The only reason she could get out of trouble was that he had risked his life to rescue her. Furthermore, this matter was not over yet. They were currently trapped within the Split Sky Gorge, so it was still unknown as to whether they could escape this place safely. Lu Yi waved his hand dismissively and checked the state of his body. There was no need to worry about his injuries. They would be fully healed after a few days' rest. On the other hand, he had consumed much of his spiritual power in his previous battle. There was a need to replenish his spiritual power, but he was astonished to see that the barrier of his 26th spiritual point was showing signs of weakening. During his previous cultivation session, he had cultivated until he filled up his 25th spiritual point but did not try to unlock his 26th spiritual point. Now it would seem that the surge of his spiritual power during the battle with Jianghu had impacted the barrier of his 26th spiritual point. That was a good thing. It saved him some cultivation time. Nevertheless, he needed to replenish his spiritual power before all else. It was extremely important that he remained in peak condition when he was currently in such a crisis-laden situation. After all, it was hard to say when they might get attacked by their pursuers. He would not have the time to recover when that happened. Be that as it may, he was in no hurry to start cultivating. Ishadiya look. He immediately understood and patted Amber on the head. The spirit and the tiger then split up, each heading toward one end of the tunnel. With the two of them monitoring the front and rear entrances of this tunnel respectively, he would not be caught like a rat in a trap inside. There would be room for them to retreat in case of danger. Once Yi and Amber left, Lu Yi lowered his head to look at the back of his hand and activated his spiritual power. The back of his hand shone with a layer of blue light that transformed into a few lines of words. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, Disciple of Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation, 25 spiritual points. Contribution, 34. He stared at the row of words indicating his contribution in amazement, feeling unsure as to how the number 34 came about. When he killed that fair-skinned man in Lu Ruin back at Green Cloud Mountain, he had received 8 points of contribution. Unexpectedly, his contribution became 34 after he killed those 4 people. In other words, those 4 people had given him a total of 26 points of contribution. For the time being, he was still clueless about the function of the contribution. He had asked Yi about it before, but she did not seem to know much about it. Her memory from before was severely impaired. Consequently, there were some things that she could recall and other things that she was completely ignorant about. In any case, there must be a use for the contribution. As for how it was used and where or when it could be used, he had no choice but to slowly figure it out on his own. Seeing as he could not understand it, he didn't bother mulling over it any longer. He popped a spirit-restoring pill into his mouth and refined it into pill power to replenish what he had consumed. Thus, his spiritual power slowly recovered. He had previously discovered that there were great differences between the efficiency of recovery and cultivation, as well as the consumption of spirit pills. It would seem that if he was simply recovering, the speed of recovery would be significantly faster than cultivation. The consumption was drastically lowered too. The most straightforward comparison would be the fact that he had used nearly 200 spirit pills in total over a duration of 3 months to unlock up to his 25th spiritual point. Having exhausted his spiritual power in battle, he now wanted to replenish his reserves. However, it was impossible for him to consume another 200 spirit pills or spend another 3 months just for that. If that was the case, then the price a cultivator had to pay for every battle would be far too high. There was a lot of wastage in cultivation when it came to the pill power of a spirit pill, not to mention that it also took a lot of effort to hone each spiritual point. It was a gradual step-by-step process from unlocking each spiritual point to filling up each spiritual point. But, once the spiritual point was fully cultivated, it became much easier and simpler to recover what was lost. Time passed. At the same time, spirit pill after spirit pill was consumed. Lu Yi recovered completely after 2 days. Unfortunately, he only had slightly more than 20 spirit pills left in his possession. There was no news from Yi and Amber, so it would seem that they were in a relatively safe location. He was in no hurry to leave this place. Seeing as he did not know about what was going on outside, leaving this place rashly would only make the situation more troublesome. Besides, he was only 2 more spiritual points away from advancing into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, and the barrier surrounding his 26th spiritual point was already loose. Since he had enough spirit pills on hand, he decided to first increase his cultivation by 1 realm before doing anything else. He had managed to kill off Jianghu with Amber and Yi's help. If he could reach the Third Order Spirit Creek realm, then his strength would increase even further. That would be extremely helpful for their current situation. What's more, his injuries had yet to heal completely. It was also a good idea for him to recuperate for a few more days. Having made up his mind, he continued to consume the spirit pills and urged his spirit power to slam into the barrier of his 26th spiritual point. Another 5 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the tunnel somewhere in the mountainside with a serious expression. He had unlocked his 27th spiritual point yesterday and spent a few more spirit pills to charge up his 27th spiritual point until it was full. Hence, today was the time for him to advance into the Third Order Spirit Creek realm. With 2 previous experiences under his belt, he was very familiar with the process by now. His spiritual power began flowing from the 19th spiritual point, flowing in accordance to the training course to pass through his 20th spiritual point, 21st spiritual point, and all the way until his 27th spiritual point. As his spiritual power looped through these 9 major spiritual points in an endless cycle, the speed became faster and faster until he suddenly broke through the bottleneck. Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, shuddered without warning, and his spiritual power surged through his entire body. Chapter 70 Declaration of War. In the Spirit Creek realm, every advancement into the next realm would add another microcosmic orbit circulation system to the body. Now that Lu Yi had advanced into the third order Spirit Creek realm, he had unlocked 27 spiritual points. Every 9 spiritual points formed a circulation system, so he currently had 3 microcosmic orbit circulation systems in his body, and his spiritual power flowed through them like a babbling brook in a never-ending loop. What amazed him was that he could clearly feel that all 3 of these spiritual power circulation systems seemed to resonate with each other after he entered the third order Spirit Creek realm. This was something that had never happened before when he first entered the first order Spirit Creek realm and the second order Spirit Creek realm. The resonance between them made the spiritual power in his body flow a little faster than before. At this moment, he had more or less perfected his cultivation of the golden liberation technique that he received from Manager Yang. If he connected the 27 spiritual points that he unlocked in a specific order, the pattern formed would depict a toad lying on the ground. The name Golden Liberation Technique, which loosely translated to a carefree toad, probably came from that. Every time his spiritual power flowed through the circulation system, it looked like there was a toad breathing in and out. The 3 spiritual power circulation systems might look independent of each other, but they actually influenced one another. Logically speaking, his strength would usually increase by approximately 30% whenever his cultivation increased by a whole realm. However, he could feel that his strength had skyrocketed by more than 30%. It seemed to have nearly doubled instead. The realization struck him all of a sudden: these were the additional benefits of cultivating the cultivation technique to completion. If he had his current cultivation when he was battling against Jianghu, he would not have needed to pay such a heavy price. He might even be able to defeat his opponent without getting injured. In terms of offensive power, he had the sharp-edged spiritual pattern. That was something a fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master like Jianghu could not block even when he was still in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. In terms of defensive power, he had the protection spiritual pattern. Similarly, it was also a spiritual pattern that Jianghu had not been able to penetrate. Both his offense and defense were beyond the limits of his current cultivation. All that he lacked was undoubtedly the experience and the necessary skills in battle. Unfortunately, something like experience could only be accumulated over time by personally experiencing numerous battles. As for skills, he had spent at least 4 hours a day practicing his knife throughout his journey. It had not been long since he started, so he did not dare to say he had great knife skills. Nevertheless, he could at least hold his knife much steadier than before. His attacks also flowed more smoothly now. He had killed a few people before, so he was slowly familiarizing himself with the feeling of breaking through the defensive spiritual power around his enemies as well as cutting into his enemy's flesh. He kept this feeling in his heart, turning the feeling into a form of instinct that would naturally evolve into a superb technique. There was no way for Lu Yi to continue cultivating anymore. He only had a few more spirit pills in his possession, but he had yet to obtain a new and suitable cultivation technique to practice. Besides, his injuries had healed up completely. After giving it some thought, he stood up. A short while later, he gathered Yi and the tiger before walking out of the tunnel he had been hiding in for the past few days. According to Yi's feedback, Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan had been fighting fiercely against each other in the Split Sky Gorge over the past few days. Small skirmishes would break out from time to time, causing both sides to suffer casualties. He quietly commended Mystic Sect in his heart. This was the exact situation he had been hoping for. It was also the reason why he managed to hide here for so long. From the start, he had the feeling that it was impossible for Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan to coexist peacefully. The moment there was a large commotion in 9-Star Clan, Mystic Sect would definitely respond in kind. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that he had underestimated the deep blood feud between the sects brought upon by the confrontation between the opposing factions. This entire incident stemmed from the fact that Lu Yi had killed the 4 cultivators that were led by the young master of 9-Star Clan, which then triggered a large-scale search for his whereabouts. However, this incident had turned into a chaotic battle between the Spirit Creek realm masters of the two major sects in the time that the main culprit had been secretly recuperating from his injuries. He originally wanted to stir the pot, but from the looks of things, there was no need for him to go to such trouble. The current situation was in his favor. Even so, it was unrealistic for him to think of leaving just like that. He did not know how many people both sects had deployed into the Split Sky Gorge, but he was now caught right in the middle of it. He needed to borrow strength from somebody if he wanted to get out of this situation. More accurately, he needed to borrow the power of Mystic Sect. With a plan in mind, he asked EE to move ahead of them to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, he and the tiger quietly sneaked along at a distance of around 100 meters behind her. In a gorge that was about 35 meters wide, 7 cultivators were fighting each other in an endless battle. There were 3 on one side and 4 on the other. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the side with less people had the upper hand in the battle. The main reason was that the average cultivation of those 3 was higher. Out of the 3 of them, 1 was in the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm while the other 2 were in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm. On the other hand, the party of 4 on the opposite side was composed of 2 in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm and 2 in the 2nd Order Spirit Creek realm. One of the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm masters was bleeding profusely from his arm. It was clear that he was injured. The battles between low-level cultivators basically revolved around close combat. There were very few who could display the full power of spell techniques. That was because their cultivation was too low, so the power of their spell techniques was weak. Not to mention, activating spell techniques required time and the process of activation could easily be interrupted. Moreover, accuracy was still an issue even if they managed to succeed at activating the spell technique. Therefore, whoever had a higher cultivation and stronger weapon would naturally hold the advantage in close combat. Among those 4 people, the leader was a strong and burly man. He was holding a large knife and standing in front of the others. He shouted while retreating, "Go!" His words implied that he was going to bring up the rear. The other 3 looked sad, but they did not abandon him to escape. On the contrary, they fought beside him to retreat and fight at the same time. Unfortunately, that was nothing more than a temporary reprieve. The moment that burly man collapsed, all 4 of them would die in this place. The 4th Order Spirit Creek realm master on the opposite side seemed aware of this fact. Hence, he did not take action even if he had the chance to kill the burly man. Instead, he continuously slashed away at the burly man's body, creating more wounds on the latter's body. It made the burly man look more and more wretched. Lu Yi and the tiger were hiding among a pile of rocks not far behind these 4 people. They were observing the situation through the gaps in the rock. At first, he had been troubled over how he was supposed to distinguish between the cultivators of Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. It was not like he could just go up to them and ask after all. However, he realized that he had been overthinking the moment he saw the fight between these 2 parties. It was very easy to distinguish between the cultivators of Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. That was because there were different colored lights glowing from the backs of the hands of both parties. He was amazed by the sight despite not understanding the reason behind that phenomenon. His battlefield imprint had never shown any changes before during his previous battles. Unbeknownst to him, this was all thanks to Wang Yang. Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan had been struggling against each other on this territory for many years. It was just that Mystic Sect had always held the upper hand in the situation due to their advantage in numbers and strength among the Spirit Creek Realm Masters. For that reason, the Spirit Creek Realm Masters of 9-Star Clan had always kept a low profile in this area. It used to be very difficult for the people of Mystic Sect to hunt down their opponents. However, the young master of 9-Star Clan had been killed. Almost all of the Spirit Creek Realm Masters within the sect had been deployed as a result, so it was a great chance for Mystic Sect. It was the perfect opportunity for them to go on a rampage to hunt and slaughter the disciples of 9-Star Clan. That was why Wang Yang couldn't care less about the reason behind this incident. All he saw was a good chance for him to severely damage the 9-Star Clan. For that reason, he used the Divine Opportunity column in his base to declare war on the 9-Star Clan, regardless of the cost. The 9-Star Clan was well within their rights to reject such a declaration of war. But they were trying to hunt down the person who killed their young master. How could they reject this declaration of war at this time? That being the case, Dong Shuyi could only bite the bullet and accept the declaration. At the same time, he cursed Wang Yang with all his heart. During the period when war was declared, a different colored light would shine from the backs of the hands of cultivators from both sides the moment they confronted each other. It made their positions clear in an instant. It had to be said that both sides had many rogue cultivators under them. The faces of these rogue cultivators were extremely unfamiliar to many of the cultivators from both sects. Therefore, the battlefield imprint not only prevented either side from accidentally injuring their own allies, but it also allowed both sides to instantly determine which was their enemy and which was a trusted ally. Chapter 71, Casual Demonstration of Ability. As a newcomer who had only been in the Spirit Creek battlefield for approximately 3 months, it was only natural that Lu Yi was clueless about the social rules in this place. Nevertheless, the light coming from the battlefield imprint would make things more convenient for him. At this moment, he and Amber were hiding at a spot behind the 4 people from Mystic Sect. They were approximately 100 meters away from the opposing party. However, the distance was gradually shortening as the 4 people from Mystic Sect continued to retreat. The burly man was becoming increasingly more injured as time went on. Thus, the situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for these 4 people from Mystic Sect. Seeing that the burly man could not hold out for much longer, the other Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master beside him shouted, "Die, all of you!" While speaking, he took out a spirit talisman paper that was shining with a golden light and drew upon his spiritual power to activate the spirit talisman paper. A golden disc flowing with spiritual patterns that was about the size of a wash basin immediately appeared in front of him. This was the golden wheel talisman paper that Lu Yi had once used against a pack of wolves when he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. This spirit talisman paper was not as powerful as the fiery snake talisman paper in terms of strength, but it lasted much longer. At that time, Lu Yi had used this spirit talisman paper to repel the wolf pack that had been surrounding him. When a golden light flashed brilliantly, a golden half-moon-shaped slash swept out from the disc with the sound of something slicing through the air. A spirit talisman paper was extremely expensive for a low-level cultivator. Even so, every one of them would carry 1 or 2 as a trump card to get them out of difficult situations as long as they were financially capable of doing so. The moment that person shot out the golden wheel talisman paper, the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master from 9-Star Clan immediately took a step back. His cultivation might be the highest among these people, but even he did not dare to arbitrarily take on the attack of a golden wheel talisman paper. That was simply seeking death. Then he immediately took out a palm-sized circular shield from the storage bag hanging from his waist and brought it up in front of him. At the same time, his 2 other companions raised their hands and each pressed a hand on the shield, and the 3 of them simultaneously poured their spiritual power into it. Following that, the palm-sized shield instantly became the size of a table that stood in front of all 3 of them. Numerous golden half-moon-shaped slashes slammed into the shield with a booming sound. The force of impact caused the 3 people from 9-Star Clan to stagger backward repeatedly. Various slash marks of different depths appeared on the surface of the shield. Be that as it may, it was obvious that the attacks of the golden wheel talisman paper could not penetrate the defenses of the shield. That shield was a defensive spirit artifact. Consequently, the 4 people from Mystic Sect began to wallow deeper and deeper in despair. The golden disc formed from the golden wheel talisman paper slowly dissipated. Thus, the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master from 9-Star Clan put away the shield with a sullen look. "You won't even get to wish you were dead now." Although his defensive spirit artifact had managed to block his opponent's attack, it had been severely damaged. He did not know how many spirit stones he would need to spend in order to repair it, which upset him so much that his heart was practically bleeding. Raising the weapon in his hand, he was about to charge forward when he glanced at something behind the 4 people from Mystic Sect in astonishment. At the same time, the 4 people from Mystic Sect also noticed an anomaly. Somebody was charging toward them at an extremely high speed from behind. Before they could even look behind, a shadowy figure had already passed over their heads. In the next moment, a completely snow-white tiger appeared in their field of vision. Moreover, there was a young man in black riding on the tiger's back. A white tiger and a young man? In that instant, all 7 cultivators present immediately realized who that person was. Lu Yi pressed his hand against the hilt of his knife, leaping off the back of the tiger. His gaze was fixed on the 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. His long knife slid out of its sheath and came slashing downward, aiming for the opponent's neck. The Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was not slow to react. He instantly discerned Lu Ye's cultivation the moment the other party turned up. Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Sure enough, it's exactly as Senior Brother Chow had guessed. His cultivation was one realm higher than Lu Ye's, so he was not afraid of the incoming attack. The weapon in his hand came up before him to block the menacing attack. It was just that Lu Yi had the advantage of a preemptive strike. Combined with the momentum of his attack, the force of impact caused Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master's body to stagger slightly. Before the other party could recover his strength, Lu Yi had already stabbed forward while his body was still in midair. This attack was extremely tricky, so the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master had a difficult time trying to defend against it. Nevertheless, he was a ruthless man. He immediately activated his spiritual power to protect the place where the knife would land while simultaneously chopping at Lu Ye's neck with the weapon in his hand. A Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and a Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master might only be one realm apart, but there was a huge gap in strength. That was because the number of spiritual points that a Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master had to unlock would increase considerably. That was why this person assumed that Lu Ye's attack would only injure him slightly. His spiritual power defense was not for show after all. On the other hand, he was certain that Lu Ye's head would go rolling if his attack landed. Thinking about the 1,000 Spirit Stones reward, he felt his blood boiling with excitement. With so many Spirit Stones, I can definitely cultivate until I reach either the 6th Order Spirit Creek Realm or the 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm. There was a tearing sound as the long knife sliced through his chest. An intense wave of pain shattered his fantasy. What shocked him even more was that his sure-kill attack had failed to injure Lu Yi in the slightest. Just as his weapon was about to touch Lu Ye's neck, he vaguely felt something flashing for an instant and blocking his attack. Meanwhile, Lu Yi jumped over him and slashed out at his opponent's neck again. The sharp blade sliced through his opponent's neck like slicing through tofu. The other party's spiritual power defense was no more than a decoration. Following that, a head flew off and blood gushed out from his opponent's neck. Lu Yi tumbled to the ground, a stream of blood spurting out from his waist area. It was an injury inflicted upon him by one of the other Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters when he was unguarded. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. It was only a flesh wound at most. At the time, he had to activate the Protection Spiritual Pattern to defend against the lethal attack coming from the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. That was why he had been unable to defend against the other attack and could only use his spiritual power defense to block. It was lucky that his spiritual power was pure enough so the defense had been fairly effective. The changes that occurred in the blink of an eye left all four people from Mystic Sect completely dumbfounded. They originally thought that they were going to die. Who could have known that a young man riding the back of a tiger would come rushing out from behind? Moreover, that person had killed the enemy Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master as soon as he appeared. They were shocked, but Lu Yi did not stop there. The moment he landed on the ground, dust flew up again as he lunged at the Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master who stabbed him. The other party was clearly in shock over his companion's death and could only lift his sword by instinct to block Lu Ye's frontal attack. To his dismay, the long sword broke the moment their weapons came into contact. Not every low-level cultivator would have a spirit artifact, and only a spirit artifact could withstand an attack from the long knife blessed with the sharp edge. An ordinary weapon was completely helpless against it. The sharp blade came slashing down on the bridge of his nose, slicing open his face, and ripping a 30-centimeter long wound from his chest down to his abdomen. Blood and internal organs burst out together. Only then did the man scream in agony. On the other hand, Lu Yi raised his hand again and cut the other party down. That was the second one. The remaining Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was currently struggling against Amber. When Lu Yi came charging in on Amber, he had immediately targeted the Fourth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. In contrast, Amber had pounced upon one of the Third Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Sadly, it was no match for its opponent and was cut up so badly that its ferocious roar rang out loudly and repeatedly. However, the situation changed when Lu Yi joined the fight. They were both in the Third Order Spirit Creek Realm, but Lu Ye's combat power was significantly higher than the other parties. Combined with the Tiger's cooperation from the side, the two of them immediately made short work of their opponent in a matter of seconds. Still feeling frustrated, Amber even broke the other party's neck in one bite. Warm blood spattered all over its head and face, causing it to seem even more terrifying than ever. The intense battle subsided. All 3 people from the 9-star clan were dead. Even so, the entire battle had only taken approximately 10 seconds or so in total. It happened so quickly that the 4 people from Mystic Sect had yet to return to their senses. Chapter 72, A Look of Confirmation. By the time the 4 people from Mystic Sect returned to their senses, Lu Yi had already retrieved the spoils of his battle, leaped onto the tiger's back and left in a cloud of dust. Just now, a young woman among those 4, stuttered incoherently. Even her companions did not understand what she was trying to say. The shock of everything they had just witnessed was far too much for them. The fact that Lu Yi was only in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm was not something he could conceal. They also had 2 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm masters among them, but none of them could ever have imagined that a 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm master could be so aggressive. In the short span of 10 seconds, that person had managed to slaughter 3 opponents that they had difficulty contending against. Not to mention, one of the opponents was a 4th Order Spirit Creek realm master. What Lu Yi did could be considered exceeding his limits to kill his opponent. That was something generally only disciples from the major sects could do. Nevertheless, they were sure about one thing. If that young man riding on the tiger had wanted to attack them, they would die even faster than the 3 people from 9-star clan. While they were absent-minded, the tiger that was disappearing into the distance suddenly turned around and ran back toward them again. The expression of the burly man in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm immediately changed at the sight. He hurriedly protected his 3 other companions behind his back and looked forward vigilantly. A short while later, Amber stopped right in front of these 4 people. Lu Yi sat up straight on the tiger's back and looked down on them from above. The distance between them was no more than 15 meters. A strong sense of oppression made the chest of the female cultivator in the group tighten with a sense of breathlessness. "Do you have spirit pills?" the young man on the tiger's back suddenly asked. Yes." The burly man quickly replied. "Do you want them?" Lu Yi nodded. "I need spirit pills." The burly man hurriedly untied the storage bag around his waist and unlocked the restraining lock on his storage bag. An idea seemed to come to him and he turned to his companions and said, "Hand your spirit pills to me." How could those 3 dare to defy him? They quickly took out the spirit pills from their respective storage bags and clumsily placed them in the hands of the burly man. After that, the burly man emptied out the contents of his storage bag and transferred them to somebody else's storage bag. A short while later, he tossed the storage bag containing the spirit pills to Lu Yi. Lu Yi caught the storage bag easily. "Many thanks," Lu Yi said. Then he tossed the spoils of his battle that he collected previously to the ground. Amber turned around and left once more. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure vanished out of sight that the 4 people from Mystic Sect breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They thought that they were going to be robbed when Lu Yi turned back to ask them for spirit pills. Even if Lu Yi had done that, they could only pinch their noses and resign themselves to their fate. Putting aside the fact that they were no match for Lu Yi, he was still their savior regardless. In any case, it was only natural that their lives were more important than their spirit pills. The burly man had even prepared his speech when he tossed the storage bag containing the spirit pills to Lu Yi. He was ready to use those spirit pills to express his thanks for saving them. Who could have expected that Lu Yi did not take those spirit pills for nothing? He had tossed the spoils of the previous battle to them in exchange. The 4 people from Mystic Sect looked at the 3 storage bags on the ground, 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, and a small battered shield, feeling speechless for a while. A quick calculation later, they realized that not only did they not suffer any losses but they even earned quite a sum of money instead. Thus, they felt a little unsure as to whether they should laugh or cry. Bending down to retrieve the items on the ground, the burly man pondered in silence for a moment before he said decisively, "Let's head back to base." Every one of them was injured. More importantly, none of them had any spirit pills left. It would be difficult for them to fight another battle. In their current circumstances, the most sensible decision was to return to the base to replenish their supplies. Besides, they did not have the ability to unlock the storage bags obtained from the cultivators of the 9-star clan. They had no choice but to return to the base, turn those storage bags over to the sect, and ask the elders of the sect for help. On the other side, Lu Yi rode on the tiger to find a secluded tunnel where he could check out his harvest. It had been a sudden and whimsical idea to ask those people from Mystic Sect for spirit pills. The main reason was that he had a little too many storage bags in his possession. He already had a few storage bags on him before he entered the Split Sky Gorge. After he killed that batch of people from 9-Star Clan, he obtained another 4 storage bags. If he took any more, he would run out of places to hide them. Even if he tied them all at his waist, they would only hinder him in a fight. More importantly, all of these storage bags were sealed with the restriction lock, so he had no way of opening them. Instead of bringing them along with him, he might as well exchange them for spirit pills with the people from Mystic Sect. Those 4 in Mystic Sect did not give him many spirit pills. Their cultivation was relatively low and they were not particularly wealthy, so whatever spirit pills they received would be consumed immediately. The 4 of them combined had given him a total of 16 spirit pills. Moreover, 5 of these spirit pills were healing pills. He mentioned that he needed spirit pills but did not say which, so they took out both the spirit restoring pills and the healing pills. Not a bad harvest. The idea I thought up on the spot is ingenious indeed. This way, I just might obtain a large amount of cultivation resources in the Split Sky Gorge. On another note, the number recorded as his contribution in his battlefield imprint had changed too. It went from 34 to 56, increasing by a total of 22 points of contribution. The increase in these numbers was very puzzling to him. He previously gained 26 points of contribution from killing 4 people from 9-Star Clan, including the young master of 9-Star Clan, and another 22 points of contribution from this battle. He could not tell what the standard of increase was for the contribution. Hence, he made up his mind, deciding to pay careful attention to the changes in the numbers the next time he killed a person. Hopefully, he might be able to infer something regarding the rules of how it worked. He had not been seriously injured in this battle. The only injury he suffered was a stab to his waist by a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Therefore, he lightly bandaged his wound and cleaned himself up a little before he continued on his journey. The spiritual power in his body was enough that he could still continue fighting with no issues. From time to time, he would come across traces left behind by battles in the gorge. Many of these places also had dried bloodstains and mutilated corpses. It went to show just how fierce the battles were between Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. They had not traveled far when EE, who was scouting the way ahead, came back to report that there was a group of 2 coming in this direction. Lu Yi immediately told Amber to hide, then he walked toward those 2 on his own. A short while later he ran straight into the 2-man group. Both sides were on guard as they looked each other up and down. A bright light flashed across Lu Ye's eyes. He swiftly determined the other party's cultivation. Both of them were in the 3rd-order Spirit Creek realm. A combination like theirs could not be considered weak. Moreover, judging by the injuries on their bodies, it was obvious that they had just experienced battle not too long ago. It might be that the other party used to consist of more than just 2 people. What bewildered him was that the battlefield imprints on the back of their hands were not glowing with light. He could not tell which faction these 2 belonged to, so he was unable to make a move. To his surprise, the other party studied him for a moment before visibly relaxing. One of them even walked over with a smile. He spoke as he walked. "Aren't you a brave one, fellow cultivator? I can't believe you dare to walk around even though you are alone." The cogs in Lu Ye's brain turned quickly. He realized that the other party had mistaken him for one of their own. His hand that had been holding the hilt of his knife relaxed as he calmly replied, "I got separated from the rest during a fight." That person said, "You sure are lucky. If you don't mind, you can join the 2 of us. The 3 of us will be better able to take care of each other that way." Of course. Lu Yi nodded in response. In this situation, silence was golden. That person raised his hand. "Although I don't think it's necessary, it's still best if you verify your identity with us." While speaking, a red glow appeared on the back of his hand. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and confirmed the situation with his own eyes. This was a person he could cut down. When the gravel under his feet flew into the air, he had already rushed forward to attack with his knife under the stunned gazes of the other 2. Chapter 73 Mountain Tiger. Only a short while later, Lu Yi picked up the spoils of the battle and departed from the scene. 2 mutilated corpses were left in his wake. Even a 4th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master could not withstand more than 3 attacks from him, much less a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. From the moment he took the advantage of launching a preemptive strike, they were doomed. This time around he made sure to pay close attention and noticed that every time he killed a person his contribution would increase by 3 points. That meant that 2 people gave him 6 points. At the moment he had accumulated up to 62 points of contribution. When night fell, he hid inside a tunnel on the side of the mountain to rest and recuperate. EE and the tiger each kept a watch on one end of the tunnel as usual to prevent them from being blindsided by an attack. He had fought 3 battles today and his harvest had been pretty good. He had not kept any of his spoils of war, using them to exchange for spirit pills with the people of Mystic Sect instead. As a result, he received more than 20 spirit pills, 80% of which were spirit-restoring pills. Compared to these spoils of war, he felt that the most rewarding thing he obtained was the experience of fighting other people. Even though he had experienced several battles since the day he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield, there were often great intervals of time between those battles. It wasn't like today where he fought consecutive battles within a single day. Such high-intensity battles not only allowed him to quickly examine his shortcomings but also allowed him to enrich and improve his combat skills. Blindly cultivating behind closed doors was not as good as experiencing real battles with actual weapons. That was the experience gained through spilling blood and suffering injuries after all. Although Lu Yi also suffered some injuries, his injuries were not serious. He first ate some jerky to relieve his body of hunger. Once he filled his stomach, he began to consume some spirit pills to replenish the spiritual power that he had consumed during the day. He frequently used both the sharp-edge spiritual pattern and the protection spiritual pattern in battles. Although these 2 spiritual patterns allowed him to exceed the limits of what his current cultivation was capable of, they had obvious disadvantages in that their consumption rate was very high. If he wanted to ensure that he had enough combat power in his future actions, then he had to keep his spiritual power at sufficient levels of satiety. Now that he was in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm, his efficiency at refining the pill power had improved again. For the time being, he did not know how many spirit pills were required for him to unlock another spiritual point. Based on his previous experiences, the consumption rate of unlocking his spiritual points would only continue to increase in the future. Fortunately, his cultivation efficiency would also improve in tandem. The time taken to unlock each spiritual point should not increase by much and might even remain unchanged. The night passed in silence. The Split Sky Gorge was quiet at night. There were no sounds of battle between the cultivators from Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan. Seeing as everybody had similarly low cultivation bases, there was an unspoken agreement that nighttime was generally used to rest and replenish their consumption during the day. The real battles were only fought during the day. When dawn broke, Lu Yi led the tiger and Yi out of the tunnel and began their hunt. He spent the next couple of days in constant battle, ranging from 1 or 2 battles a day to 3 or 4 battles a day. Meanwhile, the spirit pills in his possession gradually increased. Likewise, his contribution also increased steadily. He finally figured out the calculation method of how the contribution was distributed. From his observations, the cultivation realm of the cultivator he killed represented the number of points he would receive for his contribution. That was the basic value. For example, if he killed a 2nd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master, then he would receive 2 points of contribution. If his opponent was a 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master, then he would receive 3 points of contribution. Furthermore, if he killed an enemy who was stronger than him, his contribution would increase by 1 base value for each realm that he surpassed. To put it simple, he was in the 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm. If he killed a 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master, he would receive 3 points of contribution. On the other hand, if he killed a 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master, he would receive as many as 8 points of contribution instead. He previously killed a 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master when he was only in the 2nd Order Spirit Creek Realm. At the time he had surpassed 2 whole minor realms. Thus he gained a total of 12 points. He did a quick calculation in his head and discovered that his calculation corresponded with the contribution he previously received after killing his enemy. It would seem that his calculation method was correct. After several days of fighting, he gradually became familiar with the feeling of fighting his enemies in life-and-death situations. His cultivation did not increase any further, but his combat skills had improved significantly, which in turn increased his efficiency in killing his enemies. Over the past few days, he had tried to see if he could get out of the Split Sky Gorge. He eventually discovered that it was not possible. He did not know how many people Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan had deployed into this area, but according to his and Yi's observations, Both sides seemed to have deployed almost 1,000 Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Over 1,000 cultivators were scattered throughout this huge labyrinth. He could encounter an enemy at any time and anywhere. Furthermore, the terrain ahead would suddenly narrow again after passing through this labyrinth and would eventually converge into a gorge that passed through the Split Sky Gorge. If he wanted to leave this place, that was the only way out. The Nine-Star Clan had placed a huge number of people at the exit of the canyon, so things would end badly for him if he dared to show up there. In that case, he might as well hide out in the labyrinth to kill his enemies. His whereabouts were exposed after he spent a few days attacking. He could clearly sense that the pressure of Nine-Star Clan's search for him was intensifying. The most obvious sign was that the number of cultivators among the groups he encountered recently had increased. At the beginning, he would only run into small groups of 3 to 4 people. However, most of the small groups would have at least 5 or 6 people now. There were also some that had at least a dozen or so. If it was a small group of 3 or 4 people, Lu Yi could still win by the skin of his teeth. However, he did not dare to attack if it was a group of 5 or 6 people. As for those groups with more than 10 people in them, he stayed as far as he could from them. After the cultivators from Mystic Sect suffered several losses because of this, they also made corresponding adjustments to their arrangements. The number of people in their small groups increased in order to compete against the Nine-Star Clan. Inside the Labyrinth Canyon, a battle was breaking out. The scale of this battle was not small. Around 20 cultivators were involved in the battle. Both sides had brought 10 men each, and there were quite a few 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Even so, the results indicated that both sides were holding the upper hand in the battle as there were casualties on both sides. When the battle was in full swing, a loud tiger's roar rang out. The expressions of both parties froze at the sound. Somebody shouted excitedly, "The mountain tiger is here." It was a cultivator from Mystic Sect. Lu Yi, who was riding on the tiger's back and charging toward the battlefield, frowned at those words. He had no idea how he received the moniker, Mountain Tiger. Isn't that nickname a little too unpleasant? However, considering that neither party in the war knew his name, he could only resign himself to the fate of being known by that nickname. Lu Yi came charging in from behind the people of Mystic Sect. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, most of the cultivators from Mystic Sect tacitly opened a path for him. Thus, the tiger's figure leaped straight into the battlefield and slammed a 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who had been riding on the tiger's back, had already launched himself forward. His long knife slid out of its sheath. The cold light of his blade flashed as he slashed at a 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. A 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master from Mystic Sect had been battling this person. That person had a baby face which made him seem harmless. When he saw Lu Yi swooping in for the kill, he couldn't help shouting, "Don't steal my prey." He currently held the upper hand in battle. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to defeat his opponent. He could not be blamed for shouting. The main reason was that the reputation of the Mountain Tiger had been widely circulated among the cultivators of Mystic Sect recently. It was rumored that this person would not claim his spoils of war after every kill he made. He was happy as long as the people of Mystic Sect gave him some spirit pills in exchange. Another point was that this person was extremely elusive and liked to steal other people's kills. Sometimes he would save the Mystic Sect disciples who were in deep trouble by doing so. Many people owed their lives to him and were extremely grateful for receiving his life-saving grace. On the other hand, he would sometimes launch a sneak attack even though the people of Mystic Sect were clearly holding the upper hand in battle. That would result in him snatching the contribution that other people had worked hard to obtain. Therefore, the cultivators of Mystic Sect both loved and hated this person. Chapter 74 Yi. When Lu Yi charged forward out of nowhere, the baby-faced cultivator that shouted out just now panicked and his attacks became increasingly violent. Meanwhile, the person facing the baby-faced cultivator was no match for the latter in the first place. However, Lu Ye's appearance put him in a situation where he was being attacked from both sides and his situation instantly turned critical. The name, Mountain Tiger, originated among the cultivators of Mystic Sect, but the cultivators of Nine-Star Clan were also familiar with that name. It could be said that this was the prestige Lu Yi gained from all the killing he did recently. The thing about reputation was that it worked in mysterious ways. Any 4th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master would not be pressured by the thought of facing a 3rd Order Spirit Creek Realm Master. But if this third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master was somebody known to have killed several fourth-order Spirit Creek Realm Masters and even created a name for himself as a result, then the situation was very different. At this moment, the fourth-order Spirit Creek Realm Master from 9-Star Clan was under huge pressure. Stuck with facing 2 enemies alone, he did not have enough hands to deal with both sides at once. Thus, it only took 3 seconds for him to be suppressed by the baby-faced cultivator and Lu Yi. He was practically powerless to counter their attacks. Seeing Lu Ye's knife slashing down at him, he was about to activate a spirit talisman paper in his desperation. However, the baby-faced cultivator cunningly stabbed him in the wrist so that he lost his grip and the spirit talisman paper fell to the ground. Lu Yi immediately took the opportunity to bring his knife down, striking the enemy cultivator to the ground in one move. What a sharp knife! The baby-faced cultivator narrowed his eyes at the sight. Sure enough, it's just as senior brother Wang Yang guessed. This mountain tiger does indeed have an extraordinary spirit artifact in his possession. Otherwise, a third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master like him could not have sliced through the spiritual power defense of a fourth-order Spirit Creek Realm Master so easily, much less heavily injure the other party. Immediately after that he broke out into a huge grin. Nice one, brother. I must become your friend. On the contrary, Lu Yi didn't even turn around. He simply charged straight into the center of the battlefield instead, leaving the heavily injured enemy on the ground in front of the baby-faced cultivator. Have mercy. The lower body of that fourth-order Spirit Creek Realm Master was stained red with blood. He was staring at the baby-faced cultivator in horror. The smile slid off the baby-faced cultivator's face. He indifferently said, "You're already in the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm. Don't speak such naive words." The long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his opponent's chest and that person's body stiffened in response. A small red light emerged from the back of the dead fourth-order Spirit Creek Realm Master's hand and floated into the back of the baby-faced cultivator's hand. After that, the baby-faced cultivator smiled brightly again. He grabbed his sword and rushed toward Lu Yi while shouting, "Brother, let me help you." 15 minutes later, the battle subsided. The entire forces of the 9-Star Clan were completely wiped out. It wasn't that they did not wish to escape but that they had no chance to escape whatsoever. There was practically no hope of survival once they were defeated during a confrontation in a canyon like this. Turning their backs on their enemies would only cause them to die even faster. On the other hand, Mystic Sect also suffered some losses. There were 3 dead and the rest were injured to a degree. Nevertheless, they obtained a delightful victory in general. Those who survived were not shrouded by sorrow but beamed with joy instead. This was the norm in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Countless cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm would fight each other on the battlefield, so death was commonplace. During this battle, only 2 people died at Lu Ye's hands but at least 4 or 5 were injured by him. After the battle subsided, nobody from Mystic Sect picked up any of the spoils of war. They simply looked at Lu Yi quietly. It wasn't that they did not want their spoils of war, but that they had formed a tacit understanding between each other from the way he behaved over the past few days. Mystic Sect would take all the spoils of war. In exchange, the cultivators of Mystic Sect would give Lu Yi some spirit pills as compensation. The baby-faced cultivator was the leader of this group. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Junior brother, how should I address you?" Standing 15 meters away from the baby-faced cultivator, Lu Yi was currently applying some powdered healing pills to his wounds. It was his first time participating in a battle of such scale. All the battles he previously fought had not involved many people from both parties. The largest battle he had seen before this did not even amount to 10 cultivators. Unlike before, the battle this time had involved 20 people. He discovered that a battle on this scale was very dangerous for any cultivator. Even if his cultivation was slightly higher, there was still the possibility of getting hurt or dying. That was because a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to defend against all the attacks directed at him. There were several wounds on his body, all of which were caused by the dying struggles of the 9-Star Clan cultivators. He pondered quietly when he heard the baby-faced cultivator's question. Before entering the Spirit Creek battlefield, the sect master had warned him not to reveal his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Therefore the name Lu Yi could not be used. The fact that he was taken in by the Crimson Blood sect was something known to many sects. "But I don't want to be known by the name Mountain Tiger." Yi. He swiftly made his choice. "I see. So it's junior brother Yi." The baby-faced cultivator smilingly cupped his fists again. This one is Chu Tian of Mystic Sect. Lu Yi cupped his fists in response with an indifferent expression. His behavior made him seem distant and unapproachable. You see, Chu Tian took some time to sort out his thoughts. A few days ago, senior brother Wang Yang sent a message saying that we should invite you back to Mystic Sect as a guest if we get the chance. What do you think about this, junior brother Yi? Wang Yang. Lu Yi frowned slightly. Chu Tian replied with a smile. He is one of the senior brothers that oversees the sect's base. Inviting him to the sect was clearly a sign of goodwill. It was just that he could not expose his identity, so he did not dare to have close contact with any unfamiliar sects. In addition, he was only passing through this place. He would not be interacting with Mystic Sect for long. No need. With a plan in mind, he shook his head and refused. While saying that, he shot a look at somebody behind him. That person immediately took action by taking out a storage bag and walking over to each of the sect members to collect their spirit pills. During the wait, Chu Tian continued, Junior brother Yi, if it's convenient for you, why don't we exchange contact information? That way you can contact Mystic Sect if anything comes up. Lu Yi did not know how to exchange contact information, but he had some guesses about it. While killing his enemies over the past few days, he noticed that many 9-star clan cultivators would touch the back of their hands just before their deaths. Then their battlefield imprint would light up. It was similar to what Jianghu did after becoming severely injured. The battlefield imprint not only recorded some information, but it could also be used for communication. When that thought came to him, he nodded. Okay. Chu Tian touched the back of his hand and a small blue light lingered on his fingertips like a burning flame. With a flick of his fingers, the blue light flew towards Lu Yi like a blue butterfly and landed on the back of Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi was astonished. The blue light imprinted something on his battlefield imprint before vanishing. At the same time, he vaguely felt that something had been added to his battlefield imprint. It was just that it was not convenient for him to investigate the changes at this time, so he continued to maintain his arrogant appearance. In the meantime, the Mystic Sect cultivators finished collecting their spirit pills among themselves and handed them to Lu Yi at Chu Tian's instruction. Lu Yi put the spirit pills away without even bothering to check the contents. Signaling to Amber, he swung himself up on the tiger's back. Junior brother Yi. Chu Tian suddenly stopped Lu Yi with a shout. Lu Yi sat up straight on the tiger's back and turned to look back at Chu Tian. Chu Tian said with a serious expression, There seems to be a guy from Infinite Island in 9-star clan. Please be careful, junior brother. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Following that, the tiger turned around and left in a cloud of dust. Chu Tian watched their departing figures and rubbed his smooth chin. These disciples from the major sects are truly arrogant indeed. He didn't even bat an eye at the name Infinite Island. Chapter 75 Master and Servant. A short while later, the Mystic Sect cultivators under Chu Tian's leadership found a tunnel to rest and recuperate. Chu Tian leaned against the rock wall, waiting for the people from the sect to deliver the supplies while using his battlefield imprint to send out a message. Inside the base of Mystic Sect, several large buildings were scattered among the spirit peaks like the pieces on a chessboard. The spiritual chi lingered among the mountains and the base was enveloped in a dense fog. The situation inside could not be seen from the outside. It was clear that the base was protected by a grand array. In a courtyard located on one of the mountain peaks, the handsome and dashing Wang Yang dressed in white stood by the fish pond. He casually threw some fish food into the pond and watched the koi fish in the pond competing for it. Xiao Zhu stood behind him quietly. All of a sudden, Xiao Zhu activated her battlefield imprint and quickly checked something. She lifted her head and said, Young master, Chu Tian encountered the mountain tiger. He invited the other party over for a visit but was rejected. Wang Yang said nothing. He finished feeding the fish and dusted off his hands. Walking over to a chair nearby, he took a seat and sipped on a cup of tea. Only then did he speak unhurriedly. It's within my expectations. Somebody like that would not enter the base of another sect so easily. Then why did you invite him over, young master? She was puzzled. He chuckled. Many of our junior brothers and junior sisters in the sect have received his saving grace. They even profited because of him. It's only natural that we should extend a sign of sincerity. It is our choice whether or not to invite him. Likewise, it is his choice whether or not to accept the invitation. She made a non-committal sound in response. What else did the message say? Chu Tian confirms that the mountain tiger does indeed have a powerful spirit artifact in his possession. Also, that person called himself Yi. Yi? He looked pensive for a moment, then he shook his head. The name was completely unfamiliar to him. Intriguing rising stars would pop up in the cultivation world of Jianghu from time to time. Few people would know of their existence before they debuted in the world. But their light would be dazzling indeed once they began to shine. Needless to say, many rising stars would be eliminated before they could begin to shine. The cultivation world was full of dangers, especially in this chaotic Spirit Creek battlefield where countless geniuses died every year. Chu Tian also claimed that this person seemed to have mastered a defensive spiritual pattern. That spiritual pattern could be used at will during battle and was capable of defending against the attacks of a fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master. During the battle, Lu Yi had frequently activated the spiritual patterns in his arsenal. The sharp-edged spiritual pattern was less noticeable because it was endowed upon the long knife. Even if it was activated, an outsider would only assume that it was a prohibition that came with the long knife. They would not think too deeply about it. On the contrary, the protection spiritual pattern was not the same. Even if the spiritual pattern would vanish in an instant, there was no concealing it from Chu Tian's intentional observation. A defensive spiritual pattern that could be used at will during battle? He was actually a little shocked now. A third-order Spirit Creek realm master? It had to be said that spiritual patterns were extremely complicated and mysterious. Therefore, it required a long time to learn and research the spiritual patterns. He himself had tried his hand at learning spiritual patterns when he was bored in the past. However, the lines and patterns recorded in the books were incredibly complicated and confusing. Reading the books left him feeling drowsy every time. It also made his head buzz painfully. In the end, he tore the book to pieces with his own hands and gave up on it. That's what Chu Tian said. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Which major sect did this freak come from? Wang Yang had reached the conclusion that Lu Yi was definitely a disciple from one of the top major sects who probably came to the outer circle for training due to a low cultivation base. The reason he formed such speculation was entirely due to Lu Ye's shocking performance recently. According to the data from Mystic Sect, just based on what they had seen in the past few days, no less than 29 Star Clan cultivators had lost their lives at Lu Ye's hands. Furthermore, many of them were fourth-order Spirit Creek realm masters. Being able to kill beyond one's cultivation was an indicator that a person came from a major sect. A small sect could not have produced such astounding disciples. Moreover, Lu Yi had a beast for a pet. That majestic beast was not something an ordinary person could subdue. Combined with the information that Chu Tian brought back today, Wang Yang was becoming more and more certain of his conjecture. Only a person who came from power could have such profound heritage and capability to activate a spiritual pattern in battle despite only being in the third-order Spirit Creek realm. The name, Mountain Tiger, was something Wang Yang himself came up with. That was because, in his opinion, Lu Yi was a fierce tiger climbing a mountain. This manner of letting a disciple out to roam in the wild is a bit like something that sect in Tianzhou would do. Not to mention that there are many top spiritual pattern masters there. He murmured thoughtfully. Xiaozhu did not know which sect Wang Yang was referring to. All she knew was that the mountain tiger with the name Yi came from an unusual background. She asked, "Young master, should we help him in secret?" "There's no need for that." He waved his hand dismissively. "He came out for training, so his survival has nothing to do with us. Why should we help him? If we don't handle this matter well, we might end up hurting him instead." Many of the major sects had the habit of letting their disciples out to roam freely. These talented disciples would leave the protection of their sects while their cultivation was still low and travel the world on their own to hone their skills. Although this manner of doing things was very risky, these people would far exceed their peers once they successfully developed their strength. That was why there was an unwritten rule in the Spirit Creek battlefield. The major sects could not retaliate even if their disciples in training were killed. This was the price they had to pay for the sake of growth. In any case, the major sects were not short of talented individuals. They generally did not grieve the death of these geniuses, unless the dead disciple was a relative of a high-ranking individual in the sect. Nevertheless, That would only count as the private act of revenge of an individual. It had nothing to do with the sect. If Wang Yang could speculate that Lu Yi was a disciple from one of the major sects, then it was only natural that Nine-Star Clan would also come to the same conclusion. Even so, the Nine-Star Clan did not give up hunting Lu Yi down. It wasn't that the Nine-Star Clan was not worried about the major sects. It was just that they knew the major sects would not trouble them over something as trivial as this. Besides, this war began because of that person. Mystic sect has helped to draw enough pressure away from him. If he knew what was good for him, he should obediently come and grovel at my feet to thank me instead. He laughed lightly. She rolled her eyes at his words. As his personal maid, she knew much more than other people. The declaration of war might seem like Mystic sect was simply taking advantage of the situation, but the truth was that it was premeditated. It was just that he had failed to find the right time to implement this plan. Lu Yi killing the young master of Nine-Star Clan had simply given the opportunity for him to do so. Putting it that way, Lu Yi could be considered his lucky charm. He was about to leave for the inner circle of the battlefield. A 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master was nothing special there, so there was a high chance he might face extremely dangerous situations. That was why he wanted to deal a huge blow to the Nine-Star Clan before he left. By doing so, even if something happened to him later, the situation here would be stable for a while until somebody could replace him. How are the casualties? Wang Yang asked. 30 have died, but 70% of them are rogue cultivators, Xiaozhu replied. He nodded at those words. The results were quite satisfactory to him. He ordered, intensify the efforts and end this declaration of war as soon as possible. Ending this declaration of war as soon as possible is only the beginning of my plan. Chapter 76, Gluttonous Feast. Similarly, Nine-Star Clan was also calculating the number of casualties it suffered so far. Chao Yi looked at Dong Shuyi gloomily. Senior brother, our casualties are too high. We've already lost close to 60 people since the start of the war. Dong Shuyi was shocked. Why are the numbers so high? Even if Nine-Star Clan was no match for Mystic Sect, there was no reason for them to suffer such great losses in just a few days' time. Chao Yi replied, it's all because of that mountain tiger. He will suddenly attack out of nowhere when both parties are engaged in battle. Many of our disciples have died because of him. That damned bastard. Dong Shuyi raged. His expression darkened for a moment. What about the 5th Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters in the sect? They are all being watched. Chao Yi was feeling rather exasperated. There were so few 5th Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters that both sects could deploy at the moment. Since they knew everything about each other, it was very easy for the other party to target their weaknesses. Senior brother, should I take action? Dong Shuyi shook his head. You can't. If you make a move, then Wang Yang won't just sit back and watch. Besides, can you handle that lowly wench? The lowly wench he was referring to was none other than Xiaozhu. Chao Yi replied with a troubled expression. I can't beat her. But she can't kill me either. That maid might come from a humble background, but her strength was undeniable. He did not know what kind of luck Wang Yang was born with for a maid serving by his side to grow to such a degree. What about Luo Ji? Dong Shuyi asked. Speaking of Luo Ji, Chao Yi felt his headache intensifying. That guy did not take this declaration of war seriously at all. I have no idea where he went. He doesn't reply to any of the messages I sent either. He comes from Infinite Island. Of course, he does not take our declaration of war seriously. Dong Shuye's expression was stormy. After a while, he gritted his teeth. Doesn't he want Ziyi? Tell him that as long as he brings me the head of that mountain tiger, I will give Ziyi to him. Senior brother? Chao Yi glanced at Dong Shuyi in shock. Go. Dong Shuyi shouted. Yes. Chao Yi accepted the order with a sullen expression. When he walked out of the hall, he turned and glanced at a young girl in purple clothes who was crouching in front of a flower bed and sniffing the fragrance of the flowers. Chu Tian soon received a message. At first he thought that it was a reply from senior brother Wang Yang. However, a quick check told him that it was actually a message from someone he had never contacted before. Moreover, the message was very simple and contained only 2 words, Chu Tian. Chu Tian was completely mystified by the message. Nevertheless, he soon realized who it was that had sent him the message. There was only one person he had never contacted before in the records of his battlefield imprint. Thus he immediately replied to the message, "Yes, it's me. Do you need something, junior brother Yi?" "Nope." He received an immediate reply from the other side. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "If there's nothing, then why did you send me a message? I thought that the mountain tiger had something important to tell me." After pondering for a moment, he sent another message. "If there's something you need, junior brother Yi, please let me know. I will definitely help you if it is within my abilities." Like a rock sinking into the sea, his message received no response whatsoever. On the other side, Lu Yi hid in one of the tunnels and perceived his battlefield imprint with a strange expression. He was feeling a little odd. Does this count as my first friend in my contact list? I really do not understand how this world works. Ever since I entered the Spirit Creek battlefield, one strange thing after another has been happening without pause. Fortunately, his investigation indicated that communicating with Chu Tian would not reveal his real name. That made him feel slightly relieved. Ignoring Chu Tian's message, he took some spirit pills to restore his strength. The consumption during the previous battle was not high, so he recovered completely in less than half a day's time. Be that as it may, he did not stop there. He continued to consume spirit pills to try and break the barrier of one of his spiritual points instead. Even though he was only in the third order Spirit Creek realm, he had already unlocked 28 spiritual points. The extra spiritual point was the spiritual point recorded in the gluttonous feast. He had cultivated the golden liberation technique to completion. Since he did not have any higher grade cultivation techniques in his possession, he had no way to further his cultivation. After mulling over this issue, he decided to cultivate the gluttonous feast. This cultivation technique was something he bought for 3 spirit stones. It included 15 spiritual points, and most of these points overlapped with the golden liberation technique. There were only 2 spiritual points in the gluttonous feast that were not included in the system of the golden liberation technique. There was nothing better to do anyway, so starting from a few days back, he began to wonder about the gluttonous feast. Now that he had successfully unlocked 1 spiritual point, he would be able to see the truth behind this cultivation technique once he unlocked 1 more spiritual point. According to the cultivator who sold this cultivation technique could double a person's cultivation efficiency. It was just that Lu Yi felt certain that he had been ripped off. There could not exist such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Even if there was, it would not be sold so casually. Either way, the 2 extra spiritual points were real. If he unlocked 2 spiritual points now, then he could unlock 2 less spiritual points when cultivating a higher grade cultivation technique in the future. In any case, he cultivated this cultivation technique with the mindset that he had nothing to lose. His spiritual power surged and repeatedly slammed into the barrier of his spiritual point. Compared to the time when he first started cultivating, it was much easier for him to break through the barriers of his spiritual points now. That was because he had accumulated enough spiritual power in his body. With every impact, the barrier of his spiritual point would weaken even more. A feeling of soreness also spread out from his spiritual point. Approximately 2 hours later, he abruptly felt the barrier around his spiritual point shattering. He had unlocked his 29th spiritual point. What came next was simple. In order to operate a set of cultivation techniques, he had to allow his spiritual power to flow according to the training course of the cultivation technique. Seeing as 15 of the spiritual points in the gluttonous feast overlapped with a large part of the golden liberation technique, he first had to stop the operation of the golden liberation technique to operate the gluttonous feast. There was no need to cut off the 3rd microcosmic orbit since those 9 spiritual points were not included in the training course of the gluttonous feast. He had never done anything like interrupting the operation of his spiritual power before. However, he discovered that it was actually a very simple task after experimenting for a bit. The microcosmic orbit circulation system was produced by the rapid flow of his spiritual power passing through his 9 spiritual points. As long as he stabilized the rapidly flowing spiritual power, the flowing spiritual power would return to their respective spiritual points and become quiet again. He tried making his spiritual power flow once more. It only took a moment for it to return to its original state. Now that he had a plan in mind, he relaxed considerably and became much bolder as a result. He calmed the flowing spiritual power of the first 2 microcosmic orbit circulation systems in his body once more. When all his spiritual power had returned to his spiritual points, He began directing his spiritual power through the 15 spiritual points in sequence according to the training course of the gluttonous feast. The first circulation. The second circulation. Gradually, the speed of his spiritual power flow became faster and faster until it could operate independently without his urging. An idea came to him all of a sudden. He hurriedly took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. In the next moment, the squirming in his abdomen became more apparent. It felt as though his entire lower abdomen had turned into a millstone. The spirit pill that he swallowed quickly released its pill power and transformed into spiritual power under the grinding of the millstone. He jerked open his eyes with a shocked expression. He abruptly realized that the person named Qin He who sold him this cultivation technique had not been lying. The gluttonous feast could actually double a person's cultivation efficiency. Chapter 77 Flights of Fancy. The pill power was released at a much faster rate than before. In this way, it was a given that the efficiency of refining spirit pills would be improved. Qin He had been speaking the truth. No wonder he dared to swear on the heavenly oath in front of me. However, Lu Yi quickly understood why this cultivation technique was being sold all over the place. The gluttonous feast was certainly capable of doubling a person's cultivation efficiency. Although it sounded extremely overpowered at first, the truth was that cultivators would accumulate pill poison when they cultivated through the use of spirit pills. Once the pill poison began to build up, the spiritual power in their bodies would become murky and obscure. The more spirit pills they refined, the more apparent this situation would become. Therefore, cultivators would stop taking spirit pills after cultivating for some time. They had to figure out a way to remove the pill poison from their bodies instead. In other words, under normal circumstances, it made no difference to a cultivator whether their efficiency of refining spirit pills was fast or slow. Rather, there were benefits to being slower. But Lu Yi was different. He had the skill tree which could burn away the pill poison, so a spirit pill would only be transformed into spiritual power. Moreover, his spiritual power was much purer than what most cultivators could achieve despite their best efforts. In this way, the gluttonous feast's effect of improving cultivation efficiency was the real deal to him. It could be said that the combination of the skill tree and the gluttonous feast was simply a match made in heaven. Upon realizing this fact, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. With this, he would undoubtedly save a lot of time on cultivation in the future. This also meant that he was destined to go even further on the road of cultivating through the use of spirit pills. The pill power of one spirit pill was quickly exhausted. In return, his body gradually filled with spiritual power. It might be that he had just finished a cultivation session, but his stomach began to growl. He immediately took out some food from his storage bag and ate heartily. All of a sudden, he noticed something interesting. His ability to digest his food had also become much stronger. The 15 spiritual points of the gluttonous feast were all distributed around the stomach area. When the cultivation technique was in operation, his entire stomach would squirm violently as though it was a millstone. The mighty grinding force not only quickened the refinement of the pill power but also the digestion of food. After a series of investigations, he discovered the principle behind how the gluttonous feast worked. It was not as simple as mere digestion. Rather, it was more about gathering. There was no point in digestion without absorption. Only through absorption could the cultivation efficiency truly be improved. From what he could perceive, he suddenly realized that he would get a pattern that seemed rather familiar to him if all 15 spiritual points were connected in a specific sequence. He briefly thought about it, then he lifted a hand and activated his spiritual power to construct a spiritual pattern. It was the third spiritual pattern that he obtained, gathering spirits. An invisible pulling force was born the moment the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern appeared in his hand, causing all the surrounding spiritual chi to flow in this direction. The gathering spirit's spiritual pattern was an extremely complicated and intricate pattern that was constructed using spiritual power. On the other hand, the pattern he discovered when he connected all the spiritual points of the gluttonous feast in a specific sequence was undoubtedly much simpler. Nevertheless, they were probably derived from the same source. Is it a coincidence? Or, did the cultivator who created the gluttonous feast cultivation technique copy the structure of the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern? The main purpose of the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern was to gather the world's spiritual chi. If he replaced the spiritual chi with pill power, then the gluttonous feast was certainly also gathering. It was just that the gluttonous feast was transforming all the pill power it gathered into spiritual power for a cultivator to absorb. If I think about it in that way, a vague idea suddenly popped into his head. However, he discovered that he could not conceptualize his idea when he tried to focus on it. Thus, he lost himself in his thoughts while leaving the gluttonous feast to operate on its own. The world's spiritual chi in his surroundings was pulled toward him by a mysterious guiding force. Then it would sink into the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern on his hand before dispersing back into the air. The process repeated itself over and over again. However, he soon came to notice that a part of the world's spiritual chi had entered his abdomen. Under the grinding of the gluttonous feast, the world's spiritual chi was being turned into his own spiritual power. This phenomenon astonished him greatly. He had always used the method of refining spirit pills to cultivate and supplemented that practice by refining his vitality into chi. The main reason was that his cultivation efficiency of absorbing the world's spiritual chi was extremely low. His body had a hard time accepting the spiritual chi. It was as though there was an invisible barrier covering his body that kept the world's spiritual chi isolated outside his body. Even cultivating with the aid of spirit stones was not very efficient. Strictly speaking, a spirit stone was the condensation of spiritual chi. Since it was difficult for his body to accept spiritual chi, it was only natural that he could not accept the power of the spirit stones either. Be that as it may, the gluttonous feast was gathering spiritual energy to grind and refine even though he was not cultivating at the moment. This scenario successfully verified his previous conjecture. The person who created the gluttonous feast cultivation technique must have copied the structure of the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern. Otherwise, these two would not have such similar properties. Needless to say, the spiritual chi gathered by the gluttonous feast was not much. This cultivation technique's real purpose was to refine everything that was consumed. Gathering spiritual chi was simply a side effect. As he mulled over this, the vague and indistinct idea from before suddenly became clear. The gluttonous feast can gather spiritual chi. Likewise, the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern can gather spiritual chi. The two of them originate from the same source. The effects of the gluttonous feast cultivation technique come from the operation of the 15 spiritual points connected in a specific sequence, so the focus was on the spiritual points. In that case, what if I endow a spiritual point with the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern? What will happen then? Luyi was shocked by his bold idea. He was just an unimportant cultivator who only started cultivating several months ago, so he was utterly clueless about common sense in the cultivation world. Nevertheless, even he knew how important a spiritual point was to a cultivator. It could be said that the entire life of a cultivator would be affected if a problem arose with one of the spiritual points. When he first obtained the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern, he had studied the characteristics of this spiritual pattern and finally came to the conclusion that it was trash. That was because his body had a hard time accepting spiritual chi from the outside, so activating the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern would do nothing for him. Unexpectedly, he seemed to have found a blind spot in his analysis. His hand was not the only place he could cast the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern. He could also cast this spiritual pattern on other places. For example, his spiritual point. If I can pull off this idea of mine, then gathering spirits is definitely not rubbish. It might even turn out to be the most useful spiritual pattern of all. The more he considered the idea, the more he believed that it was feasible. Thus, he stopped the operation of the gluttonous feast cultivation technique and switched over to the golden liberation technique instead. Other cultivators would never dare to cast a spiritual pattern on their spiritual point. The main reason was that the construction of a spiritual pattern was extremely complicated. Even the most experienced of spiritual pattern masters could fail in the construction of a spiritual pattern. If the construction of a spiritual pattern failed, the spiritual power used in the construction of the spiritual pattern would explode and cause damage to the spiritual point. However, Luyi did not have any concerns in this regard. He currently mastered 3 spiritual patterns. Every time he obtained a new spiritual pattern, a large amount of information regarding the spiritual pattern would be forcibly poured into his head. Therefore, there was no precedent of him failing to construct a spiritual pattern before. Even if that was the case, he did not dare to try anything on his source spiritual point and chose a different spiritual point instead. The source spiritual point was the most important spiritual point of them all. If something went wrong with it, then it really was over for him. On the other hand, he might still have a way to remedy the situation if something happened to the other spiritual points. Perceiving the location of the spiritual point, he moved his mind gently and activated his spiritual power to bless his spiritual point with the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern. Contrary to his expectations, the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern was dissipated by the spiritual power flowing through his body in an instant. No. It needs some adjustment. I cannot cast the spiritual pattern inside my spiritual point, or there will be no way to maintain it. Chapter 78: A Small Funnel. Despite numerous attempts and countless failures, Lu Yi did not become discouraged. Instead, he became more and more excited. That was because he was accumulating experience with every failure he faced. The hardest part about casting the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern on a spiritual point was the surging of his spiritual power. The spiritual power flowing through the circulation would wash the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern away. Therefore, he needed to avoid the flood of his spiritual power if he wanted to cast the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern on a spiritual point. There was no chance of success otherwise. Unfortunately, this would create another problem. If the constructed spiritual pattern was located too far away from the spiritual point, then it would not have much of an effect. For example, if he constructed the spiritual pattern on his hand, the spiritual pattern would function to gather the spiritual qi. It was just that his body had difficulty in accepting spiritual qi from an external source, so he had no way of converting the spiritual qi into his own spiritual power. It was necessary that he found the balancing point which would allow the spiritual pattern to function perfectly while also maintaining the balance of the spiritual pattern. Fortunately, the consumption of constructing the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern was not high. That was something he already discovered when he first obtained the spiritual pattern. He was still unsuccessful 4 hours later. Therefore, he decided to try changing the shape of the spiritual pattern. Under normal circumstances, a spiritual pattern would be displayed as a flat surface when constructed. It was impossible for a person to make changes to a spiritual pattern unless that person had extremely profound attainments in this field. Although Lu Yi did not have the knowledge that came from researching spiritual patterns, a huge amount of information regarding the respective spiritual patterns had flooded his mind when he obtained these spiritual patterns. That knowledge had given him great insight into the mysteries of these spiritual patterns. When it came to the 3 spiritual patterns that he had mastered, he was perfectly capable of changing their forms. All he lacked was the practical experience of actually doing it. After another round of numerous attempts, he finally formed a gathering spirit's spiritual pattern approximately half a day later. This time around, this spiritual pattern was no longer dissipated by the flow of his spiritual power. I did it. He looked ecstatic. Silently perceiving the state of his body, he could sense that the surrounding world's spiritual qi was pouring into that spiritual point and being converted into his spiritual power under the influence of the spiritual pattern. At this moment, the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern had been transformed into the shape of a funnel. When he cast this spiritual pattern on his spiritual point, the tip of the funnel would poke into his spiritual point on the smallest margin possible. In other words, the spiritual qi gathered from the outside world would be injected into his spiritual point through this tiny funnel and directly converted through the flow of his spiritual power. There was no need for the spiritual qi to pass through his body. In this way, it didn't matter whether his talent in cultivation was 1 leaf or 64 leaves, it would not affect the effect of the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern. I'm such a genius. He couldn't resist praising himself in his heat. Although he succeeded in casting the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern on his spiritual point and also allowed his body to begin absorbing the world's spiritual qi, the effects of the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern were very small and limited due to the small size of the spiritual pattern. Nevertheless, it was only 1 spiritual point. Now that I have unlocked 29 spiritual points, what would happen if I blessed all 29 spiritual points with the gathering spirit's spiritual pattern? He couldn't help looking forward to the results. If his idea could be implemented, then his cultivation would not be limited to only consuming spirit pills in the future. He would also be able to absorb the world's spiritual qi. Not only would it save a lot on cultivation resources, but it would also improve his cultivation efficiency at the same time. As soon as this idea appeared in his head, he could not suppress his excitement and immediately began experimenting. The second time was much easier after his first successful attempt previously. It didn't take him longer than an hour before he managed to cast a small funnel-like spiritual pattern on his second spiritual point, then his third spiritual point, followed by his 4th spiritual point. He was gradually getting better with practice. He began to notice a faint effect when he reached his 10th spiritual point. The effect became much more noticeable when he reached his 20th spiritual point. By the time he finished casting the Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern on all 29 of his spiritual points, it was already night. At this point he could distinctly feel that the world's spiritual chi in the surroundings was continuously pouring into his spiritual points. It was then converted into his strength with the rapid flow of his spiritual power. The Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern could be maintained for a long time since it was constantly gathering the world's spiritual chi to replenish itself. In principle, the Gathering Spirit's spiritual patterns in his body would last forever as long as he himself did not take the initiative to disperse them. Needless to say, this was impossible to actually achieve in reality. The spiritual patterns could only be maintained since his condition was stable at the moment. On the contrary, the flow of his spiritual power would surge violently the moment he started fighting, and that would easily destroy the spiritual patterns. In the end, this was a deal with relatively no cost. Lu Yi would only need to reconstruct the Gathering Spirit's spiritual patterns on his spiritual points at a suitable time. After that, the world's spiritual chi would gather and pour into his body without him doing anything whatsoever. He could even focus on doing other tasks. All that was left was to see how much these spiritual patterns would benefit him in a certain period of time. Thus, he quietly focused himself and sensed the changes in the spiritual power within his body in order to figure out the answer to this question. 6 hours later he finally came to a conclusion. If he maintained the spiritual patterns on all of his 29 spiritual points for a day and a night, then the benefits he obtained were almost equivalent to consuming a spirit-restoring pill. It was not a lot but not little either. It had to be said that this was only the effects coming from 29 spiritual points. There were as many as a total of 360 spiritual points in a cultivator's body. If he could endow all 360 spiritual points with the Gathering Spirits one day, then the benefits he would gain would be monumental. He currently had a lot of spirit-restoring pills in his possession. Not to mention that he also had the auxiliary cultivation technique Gluttonous Feast, as well as the support of the Gathering Spirit's spiritual pattern. He was feeling extremely eager and couldn't wait to find a place to retreat and cultivate until he reached the 9th Order Spirit Creek realm. Unfortunately, what made him feel extremely helpless was that he did not have a suitable cultivation technique on hand. The Golden Liberation technique that he previously received from Manager Yang could only be used up to the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm. He originally planned to wait until he arrived at the next city and see if he could buy a cultivation technique from the Divine Trade Association. For this reason he had sold 4 pieces of yuan metal ore during his journey and saved more than 200 spirit stones. Who could have expected that he would temporarily be unable to escape from the Split Sky Gorge? This is a bit troubling. After pondering over it for a while, Lu Yi lifted his hand, touched his battlefield imprint, and sent out a message. Chu Tian was meditating and recovering his strength when a message arrived suddenly. He hurriedly checked the message and saw that it was from Lu Yi. Having learnt from his lesson during the day, he cautiously replied with a single sentence. "Junior brother Yi, can I help you? Do you have any black-grade cultivation techniques? Sell me one." Chu Tian was very puzzled. Why do you need a black-grade cultivation technique? Inside the tunnel, Lu Yi stared at Chu Tian's message with a speechless expression. Is this guy an idiot? Even so, he patiently replied, "To cultivate." Chu Tian couldn't help scratching his head in bewilderment when he saw Lu Ye's reply. A short while later, a message was sent to Mystic Sect's base. Wang Yang glanced at Xiao Zhu in surprise. Is the information true? Xiao Zhu nodded. It's a message from Chu Tian. It should be true. He seriously considered the matter for a moment and couldn't help snorting with laughter. That truly is the style of those major sects. The disciples who are sent out for training have to rely on themselves completely, so they don't even receive any cultivation techniques. It looks like he was previously cultivating a yellow-grade cultivation technique. Now that he has completed the 3rd Order Spirit Creek realm, he needs to switch to a new cultivation technique. Chu Tian is waiting for a reply. How should I answer? It's just a set of cultivation techniques that can be found anywhere. Just give it to him. Also, ask Chu Tian to ask him about his element. Okay. She nodded in response. These disciples from the major sects seem to be quite pitiful. Our sect might only be in the 9th tier, but our senior brothers and senior sisters will help us during the early stages of our cultivation. We don't have to suffer through so many hardships. By the way, don't just give it to him. The major sects hate that the most. Sell it to him, but don't charge him too many spirit stones. He is probably very poor. I got it. Chapter 79, Luoji of Infinite Island. Inside the tunnel, the very poor Lu Yi was currently taking inventory of all his assets. He only had slightly over 200 spirit stones. He did not know if that was enough for him to purchase a set of cultivation techniques. If that's not enough. He took out the small bell spirit artifact from his storage bag. That was something the young master of 9-star clan used to own, so it was probably worth quite a lot. In the worst case, he could use this to offset his debt. If that did not work, then he could always use his yuan metal, or he still had the storage bag that belonged to the young master of 9-star clan. There should be a lot of good things inside. It was a pity that he could not open it. Having said that, many mystic sect cultivators benefited from my actions over the past few days. It's only reasonable that mystic sect should give me a small discount, right? Chu Tian sent another message to ask about Lu Ye's element. Lu Yi answered honestly. There was no need to conceal this. Besides, it was very important for a set of cultivation techniques to match well with his element. A short while later, Chu Tian sent another message to inform Lu Yi that he would provide the exact details tomorrow at the earliest and the day after tomorrow at the latest, since it would take some time for the cultivation technique to be delivered from the base. Lu Yi responded that it was no problem. After that, he ended the correspondence with Chu Tian and got up to get ready for sword practice. Even though he had been fighting continuously these days, he never stopped his sword practice. That was because he could tell that this most basic training had been of great help to him, and the success of something like that depended on perseverance. However, before he could draw his knife out of its sheath, the roar of a tiger rang out all of a sudden. He immediately turned to look behind him and saw Amber's figure rushing toward him in a miserable state. Yi, who had been monitoring the other side of the tunnel, came running over too. She glanced at him before hiding inside the rock wall. Meanwhile, Amber ran over to Lu Yi, turned around and lowered its body. There was a wound that could not be considered too serious on its body. It faced forward and let out a mighty roar. A figure slowly appeared from there. Lu Yi activated his spiritual power to check on the other party's aura while making a decision in his heart. If the opponent is a 5th order Spirit Creek Realm Master, we'll withdraw immediately. If the opponent is any lower than a 5th order Spirit Creek Realm Master, then I'll slaughter him with no mercy. He frowned slightly when he saw the aura surrounding that person. Judging by the luster of the aura, that person was no more than a cultivator in the 2nd order Spirit Creek realm. What puzzled him was that the aura around that person was very different from an ordinary 2nd order Spirit Creek realm master. Not only was it extremely pure, but it also gave off a very solid feeling. It sure wasn't easy to find you. That person stood 30 meters away from Lu Yi and smiled. In the darkness of the night, his pearly white teeth stood out conspicuously. That person was not very old. He might even be younger than Lu Yi by a year or two. In addition, he did not have a burly stature. Even so, he made all the nerves in Lu Yi's body tense in apprehension just by standing there calmly. Lu Yi had fought many battles against the cultivators of 9-star clan over the past few days. He might not be able to accurately judge whether his opponent posed a threat to him, but he would get a vague sense of danger. This 2nd order Spirit Creek Realm Master must have some sort of unique characteristic for him to make me feel so stressed. Mountain Tiger? That person spoke first. Without waiting for Lu Yi to respond, he went on to introduce himself. Luoji of Infinite Island. Lu Yi immediately recalled that Chu Tian had mentioned this person to him during the day. He did not question where Infinite Island was at the time, but judging from Chu Tian's manner of speech, it was probably a very powerful force. A cultivator who came from such a background was bound to have an extraordinary heritage. That was why he immediately leaped forward the moment the other party finished the introduction. The long knife came out of its sheath and he ran toward the man. Kill first, think later. He had managed to kill a 4th order Spirit Creek Realm Master when he was only in the 2nd order Spirit Creek Realm Master. Now that he was in the 3rd order Spirit Creek Realm, why would he be afraid of somebody in the 2nd order Spirit Creek Realm? His legs that were pumping with spiritual power rushed forward at a rapid speed, shortening the distance of 30 meters in an instant. His spiritual points made a crackling sound as the gathering spiritual patterns he previously constructed were all shattered under the violent surging of his spiritual power. Reckless man. Luo Ji snorted lightly. He raised his hand unhurriedly and pointed at Lu Yi. White flare. When those words left his mouth, a small fluorescent light appeared on his finger. That fluorescent light suddenly expanded and transformed into a glaring white light that fully illuminated the dark tunnel. Lu Yi was instantly blinded by that glaring light and could not open his eyes as a result. At this moment he felt as though he was staring straight at the sun. Even though he had closed his eyes as soon as possible, it was inevitable that he hurt his eyes. The pain made his tears flow unchecked. This damned bastard by the name of Luo Ji sure is despicable. He hurriedly backed away. Earth protrusion. Luo Ji shouted again while simultaneously stomping his foot against the ground. In the next moment, a cone of soil formed on the ground behind Lu Yi without warning and slammed into his waist hard. He was in the midst of backing away when he was struck by the cone of soil, which caused him to stagger unsteadily as a result. His lumbar spine was aching badly. If he had not activated his spiritual power defense, he could have gotten seriously hurt. Icicle. Cold air swirled and Luo Ji pointed at Luo Yi. A sharp icicle about the length of a chopstick immediately shot toward Lu Yi like an arrow that was released from a bow. Lu Yi had yet to open his eyes. The main reason was that he had been stunned by the bright light that caught him off guard just now. When he felt the cold air coming straight at him, he immediately activated the protection spiritual pattern in front of him without even thinking about it. There was a loud bang. It was as though what slammed into the protection spiritual pattern was not an icicle but a huge rock instead. He was pushed back by the great force and staggered backward again. At the same time he felt a searing pain across his cheeks. The shattered splinters of the icicle had resulted in numerous small wounds all over his face. Golden arc. Inside the tunnel, a golden crescent-like slash appeared. The attack slashed toward him as he backed away. Compared to all the other spell techniques from before, this spell technique carried much more lethality to it. Lu Yi once activated a golden wheel talisman paper. That was something that was created based on the golden arc as the foundation. The attacks that came flying out of the golden wheel talisman paper were numerous weakened golden arc slashes. Just in terms of power alone, the golden arc slash that Luo Ji released was even more powerful than the slashes of the golden wheel talisman paper that Lu Yi had once used. If a person was caught off guard and received a hit from this attack, that person might end up sliced into two halves. The golden arc slash was extremely fast, appearing in front of Lu Yi in the blink of an eye. The corners of Luo Ji's mouth curled upward. With a loud clang, the golden arc slash was cut down by Lu Yi. Behind the long knife, Lu Yi's eyes were narrowed into slits and his expression was extremely solemn. His opponent was only in the second-order Spirit Creek realm. Hence, he originally assumed that he could defeat Luo Ji even if there was something strange about the other party. It wasn't until he exchanged blows with his opponent that he realized how mistaken he was. This second-order Spirit Creek realm master was different from all the second-order Spirit Creek realm masters he had ever met. Over the course of the last few days, he had killed many 9-star clan disciples. He also witnessed how the mystic sect disciples fought. Although there was the occasional spell technique, those spell techniques had required a lot of time to prepare. None of those cultivators could do what Luo Ji was doing. On the other hand, Luo Ji's spell techniques seemed to be right at his fingertips and could be called upon in an instant. Moreover, he had extremely high attainments in those techniques. It was obvious that he was walking the path of a spell cultivator. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that the spiritual power of this second-order Spirit Creek realm master seemed to be even richer than his own. He failed to tell from looking at his opponent's aura just now. But now that they were fighting, he could see the fluctuations in the other party's spiritual power with just a single glance. That was by no means the spiritual power fluctuation that a second-order Spirit Creek realm master could have. It was even stronger than the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm master he killed previously. Combining all the facts in front of him, he immediately thought of a possibility. This guy is cultivating a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Chapter 80 Different. Cultivation techniques could be divided into 4 grades: heaven grade, earth grade, black grade, and yellow grade. A yellow grade cultivation technique would only allow a person to cultivate until the third order spirit creek realm. On the other hand, a black grade cultivation technique could go up to the sixth order spirit creek realm, while the earth grade could go up to the ninth order spirit creek realm. There were only 9 orders in the spirit creek realm, so earth grade cultivation techniques were generally enough for a spirit creek realm master to complete their cultivation in the spirit creek realm. However, that was not always the case. An earth grade cultivation technique would only allow a cultivator to unlock 180 spiritual points, but a person's body contained a total of 360 spiritual points. Once all 180 spiritual points were unlocked, a cultivator would need to switch to the heaven grade cultivation technique in order to unlock even more spiritual points. A person who cultivated an earth grade cultivation technique and unlocked all 180 spiritual points would be in the ninth order spirit creek realm. After switching to a heaven grade cultivation technique, that person would be able to unlock their 181st spiritual point. However, switching cultivation techniques would cause their original cultivation realm to drop by several orders. That was because 180 spiritual points were only equivalent to the 6th order spirit creek realm according to the division of a heaven grade cultivation technique. In short, how many spiritual points a cultivator unlocked was not the criterion for determining a person's cultivation. The real criterion was how many microcosmic orbit circulations there were in a person's body. Therefore, a cultivator with the same number of spiritual points might not necessarily have the same cultivation. The sect master once explained the differences between the cultivation techniques to him during their one and only lesson together, so he remembered these things. Luoji might seem like just a second-order spirit creek realm master, but the truth was that he had unlocked at least 50 or more spiritual points. That was because the fluctuations of his spiritual power were much stronger when he was casting spells compared to Lu Yi. Besides, cultivating a heaven-grade cultivation technique meant that a first-order Spirit Creek Realm Master would have 18 spiritual points while a second-order Spirit Creek Realm Master would have 45 spiritual points. After realizing this point, Lu Yi immediately understood one thing. Luo Ji was the most powerful opponent he had ever met up until now. It had to be said that for all cultivation techniques that were Earth grade and below, having 45 spiritual points would put a person in the 4th order Spirit Creek realm. In other words, the actual cultivation of Luo Ji, who was only in the 2nd order Spirit Creek realm because he cultivated a heaven grade cultivation technique, was equivalent to an ordinary cultivator in the 4th order Spirit Creek realm or the 5th order Spirit Creek realm. Combined with his attainments and spell techniques, he would not lose to an ordinary 5th order Spirit Creek realm master. This was the true heritage of a disciple from a top major sect. They would begin to determine their future path from a very young age. Then they would continue to study and explore their path to hone their bodies in their struggle to survive. Once they reached the suitable age to begin cultivating, they would not be in a hurry to improve their cultivation. That was because the number of spiritual points that they needed to unlock were 2 or 3 times more than that of ordinary cultivators. People like these would often be able to fight and overcome enemies who were 2 or 3 minor realms stronger than them even though their cultivation was still low. Even once their cultivation base improved, killing stronger enemies beyond their cultivation would be a common occurrence. People like these would become supreme powerhouses once they fully developed their skills. Lu Yi had the privilege of meeting a future supreme cultivator. The confrontation that lasted for only a moment ended in his complete defeat. He had rushed forward the moment Luo Ji appeared. However, his opponent's consecutive spell techniques had forced him back to his starting position again. The kingly way for a combat cultivator like him to confront a spell cultivator was to shorten the distance between them, but it was clear that it would not be easy to approach Luo Ji so easily. "Which sect are you from, you reckless man?" Luo Ji did not pursue victory just because he had the chance to win. It was not that he was underestimating Lu Yi. It was just that the current environment was simply not suited for a combat cultivator like Lu Yi to flourish. On the contrary, the environment would allow his spell techniques to become a greater threat. The ability to use spell techniques was extremely advantageous in the early stage of cultivation, especially seeing as the tunnel was too narrow for Lu Yi to maneuver about freely. It was obvious that Lu Yi had also noticed this. Although retreating through the rear exit was the correct thing to do at the moment, he had no intention of doing so. That was because he had the vague feeling that if he retreated now, he would never have the courage to face Luo Ji directly when they encountered each other again in the future. Besides, it could be inferred from what this person first said at the beginning that this person came here specifically to find him. There is no avoiding this. In that case, my only option is to fight. So what if the other party has a great heritage? Don't I have one too? When it comes down to it, all Luoji can cast are some small-scale spell techniques. The protection spiritual pattern can stop those attacks. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the knife he was holding in his right hand and leaned forward slightly. He shifted so that his center of gravity was lowered and assumed the posture of a cheetah that was about to pounce. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual power in all three of his microcosmic orbit circulation systems began to churn violently. He suddenly rushed forward in the next moment, causing the gravel under his feet to fly. White flare. Luoji shouted. Lu Ye's eyes were still aching from when he suffered because of this attack previously. Therefore, he immediately squinted and simultaneously raised his left hand to block his eyes when he heard Luoji's shout. However, there was no strong burst of light. A frosty icicle came shooting at him instead. At the same time he heard Luoji's mocking laughter. I lied. Damned bastard. He raged, finally understanding why his opponent would shout the name of the spell technique before casting the spell technique. It was all in preparation for this moment. Truly an insidious man. Raising his knife and slashing out, he shattered the icicle. Immediately following behind the first icicle was a rain of icicles. The sound of things flying through the air rang out endlessly. The other party seemed capable of releasing multiple spells in quick succession with no need for rest. If he had not seen this for himself, he would have suspected the other party of sneakily activating an ice-type spirit talisman paper. A series of clanging noises rang out. The knife in Lu Ye's hand danced as he smashed down the icicles coming at him. He had no choice but to use the protection spiritual pattern to block those icicles that he failed to cut down in time. It was very difficult for him to progress forward. The tunnel started to become cold from the large amount of ice chips that were scattered everywhere. A whole 10 seconds passed. During that time he only managed to move 3 steps forward. The icicles that came flying at him carried a huge impact that greatly hindered his progress as a result. Yi's small head suddenly popped out of the rock wall behind Luoji. However, Luoji immediately turned around to look at her before she could even make a move. It was as though he had eyes at the back of his head. He concurrently lifted a hand to point at her and a golden arc slash flew out at her. She let out a scream and quickly retracted her head. Roar. Amber roared. It seemed to think that Yi had been injured. This tiger roar was clearly a little different from the usual. When the tiger roar reverberated through the tunnel, Lu Yi felt as though his head was smashed by a small hammer. Opposite him, Luoji staggered slightly and muttered in surprise. A spirit beast. Luoji had seen Amber before but did not bother to pay attention to the tiger. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the majestic white tiger had some special abilities. Unfortunately, he had no time for idle thoughts. Lu Yi had taken the opportunity to charge at him when he was distracted by the tiger roar just now. He shouted, White flare. After falling for this trick just now, how could Lu Yi fall for the same trick twice? He simply squinted slightly and continued charging forward regardless. Asterisk crack. 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 Asterisk the shattered ice chips that were scattered everywhere suddenly wrapped around Lu Ye's surroundings and quickly hardened in place. It seemed like Luoji was planning to freeze Lu Yi inside that block of ice. At a critical juncture, Lu Yi was forced to step back. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself again. There was a huge block of ice standing between him and Luoji. If he had not moved aside so quickly, that ice block would definitely have enveloped him. With Luoji's strength, he would have been doomed in that situation. Phew! Luoji let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Yi was stopped by the ice block. The intensity of this battle had exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would be a piece of cake when 9-Star Sect first asked him to get rid of Lu Yi. Even if the other party came from one of the top powerhouses, his strength was not just for show. A third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master who cultivated an ordinary cultivation technique was not worth his attention. It wasn't until he actually fought Lu Yi that he realized something. Unlike all the other third-order Spirit Creek Realm Masters he met before, this third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master was a little different. Chapter 81 Intense Battle. Given Luoji's power, he could easily kill those third-order cultivators with just 2 to 3 moves. However, he had used many moves on Lu Yi, but he still hadn't managed to kill him. He was especially surprised that this mountain tiger was able to use a spiritual pattern in a battle. Studying spiritual patterns was much harder than spell techniques because building spiritual patterns was delicate work. Any slight mistake would lead to failure, not to mention activating them in a battle. Normally, only experienced spiritual pattern masters were able to do that. However, Lu Yi was just a young man, but he was already adept at using one. Through his observation, Luo Ji could confirm that Lu Yi had mastered a defensive spiritual pattern, which could fend off his icicle technique. Furthermore, Lu Yi was able to use it as he pleased. That revelation made him stop looking down on Lu Yi. Before leaving his sect, his senior brothers had warned him not to be complacent and underestimate any enemy. Although Lu Yi hadn't opened up as many spiritual points or learned as many techniques as he had, his spiritual pattern technique was rarely mastered by any cultivators. With that said, Luo Ji didn't back down because of that. Instead, his fighting spirit had been ignited. The people he had come across since he left the sect were all much weaker than he was. Now that he had finally bumped into an equal match, he certainly wouldn't miss this chance. While he was in his thoughts, a cold glint from a blade flashed across his eyes. Following a crack, a gap appeared in the middle of the huge ice block. Through the gap, a figure was coming right at him like a gust of wind. How did he break my ice jail technique so easily? Luo Ji was shocked, as it wasn't an ordinary ice block. Instead, it was a spell technique that was built on the foundation of the icicle technique. Although it couldn't confine Lu Yi, it shouldn't be broken so easily. That also made him realize that the sword in Lu Ye's hands was no ordinary weapon. Certainly, he wasn't able to ward off the attack. In the light of that, he activated his spiritual power and threw several moves at him. Lu Yi charged forward at full speed. This time he didn't break the attacks with his sword, nor did he dodge them. Instead, he forcefully pushed him way through the attacks as the enemy's technique was warded off by his spiritual pattern. Inside the dark tunnel, lights repeatedly expanded as the gap between them shortened. Luo Ji's eyelids twitched as he secretly cursed at Lu Yi for being reckless. However, without a doubt, he was starting to become terrified of this reckless guy. In a battle between a combat cultivator and a spell cultivator, the latter would gain the upper hand when there was a long distance between them. However, once they got closer, the spell cultivator would usually end up in a miserable state. In just 3 breaths' time, Lu Yi reached a spot that was only 6 meters away from Luo Ji. A cold glint flashed across the blade in his hand. As he inched closer, he wielded his sword at him. Hurriedly, Luo Ji dashed backwards, but just then Yi appeared behind him once again as she swiftly raised her hand and landed a palm on his shoulder. Upon that realization, Luo Ji was horrified, but he soon noticed that this strike wasn't harmful at all. His spiritual power, which was protecting his body, could easily fend it off. All of a sudden, a spiritual light expanded behind him. The spiritual light was so sharp that it was as though countless needles had been jabbed into his back. Upon landing a palm on his shoulder, Yi exclaimed in pain and went away. After getting blocked by her earlier, Luo Ji was unable to flee anymore. If Lu Yi were any other third-order cultivator, Luo Ji was confident of warding off the attack with his spiritual power. However, he had seen how ruthless Lu Yi was when breaking the ice jail technique, so he wouldn't dare to underestimate the power of this strike. He activated his spiritual power and yelled, "Mist Shield!" Following that, he was surrounded by a layer of mist in an instant. Lu Yi slashed at the mist, but he was unable to break the mist shield. He felt as though he had hacked his sword into a piece of rubber, and his weapon got stuck inside it. As Luo Ji stepped backwards, he pointed at Lu Yi and said through clenched teeth, "Golden Arc." This time it was Lu Yi who was unable to dodge. The golden arc struck right at his chest, but before that he had activated a spiritual pattern to protect himself. Following that, he lifted his sword again and hacked at the mist. Icicle. Windblade. Thunder Halberd. Inside the tunnel, Luo Ji's barks reverberated around the place. Following his shouts, he activated spell techniques of different attributes and struck right at Lu Ye's chest with loud booms. Although he appeared imposing, he was actually stepping backwards. That was because as Lu Yi repeatedly slashed at the mist shield, it started showing signs of falling apart. "I don't believe you can keep using the spiritual pattern," Luo Ji bellowed as he traded moves with Lu Yi. Even though he was astounded to see that Lu Yi was able to use a spiritual pattern in a battle, he knew that it was energy-consuming to sustain one. As soon as Lu Yi exhausted his spiritual power, he would stand a chance to defeat him. However, the reckless guy in front of him remained silent, like he was a mute, as he became increasingly ruthless with his strikes. A moment later, Luoji's eyelids twitched as he realized that the situation wasn't in his favor. While it was exhausting for Lu Yi to use a spiritual pattern, Luoji had to consume a lot of spiritual power to use his spell techniques as well. Although he had more spiritual power than Lu Yi, he had used too many spells. Furthermore, in order to prevent Yi from launching a sneak attack on him, he had to sustain the mist shield, which exacerbated his consumption of energy. If this intense battle dragged on, it was hard to tell who would be the last one standing. Upon coming up with an idea, he yelled, "White flare!" When he raised his hand, there was already a talisman paper between his fingers, whereupon he infused his spiritual power into it. Lu Yi had a feeling that he wasn't able to keep going. It had only been a few minutes since the battle started, but in such a short period of time, 80% of his spiritual power had been used. This was the most intense battle he had come across so far, but his enemy was only a second-order cultivator. Therefore, when Luoji shouted "White flare," he immediately realized something was off and dashed backwards. At the same time, he snuck his hand into the storage bag on his waist and pinched a talisman paper between his fingers. As their eyes met, they became startled for a moment. Following the activation of their spiritual powers, 2 talisman papers shone brightly at the same time. Then, 3 water columns shot towards Lu Yi. On the other hand, a fire snake zigzagged towards Luoji. With a loud boom, the tunnel shook violently as rocks started falling down. The clash between water and fire caused the tunnel to be filled with vapor. The spiritual lights of Lu Yi and Luoji glinted as they were sent flying away upon impact. Both of them secretly cursed at each other as they got to their feet with difficulty. When Lu Yi raced after Luoji with the sword in his hand, Luoji had already fled from the tunnel as he turned around and cast a talisman paper at Lu Yi. Hurriedly, Lu Yi ducked his head as the talisman paper exploded into countless golden lights and formed holes on the ground. Lifting his head, he realized that Luoji was running away, which prompted him to race after his enemy at full speed. Seeing as Amber had reached him, Lu Yi leaped onto the tiger's back and moved forward at a greater speed. Turning his head to take a look, Luoji became infuriated. Seeing as he was unable to flee, he decided to stop in his tracks and turned around to face Lu Yi. With talisman papers in both hands, he slapped one of them on his own chest, whereupon his body was engulfed in a golden light. It was a high-quality golden body talisman paper. At the same time, he cast the other talisman paper at Lu Yi. Seeing that, Lu Yi leapt off the tiger and slashed at the attack. Meanwhile, he said to Amber, "Hide somewhere else." Upon impact, he collapsed to the ground as his entire body was in pain. As soon as he got to his feet, he saw Luoji arrogantly standing on the same spot. Luoji provoked him by beckoning to him and said, "Come on." Without uttering a word, Lu Yi fished out a golden body talisman paper from his storage bag and used it on himself. Seeing that, Luoji couldn't help but heave a sigh as Lu Yi's fortune seemed to be on par with that of his own. Chapter 82, Every Dog Has Its Day. Inside the gorge, Lu Yi and Luoji, who had little spiritual power left, started competing against one another using talisman papers. As these different talisman papers were activated, lights of different colors expanded. The noises reverberated the place and attracted the attention of the cultivators from 2 nearby sects. Upon seeing what was going on from afar, no one dared to go over. There was no way they could butt in on such an intense battle. If they were not careful enough, they'd be dragged into the battle and get killed. A 5th-order cultivator might be able to interfere in this battle. However, there were not many 5th-order cultivators in either sect to begin with. Since the war started, the 5th-order cultivators from both sects had been clamping down on each other in Split Sky Gorge, so none of them were able to go away. That was the reason Lu Yi hadn't come across any 5th-order cultivators in the past few days. It was already morning at the moment. Lu Yi panted heavily as he had never expected that the battle would lead him to end up in such a state. Nevertheless, the dawn of hope was right before his eyes because he realized that his enemy had no more talisman papers for attacks. That wasn't surprising because Luoji was a spell cultivator who had mastered some low-rank spell techniques. The spells he was able to cast were more powerful than ordinary talisman papers. Therefore, he had fewer than 10 offensive talisman papers with him. Most of his talisman papers were for defense. After an intense battle with Lu Yi, he had used up all of his offensive talisman papers, which made him feel humiliated. He was taught that a spell cultivator shouldn't even use talisman papers because that was a sign of incompetence, but now he would rather be called incompetent than get killed by a reckless guy. Seeing as Lu Yi was charging towards him with a sword, he felt horrified and immediately turned around to flee. However, he could hear that Lu Yi was getting closer to him. Turning his head, he realized that Lu Yi was riding on the snow-white tiger again. How shameless, he secretly cursed. At the same time he barked, "Stop running after me. Otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." Certainly, Lu Yi wouldn't care about such a laughable threat as the tiger charged forward at a greater speed. "You're forcing me to do it," Luo Ji said through clenched teeth. Upon whirling around to face Lu Yi, he fished out something from his storage bag. Lu Yi had no idea what Luo Ji had taken out, but the latter's posture made him feel that he was in danger. While he was in his thoughts, Luo Ji had tossed the thing at him. Upon closer look, he realized that it was a square seal the size of a palm. The seal was translucent and white, but it wasn't certain what material it was made from. However, the next instant, he felt a chill running down his spine as the petite seal expanded to be as large as a table before coming at Amber. An agile Amber changed its direction and dodged the seal with Lu Yi on its back. With a loud boom, a 60 centimeters deep pit appeared on the ground where the seal landed. Following that, the ground seemed to be shaking. Lu Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw that. This thing must be an incredible artifact. If he and Amber were struck by it earlier, they would have become mashed meat. Amber attempted to bring Lu Yi to pounce on Luo Ji. However, even though the seal was large, it was actually dexterous. It repeatedly fell from the sky as the tiger dodged it with difficulty. There were times when they almost got struck by it. "Run!" Lu Yi, who was on Amber's back, yelled. Knowing that the situation wasn't in their favor, the tiger turned around and fled from the scene with Lu Yi. "Where do you think you're going?" A relentless Luo Ji put on a frenzied grin. "Wasn't it fun racing after me? Come fight with me, reckless brat." The situation had flipped around. Earlier it was Lu Yi who was racing after Luo Ji, but now it was Luo Ji who was trying to kill Lu Yi. It could be said that every dog had its day and no one could always be on the lucky side. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk every time the seal landed, the ground would tremble, which caused the rocks to scatter everywhere. This artifact was supposed to be Luo Ji's trump card. He hadn't used it earlier because he was confident of his capabilities, and it also had something to do with his pride. However, after he was pushed over the edge by Lu Yi, he broke free from his psychological restraints. Since he had used talisman papers, it made no difference to also use an artifact. The speed at which the seal landed became increasingly faster. The huge impact made it difficult for Amber to flee. Eventually, the tiger fell to the ground upon impact. The seal immediately hovered above it and shaded the sunlight. Hurriedly, Amber got to its feet, but it was too late. At the most critical moment, Lu Yi activated his spiritual power, which was running low, and formed a defensive spiritual pattern to protect the tiger and him. As the seal landed, the spiritual pattern only lasted for a short moment before it fell apart. Following that, the second layer of defense took shape and broke apart again. Then the third one appeared. Finally, he managed to shut out the seal. After just a moment of deadlock, the light around the seal dimmed as it shrunk to its original size. Then all its light went out. Lu Yi raised his hand to grab the seal, but he missed the target because his hand was trembling violently from exhaustion. The seal landed on his head and caused a bump on it, but fortunately the seal had lost all its power. Following a laugh from a distance, the seal whooshed back into Luo Ji's hand. Presently they were about 100 meters apart. A sloven Luo Ji leaned against a boulder and stared at Lu Yi with a laugh, as though he had won the battle. There were countless holes on the ground in the gorge they were in. The repercussions of the battle had died down, but the battle was far from over. Lu Yi got to his feet with difficulty as he dragged his feet towards Luo Ji, which wiped the smile off the latter's face. However, after taking just a few steps forward, he collapsed to the ground and made the dust rise. Seeing that, Yi dashed towards him and helped him up. As their eyes met, she looked inquisitively at Lu Yi, who shook his head slowly. Seeing as Luo Ji was in a terrible state, Yi intended to join forces with Amber and get rid of their enemy for good. Nevertheless, Lu Yi felt that even though Luo Ji looked like he was on his last legs, he might still be able to use 1 to 2 spells. It was difficult to deal with his big seal as well. Lu Yi had used 3 spiritual patterns earlier, but he still almost couldn't ward off the seal, not to mention that Amber and Yi were much weaker than he was. If they were struck by the seal, they would immediately lose their lives. There was no doubt that Luo Ji was a wicked man, which was evident in what he had done during the battle. Such a man wouldn't really have exhausted himself when he was fully aware that Lu Yi had 2 helpers. Lu Yi even suspected that even if he walked up to Luo Ji, he still couldn't kill him. He was the one who was really on his last legs. From a distance, Luo Ji observed them with a cold gaze. Seeing as Yi and Amber didn't seize the chance to kill him, there seemed to be a tinge of disappointment behind his gaze, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just like what Lu Yi had expected, even though he seemed to have used up his power, he wouldn't mind showing Yi and Amber the heritage of a disciple from a top sect if they dared to come near him. The present outcome was the best as he didn't need to use his last bit of power to deal with 2 insignificant helpers. Raising his head, he yelled at Lu Yi, "After I take a rest for a bit, I'll definitely kill you." Chapter 83 Goodwill from Mystic Sect. In the station of 9-Star Clan, Chao Yi and Dong Shuyi were waiting together. On the previous night, they had learned that Luo Ji and Mountain Tiger had traded moves. One of them was a 2nd-order cultivator while the other was a 3rd-order cultivator. However, their battle was as violent as that between 2 5th-order cultivators. Then they were shocked to learn that Luo Ji, whom they had high hopes of, wasn't able to settle their enemy quickly. Instead, he and Lu Yi had fallen into a deadlock. Lu Yi indeed lived up to his name as a disciple from a top sect. It wasn't so easy to kill him. If it was just a normal grudge between them, those from 9-Star Clan would have let him off. However, they must get revenge for their young master, so they could only wait. Just then Dong Shuye's expression changed. "Is there any outcome?" Chao Yi asked anxiously. "No. It's that bitch who works for Wang Yang. She has left the Mystic Sect station." "Is she going to deal with Luo Ji?" Chao Yi's heart sank. "I don't know, but we can't rule out that possibility. You'll have to go over." At that, Chao Yi's face twitched. Although both of them were 6th-order cultivators, he was no match for that woman. Every time he traded moves with her, he would end up getting beaten up. This couldn't be helped, as he was a body-tempering cultivator while that woman was a spell cultivator, which was why she was naturally at an advantage. In the past 2 years they had battled against one another several times, but he'd always end up getting assaulted. Therefore he wasn't willing to face that maidservant called Xiao Zhu. However, since Dong Shuyi had said so, he had no choice but to execute the order. "Well, I'll just get beaten up one more time." With this thought in this mind, he strode out of the place with a resolute expression on his face. Dong Shuyi watched him leave and heaved a sigh. Presently, Chu Tian was taking a rest with other junior brothers and sisters in a hidden place. Just then, a woman with 2 buns on her head shuffled towards them. Seeing her, Chu Tian hurriedly greeted her by saying, "Senior Sister Xiao Zhu." Xiao Zhu walked over and asked, "How is it going?" She was asking about Lu Yi instead of Chu Tian and the others. Since those from 9-Star Clan could find out that Lu Yi and Luo Ji were in an intense battle, those from Mystic Sect could do that as well. Therefore, everyone was aware that these 2 disciples, who were from some of the top great forces, were in a life-and-death battle. Still reeling from the shock, Chu Tian replied, "Their brains almost spurted out. Senior Sister Xiao Zhu, those 2 can't even be considered humans." "Who has got the upper hand?" Xiao Zhu questioned. Chu Tian shook his head. "They're equally matched. Sometimes one would race after the other one, and the next instant, it'd become the other way round." "Have they been battling against one another since last night?" Xiao Zhu furrowed her brows. "They don't keep fighting all the time. Sometimes they'd take a break to recuperate, but they'd soon get into a scuffle again." Chu Tian had apparently gathered quite some information. "Their restorative powers?" Xiao Zhu was astounded. 4 cultivators in the 2nd order and the 3rd order, their restorative powers were unbelievable. Most people couldn't last for such a long time in a battle. "Where are they?" she asked. After Chu Tian pointed out the direction for her, she started striding forward. A moment later, Lu Yi and Luo Ji, who were in an intense battle, vigilantly turned to look in a particular direction at the same time. This had been a maniacal battle as both of them were on their last legs. After taking a rest for about 2 hours to restore their energy, Luo Ji was the first one to launch an attack and ignited the second round. However, this time they didn't use any talisman papers because they had no more offensive talisman papers left. They only had some defensive talisman papers. On the other hand, Luoji also never activated the big seal again because that would consume a lot of his energy. The small amount of spiritual power he had restored wasn't enough to sustain using the artifact. If he couldn't kill Lu Yi quickly, he would be waiting for death. Now he even stopped using other spells as he only traded moves with Lu Yi using his icicle technique. It was because he was most adept at this technique, and he'd be able to consume less energy with this one. In fact, there were no grudges between the two of them, and they had never met one another prior to this. However, battles on Spirit Creek battlefield had nothing to do with grudges. It had everything to do with whose side they were on. Since they were from different sides, that was a good enough reason to kill one another. As they watched attentively, a curvy figure approached them from a distance. Luo Ji immediately felt his chest tightening because he realized that the person wasn't from 9-Star Clan. However, the next moment he was able to be at ease because immediately after the woman appeared, another burly figure also arrived at this place. He was Qiao Yi from 9-Star Clan. The fact that 2 6th-order cultivators suddenly appeared in this place puzzled Luo Ji, so he looked inquisitively at Qiao Yi, who shook his head and motioned for him to stay calm before standing beside him. It was then Luo Ji realized that Qiao Yi was here to restrict the other party, so he seized the chance and sat down with his legs crossed before fishing out some pills to consume them. On the other hand, Lu Yi had no idea what was going on, but upon seeing what Luo Ji was doing, he also gulped down some pills and fished out a big chunk of meat to eat. Then he tossed another piece of meat at the tiger beside him. A speechless Xiao Zhu stood in front of Lu Yi, and as he stared vigilantly at her, she introduced herself by saying, "I'm Chu Tian's senior sister." Certainly, Lu Yi wouldn't readily believe her, so he immediately sent a message to Chu Tian to inquire about it. Upon getting his confirmation, he nodded slightly and murmured, "What's wrong?" At the same time he sized her up and took a brief glance at her plump chest. He couldn't help wondering why this woman was dressed up like a maidservant. "Give me 2 spirit stones," Xiao Zhu uttered. "What?" Lu Yi thought he had heard it wrongly. 2 spirit stones. She repeated herself. A puzzled Lu Yi didn't understand why this woman came all the way here to demand 2 spirit stones from him. Was she trying to rob him? That was practically impossible. After giving it a thought, he fished out 2 stones from his storage bag and tossed them at her. After taking them, Xiao Zhu threw a jade slip at him. "You've bought it now." With a frown, Lu Yi took the jade slip and scanned it, whereupon he immediately understood what this woman was doing. This jade slip was actually an earth-grade cultivation technique. Certainly, 2 spirit stones were not enough to buy an earth-grade cultivation technique. This was apparently how those from Mystic Sect expressed their goodwill. Whatever the case, he had saved some disciples who were from Mystic Sect recently. This came as a surprise to him. Previously, he had contacted Chu Tian in an attempt to buy a black-grade cultivation technique. Naturally, an earth-grade one was much better, which would allow him to open up to 180 spiritual points, and he wouldn't need to look for a new cultivation technique upon ascending to the 6th order. "Thanks," he said. A nonchalant Xiao Zhu turned around and flashed a smile at Qiao Yi, who wasn't far away. Qiao Yi felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as terrible memories from the past sprang back into his mind. However, Luo Ji was just beside him, so he couldn't appear weak. After taking a step forward, he uttered, "Why don't we go to a different place?" The grin on Xiao Zhu's face widened. "That's what I thought as well." The next instant, Qiao Yi turned around and flew away at an incredible speed. Seeing that, Xiao Zhu leaped into the air and raced after him. After both of them disappeared, Lu Yi hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and picked up his sword before pouncing on Luo Ji. At the same time, countless battles that were more violent than the previous ones were ignited in different parts of Split Sky Gorge. The cultivators from both sects clashed with one another as more and more of them lost their lives. Chapter 84 I Can Definitely Defeat Him. 3 days later, on a battlefield where the ground was covered in holes, Lu Yi and Luo Ji were several dozen meters apart as they recuperated on their own. During this period of time, they had battled against one another for over a dozen times. They had practically fought with each other a few times every day, but no one had yet to emerge as a winner until now. 3 days of intense battles had made Lu Yi extremely exhausted as he hadn't had much time to sleep. He didn't understand how this guy called Luoji was able to restore his energy so quickly. After such a long time they had basically used up their trump cards. None of them could defeat the other party by fighting head-on, so the speed at which they recovered was immensely important. Given the same period of time, if one of them could restore more spiritual power, he could slowly make the situation tilt in his favor. With the help of Gluttonous Feast, Lu Yi was able to refine pills at twice the speed. When he took a break, he would also build a gathering spirit's spiritual pattern around his spiritual points to absorb the world's spiritual chi around him. With 2 techniques that he could deploy, it could be said that the speed at which he recovered was incredible. Most 6th-order cultivators wouldn't be able to recover as fast as he could. On the other hand, Luoji also had the same doubts as he secretly cursed at Lu Yi. How does this reckless guy recover so quickly? Although he was just a 2nd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master, he had opened up 55 spiritual points, which was twice the amount of what Lu Yi had achieved. Moreover, the pills he had been consuming were not the ordinary spirit-restoring pills. These were small returning pills specially made on Infinite Island. These pills worked just like spirit-restoring pills when used during cultivation. However, when they were used for recovery they were more effective than spirit-restoring pills by 30%. When he was restoring his energy he also made use of spirit stones. With both hands grabbing each stone, he greedily absorbed the spiritual power contained in the stones. However, he hadn't managed to gain the upper hand by using 3 methods at the same time, so he didn't understand what was going on. Compared to Lu Yi, he had little to no rest as he couldn't really have a shut eye in the past 3 days. That was because Amber and Yi would disturb him from time to time. Both of them were unable to fight against Luoji, but they were good at disturbing him. After each of them recuperated for about 4 hours, Lu Yi opened his eyes. Just like how they'd usually did it, it was time for the next battle. As expected, Luoji also opened his eyes and got to his feet. Staring at Lu Yi, he shuffled towards him. It wasn't that he wanted to get close to Lu Yi. It was just that the distance between them was too wide, so he needed to get into a suitable range where he could use his spells. Across from him, Lu Yi rode on top of Amber and charged towards Luoji. He was pointing his sword downwards as he was ready for a strike. Upon stopping in his tracks, Luoji prepared to use a spell as a spiritual light flashed across his hands. Just then he detected something and frowned, whereupon he raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a minute." Lu Yi furrowed his brows, but he still told Amber to stop. The spiritual light around Luoji's hands dissipated as he panted and uttered, "Stop fighting. You win." Lu Yi stared fixedly at him, wondering what the latter was up to. As though he was trying to make Lu Yi set his mind at ease, Luoji took the initiative to explain, "The battle between Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan has ended. Those from 9-Star Clan have admitted defeat and returned to their station, so I have to go as well." He was sent to deal with Lu Yi by those from 9-Star Clan. Since his clan had been defeated, it was pointless for him to stay there. Naturally, Lu Yi wouldn't easily believe him. After days of battle, he became certain that Luoji was a cunning man, so he immediately made use of the battlefield imprint to ask Chu Tian about it. After just a short moment, Chu Tian replied with a cheerful tone in his voice and confirmed what Luoji had said. During this battle, those from the Mystic Sect eventually defeated the other party. In fact, this didn't come as a surprise. Although both sects were 1 rank apart, Mystic Sect was stronger when it came to their Spirit Creek Realm Masters. Therefore, 9-Star Clan wasn't even a match for them to begin with. Previously, Lu Yi had killed many cultivators from 9-Star Clan, which helped those from Mystic Sect to gain an even bigger advantage. In the past few days, those from Mystic Sect had been slowly gaining the upper hand through the small-scale battles. Eventually, there came a moment when they destroyed 9-Star Clan and forced them to return to their station. It was then the battle between the 2 great forces came to an end. After Lu Yi was done with the inquiry, Luoji asked, "How was it?" Lu Yi nodded slightly and clenched his legs, whereupon Amber dashed forward and pounced on Luoji. A horrified Luoji didn't understand what was wrong with Lu Yi. The battle between both great forces had come to an end, so it was pointless for them to keep fighting against each other. Therefore he had no idea why Lu Yi was still pouncing on him. However, he didn't have the time to ponder on this issue as Lu Yi and the tiger were about to reach him. Left with no choice, he hurriedly activated his icicle technique to deal with them. Lu Yi tilted his head to dodge the icicle and leaped off the tiger's back as he wielded his sword. There was a rarely seen hideous smile on his face. "It's you who decided when to start the war, but it's me who will decide when to end it." Previously, Luo Ji suddenly came over and attempted to kill him. 3 days of battle had made him very infuriated. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of pills during this period of time. Prior to this, he had accumulated a substantial amount of pills, but now he was left with just over 30 pills. In the past 3 days he couldn't even cultivate, so he had practically wasted lots of time. Luo Ji couldn't make up for his loss by just saying that the other party had won the battle. If he couldn't get the fury out of his chest, he would never let Luo Ji off. 3 days of tussle had made them become familiar with each other's moves. Usually Luo Ji wouldn't easily allow Lu Yi to get close to him. However, he hadn't expected Lu Yi to be so obstinate, so he became astounded for a moment. When he came to his senses, it was already too late to retreat. Before the sword even reached him, he had used a golden body talisman paper on himself. When the sword, which was blessed with sharp-edged spiritual pattern, hit the layer of golden light, it was unable to break it. On the other hand, a seal appeared out of thin air and expanded to the size of a table before landing on Lu Yi. Hurriedly, Lu Yi leaped backwards, whereupon a pit appeared on the spot he was standing earlier and the ground started shaking. When he stabilized himself, Luo Ji was already over 100 meters away from him, and the latter had even fended off Amber and Yi Yi's joint sneak attack. However, Luo Ji wouldn't dare to activate the seal for the second time as it was energy-consuming. Seizing the chance, Lu Yi stomped his foot on the ground and dashed towards Luo Ji. In a zigzag way, he dodged the icicles as the light of a defensive spiritual pattern flashed across his body from time to time. I can definitely defeat him. As long as the battle dragged on, he could certainly kill Luo Ji. Although the speed at which Luo Ji recovered was the same as or had even surpassed Lu Yi, he had gulped down too many spirit pills in the past few days. If a cultivator consumed too many pills in a short period of time, his spiritual power would end up becoming turbid. It was especially fatal for a spell cultivator like Luo Ji to have impure spiritual power. That was because the power of the spells he used would weaken, and the time he needed to activate his spells would also lengthen. Lu Yi was fully aware of that, which was why he insisted on continuing the fight. He didn't have to end his life this time. As long as he could force Luo Ji to keep exhausting his spiritual power and consuming pills to replenish his energy, the latter would become increasingly weaker. There would finally come a moment when he could hack this guy to death. Chapter 85. I'll give you money if you spare my life. However, this battle didn't go on in the end. In the middle of the battle, Luo Ji bellowed, "I'll give you money if you spare my life." Apparently, he had realized the problem with himself as he couldn't keep on fighting. Presently, Lu Yi was unable to kill him, but if the battle dragged on, he would end up in a terrible state and eventually get killed by Lu Yi. Startled by the imposing shout for a moment, Lu Yi then pointed his sword at the front. "I want your seal." The seal must be an incredible artifact, which might be more valuable than the bell he had obtained from the young master of 9-Star Clan. Luo Ji chuckled and prepared for a spell technique. "Have a life-and-death battle with me? Right now." "What can you give me then?" Lu Yi asked in a grim voice. In fact, he wasn't determined to kill Luo Ji. He just felt that he had suffered immense losses after 3 days of battle. If Luo Ji could make up for his losses, he wouldn't mind ending the fight. With that said, the main reason was that if they kept on fighting, he would have to pay a hefty price even if he could kill Luo Ji in the end. The other party wouldn't just keep on battling against him like a fool. Before the outcome became irreversible, Luo Ji would certainly risk his life to destroy the other party. Then Luo Ji fished out his seal from the storage bag and lifted the bag. "It's all yours." He's pretty generous. Lu Yi was surprised. However, considering that Luo Ji had also consumed lots of stuff in the past few days, there were probably not many things left in the bag. It was likely that there were only some pills and stones in it. Seeing as Luo Ji was so straightforward, Lu Yi wouldn't want to keep forcing him as both parties would be destroyed if this battle dragged on. After giving it a thought, he nodded. "Sure." Hearing that, Luo Ji directly tossed the bag at Luo Yi without making him take an oath. That was because to him, even though their stances were different, they were from some of the top great forces. Therefore, he believed that the other person was a man of integrity. "We've been fighting for a long time, but I don't even know your name." "Yi." Luo Ji dipped his head and stared fixedly at Lu Yi as though he was trying to imprint the latter's face into the deepest part of his memory. Then he turned around and dragged his leaden feet out of the gorge. On the other hand, Lu Yi didn't seize the chance to launch a sneak attack. Although Luo Ji appeared to have put his guard down, the seal in his hand was radiating a faint glow. If Lu Yi chose to go back on his word, he'd be forcing Luo Ji to fight with him until one of them perished. After walking for a long time, Luo Ji looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression. In fact, he had suffered immense losses. The things he had lost in the storage bag didn't matter. As a disciple from Infinite Island, he didn't care about it. The crux of the problem was that he had consumed too many pills recently, which made the spiritual power in his body become turbid. It would take him at least 1 month to restore his spiritual power to its original state. In other words, he couldn't cultivate in the next month, which had a huge impact on any low-rank cultivators, especially a cultivator like him who was from a top great force. With that said, he had lost the battle and he wouldn't blame anyone. Both of them were still low-rank cultivators, and they'd definitely meet again in the future. At that point, he'd get his revenge. After Luo Ji's figure was out of sight, Lu Yi let out a long breath and beckoned to Amber before riding on its back. With the tiger leading the way, they found a tunnel to take a rest. It's finally over. He had become exhausted both physically and psychologically from the battle. Even though it had only been a short time since he started cultivating, he had experienced tons of battles. However, he had never come across an equally matched opponent like Luo Ji, who was extremely difficult to deal with. In the end, it was Luo Ji who admitted defeat, but in fact, it was Lu Yi who had lost the battle. That was because he had Amber and Yi to assist him, while Luo Ji was on his own. Amber and Yi were unable to directly deal with Luo Ji because they were wary of the seal's power. However, they could launch a sneak attack on him from time to time. Because of what they had been doing, Luo Ji hadn't had any time to take a nap. On the other hand, Lu Yi had taken a few naps. It could be said that if Lu Yi was also on his own, he wouldn't have been at an advantage in such a battle. These cultivators from the top great forces were indeed extraordinary. The battle with Luo Ji served as a lesson for Lu Yi, that he should never judge a cultivator's power based on his realm. He wasn't even in the mood to take a look at the things inside Luo Ji's bag. After he was done with eating some jerky, he dozed off. Amber and Yi traded glances before shuffling to both ends of the tunnel. The war between Nine-Star Clan and Mystic Sect had ended, and Luo Ji had admitted defeat, so they probably wouldn't come across any danger again. However, they still had to remain vigilant. Lu Yi was awakened by the noises coming from the battlefield imprint. Still in a groggy state, he opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. For some reason, he became grumpy upon waking up as he felt extremely displeased. After remaining frustrated for a bit, he checked on his battlefield imprint, and just like what he had expected, it was Chu Tian who had sent over 10 messages asking if he was around. "I'm not," he replied. In the Mystic Sect station, Chu Tian appeared puzzled as he realized that Lu Yi seemed to be in a terrible mood. After becoming startled for a while, he sent him one more message. "Brother Yi, that's funny." He had been calling him Junior Brother Yi in the past. The fact that he had changed the way he addressed him suggested that some news had been spread around Mystic Sect. Although he already knew that Lu Yi was from a top great force, Lu Yi proved to be a cultivator with huge potential by defeating Luo Ji. What's the matter? Lu Yi was trying to find out how to blacklist this guy. A moment later, he realized that he just had to remove Chu Tian's brand from his battlefield imprint. However, considering the fact that this guy was his first and only friend so far, he decided not to do it. The thing is, upon reading Chu Tian's explanation, Lu Yi learned that after those from Mystic Sect won the war, they decided to hold a celebratory banquet to reward the disciples who had done a great job. Therefore, Chu Tian wanted to invite him to come over. Regardless, Lu Yi had lent a hand to Mystic Sect in the beginning of the war. "I'm not free." Lu Yi rejected him outright. Because of the advice given to him by the sect master previously, he wasn't willing to come into contact with too many people, let alone join their celebratory banquet. Moreover, he believed that Chu Tian had only invited him out of politeness. Well, as Chu Tian read the rude message from Lu Yi in the Mystic Sect station, he realized that this man was indeed a willful person. Then he replied, "Since you're not free, I'll stop disturbing you. However, many of our junior brothers and sisters want to thank you face to face. Brother Yi, when are you leaving?" I'll personally see you off. Lu Yi didn't respond to Chu Tian's message. Instead, he fished out Luo Ji's storage bag to have a look. As expected, the restriction on the bag had been lifted. Upon examining it, Lu Yi was surprised. He thought that there were not many things left in the bag, but he realized that Luo Ji was richer than he thought. There were indeed not many good things left, as these were all spirit pills, spirit stones, and some defensive talisman papers. Nevertheless, these were the things Lu Yi needed most now. There were about 30 stones. A low-rank cultivator didn't need to consume many of these, so Luo Ji had brought these stones with him just in case he needed them all of a sudden. On the other hand, there were many pills. There were 10 bottles of spirit-restoring pills and 3 bottles of a different kind of pills. In total, there were over 100 pills. Although these things were not enough to make up for the losses he had suffered in the past 3 days, it was better than nothing at all. Chapter 86, Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, a disciple from Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation, 29 spiritual points. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution, 142 points. Lu Yi was examining the information in his battlefield imprint. If he wasn't mistaken, before coming to Split Sky Gorge, his contribution was 34 points, but now, it had become 142 points, which was an increase of 108 points. These were the points he had obtained from killing the cultivators from 9-Star Clan. If he hadn't been held up by Luo Ji for a few days, he would have obtained more. For now, he had no idea what contribution was for. Although he could ask Chu Tian about it, his secrets would be exposed by doing so. Therefore, he didn't intend to ask anyone about it. Whatever its uses were, he would find out about it after returning to the station of Crimson Blood Sect. As for his wealth, he had 10 yuan metal ores, 1 10-point map, 135 spirit restoring pills, 251 spirit stones, 31 healing pills, 22 small returning pills, 9 talisman papers, 1 bell artifact, and 4 storage bags that hadn't been opened yet. The small returning pills were from Luo Ji's bag. The name of the pills was written on the bottles. Lu Yi had seen Luo Ji use it when taking a rest, so he was certain that these pills were useful for cultivators. As for the talisman papers, they were all defensive and auxiliary ones. The 4 storage bags belonged to the young master of 9-Star Clan and his subordinates, but Lu Yi reckoned that apart from the young master's bag, the others didn't contain any valuable items. He would have to get someone else to open the bags to find out. Although he seemed to have many resources at hand, he wasn't actually wealthy. Now he was a 3rd-order Spirit Creek Realm Master, so he needed about 15 spirit pills to open up 1 spiritual point. With the help of Gluttonous Feast and Gathering Spirits, he was able to consume fewer pills and improve his efficiency. Now, the most important thing for him was to recuperate. Even though he had become more energetic after a night's sleep, the spiritual power he had used wouldn't be restored automatically. Curious about the efficacies of the small returning pills, he took out one from the bottle and consumed it. As he used Gluttonous Feast, he refined the pill and constructed some gathering spirits around his spiritual points to restore his spiritual power. When all the spiritual points were blessed with spiritual patterns that looked like a funnel, he could clearly feel a pull around his chest and belly that could attract the world's spiritual chi around him. That was the effect of 29 gathering spirits' spiritual patterns combined. Now he could confirm the efficacies of small returning pills. These pills were more useful than spirit restoring pills. It was no wonder that Luo Ji would always consume these when taking a rest. He secretly cursed and thought that these disciples from top great forces indeed had a rich heritage. Even the pills they took were different. After spending 1 day and taking 6 small returning pills, he was finally able to fully restore his spiritual power. It was then he fished out the jade slip given to him by the woman with double buns from Mystic Sect and studied it. Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic was the name of this earth-grade cultivation technique. If he cultivated according to this technique, he was able to unlock up to 180 spiritual points. What surprised him was that there were a few spell techniques that came with the cultivation technique. However, these spells required the cultivator to reach a certain point in spiritual power to start cultivating, so it wasn't useful for Lu Yi at the moment. This cultivation technique was supposed to be costly, but those from Mystic Sect only sold it to him for 2 spirit stones, so it was indeed a bargain for him. Presently he was a third-order Spirit Creek Realm Master who had opened up 29 spiritual points. In order to ascend to the fourth order, he had to unlock 45 points. In other words, he still had another 16 points to go. Nevertheless, it was far from the truth, as there must be parts between the cultivation techniques he had studied that didn't overlap. Therefore he had to unlock more than 16 points. After comparing the spiritual points he had unlocked and what was written in the mnemonic, he came to the conclusion that he needed to open up 18 more points before he could achieve the fourth order. Only until then could he completely switch from Golden Liberation Technique to Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic. He estimated that he would need about 250 pills to unlock 18 points. Given the number of pills he had, it was far from enough. Fortunately, he still had spirit stones. After giving it a thought, he decided to send someone a message. That was the only person he could look for at the moment. "I'll buy some spirit-restoring pills and food from you for 251 spirit stones." He wasn't willing to stay here any longer. The station of Crimson Blood Sect was far away from this place, so it'd take him a long time to arrive at his destination. Therefore he decided to set off on his journey as soon as possible. Moreover, the sect master must be worried about his safety. When he left Green Cloud Mountain he had only unlocked 21 spiritual points, but now it was 29 points. Amber and Yi had also grown their powers. He had spent about 10 days in Split Sky Gorge, so it was time he moved on. As a third-order cultivator, he was already able to protect himself in the outer circle of the battlefield. As for cultivation, he could do so while heading to his destination. There shouldn't be any problem with it. He had mastered the correct way to use gathering spirits. Even if he didn't consume any pills, his spiritual power would still increase slowly. However, before he embarked on his journey, he had to trade the useless things in his possession for useful stuff. He didn't really need any spirit stones, so it'd be best if they could be traded for pills. As for food, both Amber and he were gluttons, so he had to prepare more foods well. Soon Chu Tian sent him a message. "Sure. Brother Yi, are you leaving?" He must have realized something. "Yes," Lu Yi replied. "I'll get everything ready by tomorrow morning and look for you." After the conversation with Chu Tian, Lu Yi picked up the mnemonic to study it and ascertain the location of the next spiritual point he had to unlock. Following several attempts, he was finally able to break through the barrier of the 30th point. Then he started practicing sword wielding instead of continuing to cultivate. In the past few days, he had been in an intense battle with Luo Ji, so he hadn't had the time to do such a thing. However, on this day he realized that something was different. It became smoother and more natural when he wielded his sword. He had a feeling that this was the upside of his previous life-and-death battle. Amber and Yi had also returned. Since the war between the neighboring great forces had ended, it was dead silence in Split Sky Gorge. Therefore they didn't have to worry about any potential danger. Presently, Amber was lying on its stomach. After finishing its own jerky, it waited for Lu Yi to give it more food. In the beginning he only had to feed Amber 2 spirit-restoring pills every day, but as the tiger grew in power, it had to consume more. So he'd give the beast 4 pills every day now. As for Yi, she didn't live on anything. She was a ghost spirit associated with the tiger. As long as the tiger became more powerful, she would become stronger as well. 4 hours later, Lu Yi put the sword back into the sheath and started having roast meat beside a bonfire. He also tossed 2 pills at Amber. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Yi, does Amber know how to use spells?" When he was battling against Luo Ji in the tunnel, Yi went over to disturb him, but she was forced to retreat when faced with a golden arc slash. At that time she yelped in shock. Amber thought that she had been injured, so it roared at Luo Ji. The roar not only disturbed Luo Ji, but it also caused Lu Yi to feel like someone had struck him with a hammer. This was obviously not normal. Chapter 87 Mystic Sect Goes to War. Lu Yi recalled that when he came across Amber for the first time and met with its amber pupils, his mind went blank for a moment. Then, the tiger hadn't shown any anomalies until this time. After giving it a thought, Yi replied, "I don't think so." Then she turned her head. "Amber, can you use any spells?" In response, Amber howled. Yi went on to say, "It said it can't." The corner of Lu Ye's mouth twitched as he still hadn't figured out how Yi was able to communicate with the tiger. It was amazing that she could understand the tiger through the noises it made. It was probably her unique capability as a ghost spirit. Lu Yi stopped asking as he was only curious about it upon recalling this matter. After he was done with having his meal, he started cultivating again while Amber had dozed off beside him. It remained silent throughout the night. In the station of Mystic Sect, following Lu Ye's demands, Chu Tian was collecting some pills and food from the other disciples. Because of that, word got out that the mountain tiger Yi was leaving. Before the break of dawn, Chu Tian contacted Lu Yi and confirmed his location before heading over to meet him with 2 junior brothers. After the exchange, Lu Yi obtained lots of food and about 200 spirit-restoring pills. At that moment, the sky was completely bright. After Lu Yi got onto the tiger's back, Chu Tian cupped his fists and uttered, "Goodbye. Please contact me when you're free." After Lu Yi dipped his head, Amber charged forward and went further into Split Sky Gorge. Watching Lu Yi leave, Chu Tian suddenly became envious of him because Lu Yi was carefree as a rogue cultivator. However, he came from a top great force, which was why he had the confidence and heritage to survive. If Chu Tian were to do the same, he wouldn't have lasted for a few months. After returning to the station with his junior brothers, he found out that Wang Yang was looking for him, so he hurriedly went over. When he arrived at his destination, he realized that something was unusual. All the people in the station had gathered together. Besides their own disciples, even the rogue cultivators that relied on their sect were also there. Presently, a few hundred people had assembled on a square. Wang Yang was standing there with a straight back, and he was holding the hilt of a sword as though he was waiting for something. The atmosphere around the place was somber. Chu Tian walked over and cupped his fists. "Senior brother. Has the mountain tiger left?" Wang Yang asked. "Yes," Chu Tian replied. Wang Yang nodded slightly with a gratified expression on his face. "That's great. Join them now." He seemed to wish that Lu Yi could have left sooner. "Yes." Chu Tian got into the formation as he was puzzled by the current situation. However, Wang Yang must be going to do something important by gathering everyone together. Chu Tian had a speculation in mind, but in that case, there was going to be an epic battle on this day. Time went by slowly. 1 hour later, Wang Yang, who had been standing there for a long time, suddenly arched his brow and shouted, "Both Mystic Sect and 9-Star Clan have been stationed here for 30 years. During this period of time, we've gotten into countless battles, and there have been deaths on both sides. The blood feud between us is basically unresolvable. Even though we've won the battle in Split Sky Gorge, we'll never be able to live a peaceful life as long as 9-Star Clan is around. Therefore, I intend to invade 9-Star Clan's station, and I hope that all of you will lend me a hand." Upon hearing that, all of them broke into commotion. It had only been 1 day since the war ended, so they were shocked to learn that Wang Yang intended to invade 9-Star Clan's station. Mystic Sect had just won the battle, so they should be celebrating their victory instead of creating trouble again at this point. It wasn't easy to raid a station which was protected by a grand array. Without breaking the array first, they would never be able to enter the station. However, recalling what Wang Yang had been doing over the years, they realized that he must have come up with such a plan in advance. Chu Tian was the first one to raise his arms and shout, "Senior brother, I'm willing to go with you to strengthen Mystic Sect's power." The others also roared in unison. "Senior brother, we're willing to go with you to strengthen Mystic Sect's power." Standing at the front of these people, Wang Yang put on a smile. "That's great." Then he turned to look at Chu Tian. "Send a message to Mountain Tiger and inform him that Dong Shuyi has gone over to hunt him down an hour ago." Upon hearing that, Chu Tian was astounded by the fact that Dong Shuyi was so brazen. At the same time, he was surprised by Wang Yang's ability to gather information. Dong Shuyi was the strongest cultivator who was in charge of the 9-Star Clan station. With him around, the station was safe. However, if he wasn't around, the defense around the station would weaken. It seemed that the death of 9-Star Clan's young master had greatly humiliated them. They could concede defeat in the war against Mystic Sect, but they were determined to kill Mountain Tiger. Otherwise, Dong Shuyi wouldn't have taken the risk to leave the station and hunt Lu Yi down. He must have left secretly lest those from Mystic Sect were given a chance to invade them. Despite that, Wang Yang had still found out about it. Apparently, they must have made some arrangements outside 9-Star Clan's station. As soon as Dong Shuyi left the place, Wang Yang would immediately receive the news. Then Chu Tian recalled that some of the disciples were not around during the celebratory banquet on the previous night. Nevertheless, how did Dong Shuyi find out that Mountain Tiger had left? Chu Tian wasn't a fool, so he immediately realized what had happened. Someone from Mystic Sect must have leaked the news. It was no wonder that when he reported to Wang Yang regarding Mountain Tiger's demands on the previous night, the latter told him to collect the items from other disciples. It was actually easier to get the items from the headquarters. When he was collecting the pills and food, many people asked him about the reason behind it. He didn't intend to hide anything, so he told them that Lu Yi was going to leave. The disciples from Mystic Sect wouldn't share any information with Nine Star Clan, so the person who had leaked the news must be one of those rogue cultivators who had been staying in their station. While he was in his thoughts, Wang Yang suddenly stared at a particular cultivator and uttered, "Shi Jun, do you have anything to say?" The rogue cultivator called Shi Jun had his forehead drenched in sweat. With an apprehensive expression he replied, "And no." However, Wang Yang only kept gaping at him. Shi Jun became more anxious as he exclaimed, "Senior brother Wang, please forgive me. It seems that you really have nothing to say." Then Wang Yang flicked at the sword by his side, whereupon the sword left the sheath with a swish and turned into a beam of light. The next instant, it reached Shi Jun and circled around his neck, after which his body became as hard as a stone. When the sword light returned to the sheath, Shi Jun's head fell to the ground, and blood spurted out of his neck. Following that, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The turn of events caused all the rogue cultivators to be covered in cold sweat as they stared at Wang Yang in shock. There was a cold expression on Wang Yang's face when he explained, "Shi Jun had joined us as a rogue cultivator, but he was actually a mole from Nine Star Clan. I killed him on this day to serve as a warning, so I hope all of you will behave yourselves." All of them couldn't believe what they had heard, but recalling Shi Jun's last words, they realized that it was indeed the truth. The fact that Shi Jun had begged for mercy suggested that he was feeling guilty. "Let's go. We'll destroy the Nine Star Clan now." Wang Yang waved his hand. A moment later, hundreds of cultivators from Mystic Sect streamed out of the place, leaving the empty station behind. Chapter 88. Where even now, Lu Yi was riding on Amber's back with a nonchalant expression. Compared to the time when he had just left Green Cloud Mountain, he was undoubtedly more calm and collected now. Also, he was already used to such a bumpy ride, so Amber running at full speed wouldn't affect his cultivation session. Certainly, he was less efficient now than when he was able to cultivate in a serene environment. Fortunately, he had the help of gathering spirits. All 30 of his spiritual points had been blessed with gathering spirits as they continuously attracted the world's spiritual qi in the air. As the pill was being refined in Lu Ye's stomach, and with spiritual qi streaming in, the 30th point he had just unlocked was slowly filled with spiritual power. He didn't use Gluttonous Feast because it would require some time to switch to a different technique, which was unlike when he was taking a rest after becoming exhausted from the battle with Luoji. At that time, Luoji was well within his sight, so he could immediately find out and use a different technique should Luoji make a move. However, it was impossible to do that when he was on the go, as an accident might happen at any moment. Maybe in just 10 breaths' time, when he had to use a different technique, he would come across danger. By keeping the Golden Liberation technique running, he was better prepared to react to any turn of events. The only thing he had to sacrifice was the speed at which he cultivated, which was no big deal. He made some calculations and realized the pills he had were enough to last him until he ascended to the 4th Order Spirit Creek realm. Certainly, that was assuming that there was no additional consumption. If he got into a scuffle again, he would need to use more pills. Besides that, Amber also needed some pills every day. 1 hour ago, he had left Split Sky Gorge as Amber's speed was truly incredible. Referring to the 10-point map and the instructions in the battlefield imprint, Lu Yi pointed out a direction for Amber and let it run. While he was enjoying the ride, he suddenly frowned and took a look at the battlefield imprint. Why has Chu Tian contacted me again? However, after he was done with reading the message, his expression changed drastically, whereupon he landed a slap on the tiger's back and yelled, "Amber, run! Someone is racing after us." Hearing that, Amber immediately hastened its pace, which almost caused Lu Yi to fall off its back. Yi stuck out her head from the tiger's back and asked in a grim voice, "Did Chu Tian from Mystic Sect send you a message?" Who is coming after us? What's the person's cultivation? A seventh-order Spirit Creek Realm Master called Dong Shuyi, Lu Yi replied. When he was killing the disciples from Nine-Star Clan in Split Sky Gorge, he hadn't even come across a single fifth-order cultivator. He thought that he hadn't seen any strong cultivators because he was in the outer circle of the battlefield. However, it wasn't until he met the woman with double buns and the burly man from Nine-Star Clan that he realized that it wasn't the truth. Although he had no idea how powerful they were definitely above the fifth order. It was then he realized that it wasn't that there were no cultivators above the fifth order in the outer circle. The reason he hadn't seen any one of them prior to that was that the two great forces had been tying each other down. A seventh-order cultivator must be a mainstay in any great force. The fact that such a person was coming all the way to hunt him down suggested that those from Nine-Star Clan were determined to get him killed. Presently, there was an extremely solemn expression on Lu Ye's face. Although he couldn't really defeat Luo Ji, he was confident that he could even deal with a fifth-order cultivator if he ever came across one. Nevertheless, if his opponent was a seventh-order cultivator, he would never be able to resist. Upon realizing the severity of the matter, Yi urged Amber to run faster. Amber expended all its energy to run at the speed of lightning as the wind howled and the view around them moved backwards rapidly. Seeing a new message in his battlefield imprint, Lu Yi quickly read it. Hang in there, brother Yi. Dong Shuyi won't stay at your place for too long. What do you mean? Lu Yi hurriedly asked. At this moment, Chu Tian was walking alongside Wang Yang as those from Mystic Sect were about to launch a sneak attack on Nine-Star Clan. He was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure how to explain it to Lu Yi. In fact, they had made use of Lu Yi because they deliberately let word get out that Lu Yi was leaving Split Sky Gorge, which prompted Dong Shuyi to hunt him down. However, Chu Tian couldn't explicitly tell him what had happened as it would only irritate him. The mountain tiger came from a top great force. As long as he could survive, he would certainly make a name for himself in the future. Offending him at this point would do no good for Mystic Sect. Just then Wang Yang was heard saying, "Just tell him the truth as it is. Since we've done such a thing, we shouldn't be afraid to let him know. If he's clever enough, he'll know what to do." Upon getting Wang Yang's permission, Chu Tian pulled himself together and sent another message. All of us are heading to Nine-Star Clan Station at this moment. As soon as Dong Shuyi receives the news, he will immediately come back here. So, brother Yi, you must try your best to survive. Looking at the message, Lu Yi was somewhat doubtful. The mainstay of Nine-Star Clan, Dong Shuyi, had just left his place to hunt him down, but on the other hand, those from Mystic Sect went all out to launch an attack on their enemy's station, which was too coincidental. It was as though those from Mystic Sect had been waiting for this chance. Moreover, they had even invited him to join the celebratory banquet on the previous night. Lu Yi had no idea whether they would be able to occupy the Nine-Star Clan station, but since they had decided to do so, they must have some confidence in achieving their goal. When he was still in Split Sky Gorge, it was inconvenient for Dong Shuyi to make a move because they were too close to the Mystic Sect station, which might prompt them to intervene. Therefore, if Dong Shuyi wanted to kill Lu Yi, he had to wait for the latter to leave Split Sky Gorge first. However, only Chu Tian was aware that Lu Yi was leaving. How did Dong Shuyi find out about it and race after him? Have they made use of me? That was the only possibility Lu Yi could think of. After giving it a thought, he sent a message to Chu Tian. We're even now. Then he decidedly blacklisted him. Although he was pretty sure that he had been used, he didn't blame anyone. In fact, he was the one who had ignited the war in Split Sky Gorge. The fact that he had killed the young master of Nine-Star Clan had caused the two great forces to clash with one another. If Mystic Sect hadn't interfered in this matter, given Nine-Star Clan's heritage, Lu Yi might not be able to counter them. At the very least, he had to deal with a large number of cultivators, some of whom were fifth-order cultivators. Mystic Sect's intervention had spared Lu Yi the fate of facing the entire great force on his own. After the war commenced, he had saved quite some disciples from Mystic Sect, but he had never looted anything on the battlefield. He had only demanded some useful pills and stones from the disciples he had saved. It could be said that Lu Yi and the disciples from Mystic Sect had been helping one another out. Therefore, even though those from Mystic Sect had taken advantage of him in the end, he wouldn't blame them as he was the one who had caused the trouble. His connection with Mystic Sect should stop here. Anyway, those from Mystic Sect had lent him a hand, and he had saved their disciples. He had also gotten an earth-grade cultivation technique from them, which solved an urgent problem. Now that he had been used, he reckoned that they were even and they should stop contacting one another. Walking alongside those from Mystic Sect, Chu Tian sported a bitter expression and heaved a sigh. "What did he say?" Wang Yang was heard saying. Chu Tian replied honestly, "He said that we're even now, and removed my brand from his imprint." That made Chu Tian feel dejected. After all, Lu Yi was from a top-grade force, so the average person rarely had the chance to come into contact with him. Wang Yang's lips curved into a smile. "He's a clever person. Interesting." Chapter 89 I Hate Spell Cultivators. Outside Split Sky Gorge was a large area of flatland, which was a disadvantageous environment for the current situation Lu Yi was in, as there was nowhere he could hide. Upon going through the 10-point map, he realized that there was a mountain after crossing the flatland. There was a river on the other side of the mountain. From there, he had to keep going for several dozen kilometers before he could reach a town. "I have to head to the mountain." Lu Yi immediately made a decision. He wasn't sure how powerful a 7th-order Spirit Creek Realm Master truly was, but given the situation he was in, he would only stand a chance to survive by heading to the mountain. However, the mountain was pretty far away from this place. Given Amber's speed, it would still take him 2 hours before arriving at his destination. He secretly prayed that Dong Shuyi wouldn't run too fast. While he was still in his thoughts, he felt as though a blade had been pressed against his back. Turning his head, he was astounded to see a beam of light coming at him at full speed from the gorge. Without even the need to think about it, he knew that the beam of light must be Dong Shuyi. Although they were still far apart, Dong Shuyi could still clearly see Lu Yi, who was on Amber's back at first glance, and targeted him with a pair of eyes as sharp as those from an eagle. The feeling of a blade that had been pressed against his back was Dong Shuyi's murderous intent. He can fly. Lu Yi felt his chest tightening. He thought that by relying on Amber he could possibly get rid of Dong Shuyi. After all, Amber was pretty swift when it was running. Moreover, the tiger was doing its best given the danger they were facing. However, he had never expected that Dong Shuyi could fly. The situation wasn't in his favor because they were running on the ground while their opponent was flying in the sky. Apparently, Amber was unable to outpace him. Just then Dong Shuyi suddenly landed on the ground. Before Lu Yi could understand what was going on, Dong Shuyi shot into the sky again and continued chasing him. A moment later he finally realized that Dong Shuyi was gliding instead of flying. Every time he glided, he could move for 300 meters, which was much faster than Amber. The situation wasn't as terrible as he thought, but he couldn't afford to be optimistic either. The gap between them was shortening. If this went on, Dong Shuyi would reach them in an hour. A 7th-order cultivator was indeed extraordinary. The reason Dong Shuyi decided to hunt him down was that he was confident of achieving his goal. "I must come up with a solution." After giving it a thought, Lu Yi fished out a talisman paper from his storage bag. Presently he was left with 9 talisman papers. 3 days of battle against Luoji had made him use a large number of talisman papers. The ones he had now were all defensive and auxiliary. The talisman paper he had taken out was called Move with the Wind, which was an auxiliary one that could increase one's speed. He hadn't had the chance to use it in the past, but it proved to be useful at this point. Then he activated his spiritual power and slapped the talisman paper on Amber. The next instant, a layer of spiritual light surrounded the tiger before it gathered on the beast's feet. At that moment, Amber felt significantly lighter. With the help of the spiritual light, the tiger was able to run even faster. Although they still couldn't get rid of Dong Shuyi, they could stall for more time. The pursuit went on as they moved closer to the mountain. The murderous intent behind Dong Shuyi's eyes seemed to have materialized and erupted like a volcano. He thought that he could easily kill Lu Yi by personally coming all the way here. However, he had underestimated the Snow White Tiger's speed. Now, Lu Yi had also used a talisman paper, which made it more difficult for him to run after them. Nevertheless, it didn't hinder Dong Shuyi's determination to kill Lu Yi. The young master was killed under his watch. Upon learning about it, those old guys from the clan were infuriated. The clan master was especially incensed as he had given the order that his son, who was basically useless, couldn't be killed for nothing. The murderer must die. If it weren't because Cloud River Realm Masters were not allowed to enter Spirit Creek battlefield, Dong Shuyi believed that the clan master would have stormed into this place. Because of the useless young master's death, Dong Shuyi had been reprimanded. The fact that they had lost the battle against Mystic Sect had also weakened his authority in the clan. If he could avenge the young master's death, he might be able to keep his position. If he couldn't, it would be difficult for him to have any say at all in the clan. Therefore the murderer must be killed. So what if Lu Yi had used a talisman paper? He still couldn't get rid of Dong Shuyi. The gap between them was shortening. When Dong Shuyi finally reached a suitable location, he would be able to end Lu Ye's life with a spell. 1 hour later, there was only a distance of 3 kilometers between them. The power of move with the wind had been exhausted. Lu Yi fished out another one and slapped it on Amber. This was the last move with the wind talisman paper he had. The sect master had only prepared 2 of these for him. 1 more hour later, the mountain in front of them became clearer. It would only take them another 15 minutes before Amber could bring Lu Yi to reach the mountain. By then, it would be easier for them to go into hiding. However, Dong Shuyi was only 900 meters away from them now, which was a dangerous distance. Lu Yi felt his heart pounding against his chest. There was an indescribable pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. 600 meters, 300 meters. Lu Yi felt a very strong fluctuation of spiritual power behind him. Turning his head, he saw that Dong Shuyi, who was gliding in the air, pointed at him with one hand. There was a red disc made of spiritual power that was spinning around in front of him. Those from Mystic Sect have gone all out to attack the 9-star clan station. How do you still have the time to race after me? Lu Yi hurriedly yelled. Since those from Mystic Sect had made use of him, he didn't have to hide the news for them. At this critical moment he had to stall for more time with any ways he could think of. Upon hearing that, Dong Shuyi became startled for a moment as his instincts told him that Lu Yi wasn't lying. As his mind was elsewhere, the disc in front of him became unstable as well. Following that he bellowed, "How dare you spout nonsense to distract me? Go to hell." His spiritual light expanded as a lot of fist-sized fireballs came at Lu Yi like a meteor shower. There were probably several dozen fireballs as they were about to strike their target. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw that. He knew that it was difficult to deal with a 7th-order cultivator, but he hadn't expected that Dong Shuyi was this powerful. Moreover, Dong Shuyi's moves suggested that he was a spell cultivator. Luoji was also a spell cultivator. I hate spell cultivators. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Then he turned around on the tiger's back to face his opponent. With his hand firmly holding the hilt, he focused on countering the attack. As the fireballs landed on the ground, Amber zigzagged forward to dodge them. The fireballs were extremely powerful as they immediately formed many pits on the ground. The pits were still seen burning with flames. If they were struck with such an attack, their skin would have been burned even if they survived. On the tiger's back, Lu Yi continuously slashed at the fireballs as the defensive spiritual pattern kept flickering. The fireballs Amber was unable to dodge were either cut open or fended off by him. The sparkles caused him to feel immense pain. Amber also kept wailing as the smell of roast meat exuded from its body. After all the fireballs landed, Lu Yi felt fortunate that besides some burns on their bodies, he and Amber were fine. However, his hand, which was holding the sword, was trembling violently. It wasn't so easy to slash a 7th-order cultivator's spell. The spell was meant to cover a large area in an attempt to kill Lu Yi in one go, so the power of the spell had been scattered. Nevertheless, Lu Yi had to fully use his power to fend off every fireball that came at him. This time, Dong Shuyi had only hastily used a spell. What if he decided to fully use his power? By then there was no way Lu Yi could survive. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.